everybody, how are you doing? Hi everybody, how are you doing? Oh, well that's a problem. Always make sure your connections are tight. Okay? Can you do that for me? Good morning, butterflies. Good morning to you. Oh, this thing's in the way. God. Here's my late night bullshit that I do when I can't sleep. Hey, Neil, how are you? I have a bunch of crap I put on the screen. I was trying to find... Unfortunately, I don't know if they preserved each day's... Fuck. I'm going to be really mad if we can't, like, see... Fuck. Because I don't think it lets me... Oh, I'm going to be so mad. I'm going to be so mad. Like, go back. Why don't you have the thing? You were on a marathon session. I was, man. It's been a few marathon sessions ever since the convention. It's been like 10-hour days, and which is great. I mean, I love it. Are you kidding? I'm totally digging it. But now I'm mad that I can't find this fucking... Ay. Oh, boy. Tina Peters trial, Belinda. Let's see if we can find it. Damn it. I'm telling you right now. Belinda Knisley taking plea deal. No, that's not what I want. I want yesterday's. Meow, meow, meow.
Peters' defense for letting her fellow election conspiracy theorists into the Mesa County voting system hinges on the idea that she did nothing illegal that day. But Peters' former deputy clerk testified in court today.
Hi, Lee. I feel like we just left each other. I think we did.
Conspiracy theorists shared the private data publicly.
Let's see if I can figure
saying
this
aloud,
out.
Quote,
oh, you know what I can do?
Effed. Peters faces 7 felony charges for tampering with her own county's voting system. She admitted to sneaking someone into her office's voting system while they unsuccessfully searched for evidence of election rigging. Prosecutors claim that Peters' accomplice that day was a guy named Conan Hayes, a former pro surfer. Today, this woman, Peters' former deputy clerk, Belinda Knisley, took the stand as part of a plea deal requiring her cooperation with prosecutors. She said that Peters and Hayes both took photos and videos of Mesa County's election machines and passwords.
Hi, Neil.
And that Peters was mortified to find out they were posted online.
Hi, Lee.
What did she tell you?
Those were her words. And I said, what do you mean? And she said, it's on the internet. It was not supposed to be.
Oh.
And it's out there. Passwords
dumb shit.
That were supposed to be only had by the Secretary of State had been filmed and photographed by either her and or him.
Mm-hmm.
Or
and then shared with.
And that the disk or drive that she had sent to him.
Yes.
Being Conan, I now know.
Yes.
Had been published by someone.
Someone?
And it was up at the symposium.
Who?
And that she was going to have
she was at the symposium. No. Oh, no.
Mesa County when investigators came to raid the clerk's office.
Where was she? Where was she, sir?
Knisley says that Peters told her to act as clerk that day and, quote unquote, protect everything. Knisley was eventually indicted alongside Peters.
Okay, we're going to talk about this.
She pled guilty to misdemeanor charges
on the phone with IT.
Testimony.
Oops. All right. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, okay? I'm gonna pull up my Google Photos. Hold on. If I can't find okay, I'm very upset right now, only because I cannot get us back to the point where we stopped yesterday, which is what I wanted to do this morning, so that we could go over the rest of Belinda's testimony, but I can't fucking find it. So hold on, I'm just going to try and find it while I entertain you and hope you're having a great day. What's today? What is today? Wednesday? Wednesday. Oof, I really didn't know there for a second. Ouch. Okay, let me find Belinda Knisley's testimony. Ah, God. My head itches. Okay, let's see here. Those are not long. I need a long thing. Damn it. Damn it. Now I'm mad. But of course I wanted us to see. It was such a great way to end the stream yesterday with that beautiful, uplifting rally. That was such a wonderful thing. I loved it. So I guess I can't be too sad, but kind of makes me sad. Damn. No.
Mesa County Clerk Tina Peters and Deputy Clerk Belinda Knisley were released on bond Thursday. Judge Matthew Barrett met virtually with both election officials and ruled to lower the amount of the bonds.
Okay. Sorry. I didn't realize you're not watching that. Okay, hold on. I'm going to find... Hold on. Google Photos. Yeah. Bump. Google Photos. Now, I don't know where they are. Which account? Everybody sexy. Say hello. Oh, I'm gonna download that though. That's funny. Remember when? Oh my God, you guys are gonna laugh. Hold on. I'm gonna show you this picture. Wait, I'll just put it over here. Okay. Remember this? Some of you do. If you remember this, you are totally OG. If you remember this picture, whoops. Oh, man, damn it. Life's not helping me right now. If you remember this picture, you are an OG lounger, and I mean OG. Do you remember this? Does anybody remember this? Do you remember this? No, Grace. Oh, God damn it. Fucking fires. Grace, I hope you're okay. Please keep us posted and be safe and get out if you need to. It moves really quickly. Okay, I'm not kidding. Tim Walls is amazing. Hi, Julie. Good to see you. Does anybody remember this? This was, what date was this? Oh, January 21st. It would have been 2022, I think. When we had a movie night. Do you remember movie night? We watched Charades. The movie with, what is that stupid face I have on? Anyway, I love that. I love that picture. I love that hat too. I have that hat. It's a fucking amazing hat. It's from Free People and it's like an amazing hat. It looks like stupid on me, but it's a great hat. Okay, let me go ahead and find my fucking Shamposium videos because it's kind of stupid how many videos I took, but you know, it's pretty stupid. And actually it's kind of incredibly stupid, frankly. Let's see. Do I have any in here? Wait, 2022. Those are all fucking convoy bullshit. Where's my... Oh my God, it's all convoy. Oh, it would have been 2021. That's right. Maybe it's the other account. Might be. Oh, wait, there's some. Those are mostly Frank TV. Is that a video? I can't tell what's a video and what's not. Do 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 do. Well, okay, it must be in the other account. Hold on, please. Hold on. Don't leave me. Don't leave me, please. Don't leave me. Everybody sexy, tell them hey. Where is this? Where is the fantastic and amazing stupid Shamposium? I had a million clips. You're not telling me that I put them somewhere stupid, right? You're not telling me that, are you? Is that a picture? Oh, it's a screenshot. I need a video. Hold on, I need videos. Oh, explore. Because you're going to hear Doug Frank in action. Because, baby, I got him. I got that bitch. If we can't listen to Belinda Knisley throw Tina under the bus, we're going to listen to something else. Hey. God, fucking Convoy. Ugh. Just clogs my memories and my heart and my soul and my fucking Google Photos drive. My God. These people were worthless, but they took up so much fucking space in my life. Oh, wait. Oh, do you want to see, well, I don't know. That's not a very good video. Gosh, I was hoping I had better videos from Africa, but I don't have any good videos on here. Fuck. Hold on. Anyway, good morning. Good morning. I think it's the other account. Do 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 do. I stayed up all night. I could not go to sleep. I don't know why. I couldn't explain it. Nothing in particular on my mind. Just unable to sleep. Cannot explain it. But here we are. Where's those damn videos? Why, where's those damn videos? I feel like all of a sudden all my videos are gone. Oh, you know what? They're on my iPad. God damn it. Everything is on my iPad. But this is a screenshot from when they were doing the movie, Lindell's movie, Absolute Proof of Nothing, by the way. That's the rest of the movies. 2 pots of coffee. I have 2 cups here. Or I have one and then a pot. Because I'm not running out of coffee today. Have you ever had anyone pull out their cell phone and begin video you when you start to tell them about Trump? My husband does it not because he is weird, but has gone full cult freak. Really, Julie? Man. I have had people film me quite a lot, actually. Whenever I go out in my dinosaur suit and there's any if it's an event like the Trump birthday and everything, there's always these particular Proud Boys. Whatever his name is, Tony something. He's the guy that followed me when I did the birthday. And I think he was definitely at the Beverly Hills thing that I did. Hold on, let me go to mine. He was at the Beverly Hills thing that I did. I'll show you him. His nickname, I only refer to this nickname because it's well known in Los Angeles. But apparently the nickname of this guy is Rooftop Korean, and he is a really big street fighter kind of guy for the Proud, or alongside the Proud Boys. I don't know if he's a Proud Boy or not. He's connected to somebody. Because he was the whole time he was talking to the bald guy that I embarrassed. Remember that? Wait, I think I have that as a short. Don't I have that I have it as video, I think. Which is one of my favorite moments from that entire thing. When was it? Oh, was it a clip? Oh, shit. I don't really know what. When did I go outside? God, I don't even know when I went outside. When did I go outside? I choose Jesus. I love that. Makes me laugh. Everybody's sexy. Tell them, hey. God damn. When did I go to the fucking birthday party? It wasn't that long ago. Oh, I think it's something else. I think that's why. Lolo's Lounge, blah, 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 blah. Play with Lolo, blah, blah, blah. It was a lounge, right? It was a lounge. Dear, 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 dear. Nope, that's not right. I feel like I'm right around it, but I'm not gonna actually get it. Out in a shout. Yep, okay.
Make sure you give a lot of presents to Mr. Dump. That's right. Hey boy, did he not even come to his own party? That is so rude. Like, why isn't he coming to his own party? What is going on here?
Oh wait, here's the whole thing.
All the nuclear secrets. Let's tell all the nuclear secrets. Yeah, let's do that.
I think this is Tony, rooftop Korean guy. I think.
Yeah, wave.
And this guy is, I think this guy is connected to this guy.
Yeah, Trump 34 to life, baby. That's
God,
right.
I look like shit, but that's okay.
That's right, July 12th, we're free. I'm kidding. We're probably not free, but that's okay. Guess what? Arrest Mike Flynn. Ha ha. Arrest Mike Flynn. What's the matter? You don't have any idea? Well, you're gonna learn, son. Ha ha! It's democracy, Dino. It's democracy, Dino. Coming at you here to save democracy. Uh-oh. Oh, ladies. Ladies! What? He's waiting. I don't know.
Oh, there's you.
Somebody threw up on this woman coming here.
And then this is,
I don't even. You have no idea?
wait.
Drake. Kendrick or Drake? Drake. Kendrick or Drake? I don't even. You have no idea? You don't know who I'm talking about? No idea. You better learn. You gotta Google Kendrick and Drake. Kendrick, Drake, yeah. Okay. Just Google that. Like me? Well, you know.
They are not. They hated me. The bald guy really hated me.
I'm a democracy dino.
Democracy dino. We need to have the democracy over because we live in a republic. Because we live in a republic,
It's
not
both,
a democracy.
sweetheart. It's both. It's a constitutional republic that also functions as a democracy. But it's okay if you don't know that. That's all right.
Okay.
Would
No,
you
it
like
is
some
a
media
constitution-
literacy?
it is a constitutional republic.
That's what it's was in the functions, but Florida functions as a democracy. But we lost our country because we had a coup. Not like EO13848. Did you Google EO13848?
And what's your channel?
Did you Google that?
Are you here to harass us?
Nope. I'm here to stand here and do my show.
What's your channel?
Excuse me.
My
there's
show?
a private event here.
Oh, not the sidewalk. The sidewalk's public.
No, in front.
Sidewalk's public.
We have a
Sidewalk's public.
separate
The
event
sidewalk's
here.
public. Kendrick or Drake?
I'm going to.
I know.
Grace, I'm going to.
I know, but you're not on the sidewalk having your event, are you?
No,
Oh,
but
okay.
the customers are walking.
It's okay. They're talking to me. I'm not talking to them.
They're having their rehearsal
I don't
dinner
care.
right now.
I don't care.
Kind of uncomfortable
Really?
to the guests.
Well, it's actually a birthday party for Trump, so
No, that's
save
a
it.
separate event, ma'am.
Where are
It's
they?
not
Are they
here.
in there?
The entrance is there.
No, it's
That's
not
why.
because they've all walked in here. So you're
This
lying
is
right
the
now.
staff.
You're lying.
I can show you.
You're lying. You're lying.
Our customers
I can
coming from
stand on a
here.
sidewalk.
What's your channel? The name of your
Lolo's Lounge.
channel? Lolo's Lounge?
Yep. What's the matter? Are you going to report me?
No, I'm just gonna.
You're going to
check it out.
subscribe. Make sure you subscribe.
Lolo, like Lolo.
LOLO.
But I'm telling you,
I'm telling
everybody
you.
coming from the other
I understand.
door.
Welcome.
Go
You know,
check.
here's the thing.
lady that
I
checking
understand.
Everybody is
So
concerned.
what? So what should I go? I'm not harassing anyone, am I?
I'm just giving you right information.
Great, good.
Where to
Good for you.
That. It's
Good.
not wrong, but it's over
Sweet.
there.
Great.
Okay.
Okay, well then you should tell the people in the weird ass pants to stop walking in this
You
door.
know,
No, dude, I don't.
Dinosaurs?
Oh my god.
Are you a fan of dinosaurs? Hey, did you know dinosaurs?
Build back backwards.
Did you know dinosaurs still exist in parts of the world?
Nice pantyhose.
Dinosaurs still exist.
Oh my god, how long did it take you to think that up?
No, I'm serious. Dinosaurs.
Yeah, right here,
They're
bitch.
actual dinosaurs.
Blah, blah. They're so sensitive, right? Like, they're just so sensitive. A dinosaur cannot stand on a street and not be accosted.
You're lying.
It's amazing to me. What's happened to this city?
I'm on live.
What's happened to this city? What's happened to this city?
So this guy, the guy behind me, Tony something, Tony Moon maybe, I think is his real name. He punched a woman journalist because he gets in street fights with the Proud Boys.
Dinosaurs still exist. You're talking 3 of them now. Tell him about 3 of them.
Hey, the entrance to the Trump event is not there. I don't know. The woman just said it wasn't.
I should be careful.
Oh, whatever.
And the Baroons.
This is my
the
boyfriend.
Tungamata.
Are you going to be my boyfriend?
You're not going to hit my
You're going to be my boyfriend? I think you're harassing me. I might need the police.
I'm just trying to tell you about living dinosaurs.
I don't need to know.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
More fascinating
Are you
than-
harassing
than-
me,
than-
sir? Are you harassing me?
No,
Are you harassing me?
No.
Are you harassing me?
I think
Does
you're
everyone
harassing
see
me.
this man
You're rubbing
harassing
your
me?
dino up against
This
my...
man, you're actually in my space right now. So are you harassing me right now?
You're
Are
in a
you
public
harassing
space.
me?
You're in a public space.
Great.
So I can,
Then
I
leave
can
me
follow
alone.
you and ask
Get
you
out of my way.
questions.
Boop.
You're the one that
Boop.
comes to my event,
Boop.
so
Boop.
I'm not
Boop.
stalking. I'm not
Boop.
stalking Democrats. And by the way, we're not a democracy when you put your hand over your heart and say, and choose a republic for which you stand. When you look at the California flag,
Here we go.
This is my favorite guy.
Intimidator.
democracy anywhere in our country.
Here's the intimidator right here.
Nowhere in the country.
What's your name, Sunshine? What's your name? You think you're intimidating? Is that what your job is? To stand here? Oh my god. Oh my. Wait, you guys. Wait.
No. I'm my own person. I was here before her.
Intimidating guy.
I'll be here after her.
That's the intimidating guy.
I'm my own person.
And he's like,
So there's no comparison between the two of us. Sorry.
well, actually, I do have to go because I'm going to eat dinner. But other than that, I think you might have a thyroid issue.
You were at the Beverly Hills Freedom Rally like five
Oh, I'm
months
so
ago.
sorry. Did you not know? Oh my god, my channel is public, dude.
Yeah, I know.
And who do you work
Oh, it's okay. It's all right. No offense. None taken.
Club? Oh, wait, I gotta turn my camera around. Hold on.
But yeah, shit. I don't fuck with that. I don't fuck with that. It's fake ass.
Trump for his birthday?
I don't fuck with it. I do my shit. My shit's original.
Okay, and so I take your silence as indicating that you may be voting for Biden and Harris in 2024, but you're just shy about it. Is that true, sir? Do you have a comment? Do you have a comment? What do you think I should get Trump for his birthday? No?
I also do all my own stunts and plan all my own shit and produce all my own shit
Well, kids, that
with
was the
no
excitement that I have right
no
that was the excitement
team
from here.
alongside.
I really
The
made
Conga
them
motto.
mad. I really
Look up
made
the
them
Conga
mad.
motto of,
I made him
Africa.
really mad.
No, it's and
This guy doesn't know
Papua New Guinea.
anything, but of course now he knows all about
I'm-
dinosaurs. Anyway,
I'm
the
very-
point is that yeah, I have a new subscriber.
He thinks I'm just talking out gibberish.
I don't. Yes, he
Look up
is
the
actually.
Mapela Mbembe
He is.
of
Yeah,
the
anyway,
Congo.
Anyway, enough of that baloney. But yeah, oh boy, that's a great place to land. Yeah, that was mine. Sorry, I didn't mean to react like that. I'm just tired. Grace, they call him Slipper. He's going. He's going. I didn't know if it's such a small event. I didn't think anyone was really going to be there. I was just being there to be silly. And but those guys were definitely hanging outside the entire event. I mean, and that the shorter guy, he just was on my ass like the entire time I was there, like on my ass, like right behind me most of the time. So it's really fascinating to me, and it happens in other cities too, but I notice in Los Angeles, when you are protesting something where MAGA is going to be there, it gets real serious. Like they're very, they want you to go away. It's not about freedom of speech. It's about intimidating you until you stop. So it's a bunch of malarkey, frankly. That's what I think. So yeah. Anyways, I really wish I could have. Oh, I'm so mad that I didn't have that recording. Damn. Just seeing if anything pops up with her testimony. This is so dumb. Why isn't the testimony on? Here, you want to see some real dumb shit?
That is amazing.
These
that was
bitches.
A really good one.
These guys are Nazis. These are two Nazi women.
Yeah, the before times, man. The before times were so
I have my
sad.
moments, Julie. I've just lasted long. That's all.
You also just have to hear how absolutely
convention. It's going to be lit.
This is a very quick clip, and
but the music's going to be good.
Where the F is the president?
I'm blocked from this chat.
Service
so
members get shot at in Iraq by Iranian forces. Shouldn't the president
these
be
ladies,
addressing
these
the
ladies,
like where is he? And she struggled with this answer, and it just made me laugh how much she was struggling. And I thought you guys might like this too.
Israel could be under attack any moment from Iran.
I can't stand these women. I'm not even going to watch them. They are so mean to everyone. It's like incredible. I can't. And they're so incredibly stupid. Like I don't understand the level of stupid, frankly. Damn, I'm so mad about this. I was thinking they would stop where, like it would, in my history, it would stop. But I think it's like a continuous frickin' broadcast. I feel like they broadcast 24 hours a day, this dumb thing. And then you never know what it is. Oh, man. Nicely. Come on, Belinda. Come on, Belinda. Okay, we watched that one. Dang. Well, this is Tina's first court appearance. We could watch that. Has a sexy picture of my favorite judge. Sexy angle.
4:14 p.m. March 10th.
Actually, he's really not my type, but he's just so smart.
In 22 CR 371, this is the Tina Peters matter. She appears in custody via WebEx from the Mesa County Detention Facility. We're here today for an appearance on the arrest warrant, hearing on advisement. Her attorney, Mr. Jovanovich, is here in person. Good morning, or afternoon, Mr. Jovanovich.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Jason Jovanovich, 032703, appearing for Ms. Peters. Thank you.
All right.
I think Mr. Corporon may be on the WebEx, but I don't see him
Robert
up there,
Shapiro.
But he's also co-counsel with me locally in Colorado.
All right.
Oh, there he is.
All right, Mr. Corporon, good afternoon to you, sir.
This was a year ago.
Mr. Rubenstein is here in person, as I mentioned a moment ago, set today for hearing on advisement and that appearance on an arrest warrant.
Let me find out when this was.
Judge, I'm sorry.
2 years ago. 2 years ago.
I neglected to mention that twice now. Mr. Shapiro is here for the people as well, appearing via WebEx. Mr. Jovanovich, now what would you like to do today, sir?
Thank you, Your Honor. Two things. One, we'd like to waive any formal advisement at this time. The second thing is we'd like to address bond. Currently, there's a $500,000 cash-only bond. I would like to make the argument as to why that should be reduced to a PR bond or something similar to what the co-defendant received.
All right, go ahead, sir. And then you can come over here to the lectern whenever you're ready to make arguments.
Well, firstly, my client has no criminal background. She's a public figure, a public official, and at worst, she's accused of doing her job that she's constitutionally and statutorily supposed to do. This isn't a case that involves any violence, drugs, or sex offenses. She has companion cases where she's made appearances. She's had me as an attorney for a number of months now, including several other attorneys who I supervise and also who I work with as local counsel.
I wonder how many of those attorneys are still there.
She is generally a good citizen. She's a Gold Star mother. Her father passed away while she was in the jail last night. I want to bring that to the court's attention. I brought it to Mr. Rubenstein's attention as well. But we don't have anybody that's a slight risk here, Judge. She's a public figure.
Bullshit. She flew. Oh my God. I have stuff to say about this. I have stuff to say about
duties
this.
and obligations.
Bitch.
I was approached by Mr. Rubenstein, and I appreciated on a similar sort of restrictions for my client as for her co-defendant. However, because of my client's constitutional and statutory obligations and her position as clerk of the court, she cannot agree not to have contact with the clerk's office or employees of the clerk's office themselves.
She's under indictment.
She doesn't have any problem since co-defendant agreed not to contact her, agreeing with that. We have no problem with not contacting
the militias are really
or anything like that are
dangerous.
Listed. But we do and would object to any restrictions that prevent her from doing her job as an elected official. I don't think it is those requirements are.
Oh, I have new sound effects. Oh my God, you guys!
Bond, which Your Honor knows,
I know it is. It is really bad. It was really sad that her father passed when she was in prison or in jail.
She does have a misdemeanor case.
No one deserves that. No one deserves that sadness.
Touches upon Your Honor's court, but she has in no way ever failed to appear or deal with anything here. Given the circumstances.
But I missed my mother passing because I was trying to fly back home from Boston while I was 8 months pregnant. And my mother became non-responsive by the time I got there. So I don't really feel sorry for her because she's a fucking horrible person.
Itself is unusual, but there's nothing.
Mine is sad. Hers. She fucked around. Then she found out.
Constitutional duty.
Sorry.
Evidence will show that she had reason to do what she did, but there's no violence.
There's no evidence that's going to show she was supposed to do. This is it, you guys.
Since the summer to be dealing with
they literally think that she's going to get away with it.
Submitting herself.
And they're finding out in this trial that they're not going to get away with it.
That she's in front of.
She must be fucking freaking out.
Bond is not to be punitive.
Right.
And we feel that currently $500,000 for a Gold Star mother.
No, you get it from fucking Lindell.
Punitive, Your Honor, has no correlation with her appearing
Bullshit.
in court. So we'd ask that you give her a PR bond of $10,000, just like her co-defendant. I know that we object to some of the things that Mr. Rubenstein wanted to do, but it's for good reason. And also, I'd remind the court and everybody here that my client is presumed innocent until proven guilty. And so, other than accusations from an indictment, and the old saying goes, Judge, that you could indict a ham sandwich. I don't find that persuasive enough for the court to continue with the bond as is currently set. I appreciate your time and allowing me to make the argument, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Delano. It's Mr. Rubenstein for the people. What say you?
Thank you, Judge. I'm never moved by the statement in a bond argument that the defendant is presumed innocent. In all bond arguments, the defendant is presumed innocent. The purpose of bond nonetheless exists and exists for purpose.
Yeah.
Ms. Peters' situation is different than Ms. Knightley in that since the time of
well, I mean, she just really
the grand jury.
I can't tell you. I'll find how she's been acting since her arrest. Let me tell you.
Including having the situation which led to her attempting to donkey kick police officers on video.
Yeah, she did.
That was in
she did when she got arrested.
Not submit to law enforcement authority. That resulted as the direct product of her refusing to submit to the court's authority when the court issued a search warrant to obtain her iPad, and she wouldn't comply with the search warrant.
I agree. I totally agree.
Result of her,
I completely agree.
In this court, being investigated for potential attempting to influence public servant and contempt charges, in which we exercise the considerable discretion not to charge her with the felony attempting and merely
she donkey kicked him. We can try and find that.
What to do.
I want to try and find the
been removed from her election authority after a different court had already found wrongdoing by her. And I really take issue with the statement of Mr. Yovanovitch. At worst, she is accused of doing her job.
bullshit.
No, that's not actually the situation at all. The grand jury has returned indictments on 7 felony counts and 3 misdemeanor counts, essentially saying that she was not doing her job. She was acting well beyond, and there's official misconduct counts that they found probable cause for her purporting to do her job and doing things that were against the law. So for all of those reasons, and given that she is accused in that indictment of conspiring with
we might have found something here.
And conspiring with others.
I didn't mean to do that.
In the case, being a complicit with others, to use her elected position to be in the situation which allowed her to commit those illegal acts, I think is entirely appropriate for the court to issue the same bond conditions as the court did with Ms. Knisely. That is no contact with co-defendant Ms. Knisely, no contact with those same victims that I gave the court the
I'm fucked. Yeah.
on Jesse Romero, David Underwood.
I think
Stephanie
Tina said that to her
no
assistant, right, Grace? I think she said it to her assistant. I'm fucked.
And where she also committed these acts.
Oh, is it easily? Fuck yeah, that's so nice. I'll take late summer days like that. Yes, yes, it was. We missed it. But I think I found it.
Under indictment, it's actually Mr. Shapiro's case. He was precluded, even though he was the elected DA, from going back to that office and the Attorney General's office.
Okay, I'm actually going to stop that because what I have is on Rumble, of course. You should know that Tina Peters has a channel with 124,000 followers on Rumble. Okay? This is what she's been up to. This is 16 days ago. Let's see what Tina has to say 2 weeks ago. What the hell is this?
This new incredible fire
Oh God, they have the worst ads.
Literally anything. It will give you fire. No.
Stop wasting
There's
money
2
on
ads.
iCloud. This innovative stick makes it easy to back up your smartphone.
Yeah,
It's
don't do it.
Chicago in bold.
Wait.
6 and the raid at Mar-a-Lago in bold.
Here's Tina. She got red, white, and blue pudding.
And welcome to The Truth Matters, everyone. I'm your host.
This is her
Tina
show.
Peters. Today is Friday. So
She has a
it's our
show.
Weekly January 6th special. I'll be speaking to J6 defendant Felicia Canold later on in the show. But first, we have some J6 related news to get to. Thanks to America First Legal's work.
Yeah, America First Legal. You know who that
we now
is?
have new documents from a
Stephen Miller. That's right. Nosferatu's law firm.
Raid at Mar-a-Lago emboldened DHS to expand monitoring of Americans. According to America First Legal,
which is
quote,
propaganda.
Today's installment shows how the Biden administration's allies on the Brennan-Clapper committee.
She's the worst.
Tuesday, January
Okay.
6th.
Anyway, you get the point. You get the point. Okay. Okay. So this was day 4.
Stop
Wondering
wasting
when
money on iCloud. This innovative stick
we might
makes
be
it
able to
easy
get to
back up
Belinda's
your
testimony.
It's
Yeah.
compatible with
That's who that is. Sorry, this is Rumble, and Rumble is a real fucking shit show. Okay, so just god damn. Just know that Rumble is a shit show. Oh my fucking god! I'm not pressing your ad, you stupid motherfuckers. Sorry. Oh god, yeah. Okay. Okay, let's see. Was this the coming back?
And it comes down to Dominion is responsible. Dominion has in Mesa County because it's a Dominion.
Dominion's responsible. Okay, here we go. We're going to have to hear the stupid Rumble people, but... Hi, Teresa! How are you?
Yes,
We're listening to Belinda Knisely's testimony from yesterday.
From the Secretary of State sending the directive that it would take place and the parameters around it with regards
She flipped.
to the COVID
She flipped.
protocol.
Oh, you mean Tina?
And
Yeah,
we
Tina
would
doesn't
be
look like she's
allowed
going
to
to flip.
be in that trusted
Dumb
building,
shit. Belinda flipped.
that was being conducted.
Belinda's testifying against Tina. Hey, Al, how you doing? Good to see you.
So based on your memory, the Secretary of State issued a directive because of COVID and set some limitations around the trusted build process?
Correct.
you recall?
So this is from yesterday, but we're just watching the end of it. How you doing, darling?
Part of it, I remember it being the COVID protocol.
God, she's got that horrible cough.
You know, the masking,
pain in the ass,
the distancing, everything that we were doing to protect people from one another, basically, during COVID.
Linda has Hashimoto's. That's probably why she clears her throat. Oh, she does? I didn't realize that. I'm sorry, Kathy. This makes me nervous. That's all. It's my balls to the walls. Fuck yeah. Let's go. Progressive. We got a progressive guy in there, it sounds like. Let's do it. Fuck yeah.
The concern was
even my Gen Zer likes him.
Her statute protects
That's not easy.
The information that was
So,
left on the equipment
let's go.
Prior to
Let's go.
the update of the equipment.
Let's get this more perfect union going, God damn it. Let's hold some people accountable and get some shit done. Get Medicare for all.
Secure and not erased during the trusted bill.
End the genocide in Gaza. Come on, let's do it. Let's make some waves. Sorry.
Do you know who was allowed to participate in the trusted build in Mesa County in May of 2021?
Oh, I have to
It was
smoke
Clerk
weed.
Peters and 2 election employees, or Mesa County election employees.
We kind of heard this part, but it's okay.
Were you asked to take any steps to involve?
Yeah, the defense attorney asks her about it like an asshole. Why isn't she flipping?
Your Honor, may I retrieve exhibits 19?
Tina should fucking flip. Tina's got to flip. But you see how deep she is? Do you see now how deep she is? She's not just an innocent little bystander. And let me tell you, I'll find fucking shit that she said at the symposium. Because here's the thing I want to say. Actually, I'm going to stop this for a second. Let me just set some context for you. Tina Peters, on the day that her office was being raided, we heard that she wasn't in Mesa, Colorado at that time, in Mesa County, right? They just said that. She wasn't there. Do you want to know where she was? She was arriving at the Shamposium hosted by Mike Lindell in South Dakota that very day with her data. So she can sit there and go, I don't know how the data got out there. I don't know. I'm just a girl. I don't know. She fucking did it. She stood up on that stage. She knew they were going to display the data. So if that comes up, don't fucking believe it for a minute. And I've got the receipts somewhere. Probably on my iPad. She knew the data was going to be shown at the Shamposium. She fucking knew it. This was a deal between her, Mike Lindell, and Patrick Byrne to help her fulfill her patriotic duty of fucking elections, apparently. And making a copy of the Dominion machine because they were so anxious to get inside of a Dominion machine so that they could create more conspiracy theories about how votes were flipped. I'm not lying to you. They have been trying to do this and have gone from county to county, meeting with election officials, some secretaries of fucking state, to, led by Doug Frank, at the behest of Mike Lindell et al. Mike Flynn is involved. I mean, unfortunately, it's a small world of fuckers that help each other. And do you want to know who's paying for Tina's lawyers? Patrick Byrne. That's right. Patrick Byrne is paying for her lawyers. So she is a tool of the insurgency. And she's apparently not repentant. But she's lying if she says, I didn't know they were going to do anything with the dead. I just thought they were going to do it. Yeah. So, Tina, I'm going to believe my lying eyes that I saw you on that stage and you knew exactly what was going to happen. And you did this with the intent to undermine elections in the United States and the 6 felonies and, 4 felonies and 6 misdemeanors that you're charged with currently, my love, all of those are going to come screaming up your ass with hopefully over 10 years of prison time for you. I'm sorry. I don't feel sorry for this woman. I do not. I don't. She made some real severe choices. And she was in charge of the election office. She was the head of the election office. If anyone should have been absolutely perfect, it should have been her. So no, I don't think she's going to flip, even though she should be flipping on Patrick Byrne, Mike Lindell, Doug Frank, et al., Sean Smith. I mean, I've got a bunch of names that were involved in this. Josh Merrick. I've had plenty of conversations on Twitter with Josh Merrick, who was there on the stage at the Shamposium, who then claims, oh, I don't know what we're doing. Oh. And then just doesn't want to be involved in it. Well, unfortunately, your dick's already dipped in it. You did that. So Josh and I don't get along. She abused her position to betray the country. She did it to betray her oath. Yeah, I wonder. You know, that's the thing, Grace. That's a really good question. Like, I haven't visited or reached out to the elections office to see if they need me. You know what I mean? Like, that's not the place I've gone. Like, I went to the Democratic Party. But it's a good point. Like, all of these election officials across the country have been put under this pressure by people like Tina and her ilk. And Doug Frank has personally gone around the country to make sure that he's fucked as many elections as he can. You have a constitutional sheriff. That's an issue. That's an issue. Although I don't really know, you know, the sheriff in Wisconsin, I don't know if he was the Racine sheriff. I think he was actually. But this was, I think, a different Racine issue in that they complained about the election in Wisconsin based on the fact that the Chan Zuckerberg initiative, which is Mark Zuckerberg's and Priscilla Chan, his wife, it is their foundation. So it's like the Center for Civic Life or something is part of their foundation. And part of those grants go to community organizations and probably local governments to help their election efforts, both to get people registered regardless of party. And I have participated on a Zuckerberg Chan grant, and they're not a joke. And it's not willy-nilly money being handed out to bad actors. It is literally a very rigorous grant program that is on par with most of the federal agencies, which I've also applied and won. USAID grants and other government agency grants. So it's not easy. In fact, I raised money for nonprofits as part of my job, whatever my job was, for over 20 years. I know what a grant takes. And I'm going to tell you right now, you have to track every fucking dollar. So I have a real issue with people talking bad about foundations. Now, I can talk bad about foundations because, frankly, it's just a bunch of rich people and their programs make you jump through hoops that, frankly, they shouldn't make you jump through. So I have plenty of complaints about how hard the grant-making process is or grant-seeking. But I'm telling you right now, this is not what you think it is. It is not people going in and saying, you're going to vote for Joe Biden. It's just not happening. It's fucking local groups that actually do outreach to disenfranchised communities to make sure people get access to good information to vote, to get their voter registration, to get to the polls. And part of the Racine thing, the little kerfuffle that they had, was that the sheriff said, well, we looked at these nursing homes, and apparently they were going in and making them vote. No. There were people that would do outreach to assisted living and nursing homes or whatever to make sure that everyone had an opportunity to vote. Okay? None of the cases have either been had enough to go forward, or the evidence was rejected out of hand, because there was never any evidence. You have to understand this. None of the data that group is relying on is evidence. There is nothing. Every single 10,000 ballots got dumped in a river. Every single story they've made up has been debunked. And it drives me fucking bananas that we don't shut that down faster, right? Collectively. So I just, there's so much idiocracy about how things work, yikes, Mikes. All right. Anyway, so that's a little background. Tina's a fucking player. Tina may act like a Gold Star mom, which she lost her son. And I feel like the trauma of losing her son in a parachute accident. He was doing a show or something and he died in an accident. But he had served, overseas. So she is a true Gold Star mom. And I feel like that grief really, like many people, puts you in a position where you'll believe ridiculous things. You know what I mean? Grief is a really good entry point for radicalization. And Stephen Hassan has talked about that. The cult expert, Gal Suburban has talked about that. Jim Stewartson has talked about that. It's really common to have grief and loss as an entry point for building anger against institutions or Democrats, right? So there's a reason this happens. And I think, Tina's probably a combination of a really wounded person and probably has some pretty shitty values in terms of worldview, frankly. She's probably pretty much a bigot, I'm pretty sure. So, Grace, I'm also in a red county in a blue state. Watching the county council meeting is great. Oh, that's actually that's such a great idea, Kathy. I do watch the LA city council meetings. They're a little weird sometimes, but sometimes you learn something. I want to go to my local East Hollywood neighborhood meeting. I haven't gone to that. I'm probably going to go to that. They have one a month, I think, if I looked at the calendar correctly. Okay, we're going back to Belinda. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk about maggots.
Permission to publish Exhibit 19?
Yes.
I want to beg women to dress a little more
Yes, nicely. We've got
comfortably
Exhibit
and
19
coolly. You know what I mean?
the screen, but you have it in front of you, so that's probably easier.
That's
for
so
you to refer to
scary,
the document
Grace.
there in front of you. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
Would you please give the jury some context about that, about what you remember in terms of your communication with Lana Jordan and trying to get other people involved in the trusted build?
Clerk Peters asked me to contact the IT department for support during the trusted bill due to wanting to protect the information and have oversight, which she did not have the knowledge of during that time. And I was told by IT that they could not be a part of it, that it was state equipment and that they didn't have anything to do with it. And she asked me to go back and ask them again to go from the IT person I originally spoke to, which was Dave, to go back to Lana and ask her if there was a way that they could support her.
Did you actually make those requests?
Yes.
And did IT continue to say they couldn't support? Because
Yes, that's correct.
And why, again, did they?
Because they said it was not county equipment, it was state equipment, and that they did not touch it.
Do you have any personal knowledge about whose equipment it actually was?
Other than the fact Mesa County owned it, but the state had done the.
Bye, Neil. See you later. Have a good one. Rock on, dude.
To be clear, you did not participate
Bonjour.
in 2021.
I did not.
Ça va?
Why was that?
I actually was not even here in the Grand Valley. I had, with our daughter and son-in-law, scheduled a trip to Capitol Reef in January of that year to be gone during Memorial Day weekend. And I did everything I could to support it leading up to leaving for vacation. And when I left that Friday, Sunday, I fell and it ended up triggering a heart attack. And I spent the next week in, after several ambulance rides in a town outside of Salt Lake in their cardiac care unit. And then I was off the week following the trusted build as well.
I'm sorry.
How convenient. No, I'm just kidding.
Yes.
That's terrible. It must have been the
Let's go back
stress.
to the case and some of the work that was happening before the trusted build while you still were in the office. And I've given you also exhibit number 20, which has previously been admitted. I would like to publish that to the jury also.
You may.
And Ms. Nicely, if you just take a minute to look at that and then let me know if it's familiar to you.
All right, thank you.
I'm at the end of all my vapes, so I'm smoking the rest of whatever they've got in them. So I may be switching vapes, but it's only because I've had them for a while and they have a little bit of weed in them. So sorry.
I'm familiar with it.
Trying to be efficient about my weed consumption.
For the jury, please, why you were trying to get a new hire access to computer systems.
Remember that Belinda was the one who did everything for Tina. She got the ID for the fake guy. She got the cameras turned off. She did all the things. So her name is all over the documents.
Through in the elections department in the tabulation area and the trusted build. And she had someone that she said knew about computers and the workings of it that was going to come in as a consultant or to support during that time to get them what they needed to have access to as far as a badge and access to that area.
Did you try and assist with that?
I did.
How did you try and facilitate that?
I contacted the HR department and asked for the badge and sent the person over to get it.
I know, but I just feel bad if there's anything left in them and I haven't smoked it all before I buy new weed. So I'm just trying to go through them all.
Process.
Yes.
Who was that person to your knowledge?
Gerald Wood.
And did you meet with him personally?
Briefly, he came into my office when he got the badge and gave it to me.
Do you recall what he looked like? Could you describe him?
A man of small stature, average size, I guess, build, and gray blonde hair.
Okay.
So she met the real Gerald Wood, whose identity they used to create the credentials for Conan Hayes.
Or Sandra Brown, so that he could get.
Conan pretended to be Gerald Wood when they did the trusted build so that he could go in on the Sunday before with the cameras turned off and copy the system before the trusted build on that Tuesday.
Security.
That's right.
Background check completed.
They went on the weekend.
Got his information.
When the cameras were turned off so they couldn't see what the identity was of the guy who claimed to be Gerald Wood.
Do you know how it was that Stephanie?
It's really quite stupid. It's pretty dumb crime, actually.
I believe it was from
pretty dumb.
Me to Sandy or Sandra Brown, and then her to Stephanie.
And I'm here for it, man. I'm fucking here for every fucking tear that bitch cries. Every fucking tear.
communication with someone else?
She is personally poisoning
Because of my
the
communication,
electorate.
my
And I'm
direction
done with
from
them.
Clerk
I'm done with these bitches that fucking poison the
To
electorate.
your knowledge, had
And my
the
personal
administrative
mission
assistant
is to expose
position
them.
that the defendant told you this person was being brought in for, had it been posted like you normally would post a position through the HR department?
I don't remember exactly how that process was or wasn't completed. I know that the position had been vacated and as such was available to be filled. But I know we did not interview for it. It just was given or
Yeah, let's kayak down the Tier
we did not
Creek.
interview for it though.
Boy, they're crying over Tim Walls. Oof. That's got them mad. Ooh, they're mad.
Mr. Wood came to the office.
Free school lunches. What?
I was told he was directed to do so by.
Are there no prisons? Are there no workhouses? I always think of that.
And just to be clear, Sharona Bishop is not an employee of Mesa.
Thank you, Lee. I hope it's helpful. I hope the fact that I watch these assholes every day. We are definitely going to need a bigger boat. I really hope that because I watch these assholes every day, that somehow that information's going to come in handy. Oh, 5G is so fucking smart. Oh my God, you guys.
So that's interesting that Sharona Bishop would have a hand in having Mr. Wood come to the office. Did you ask him for anything when he appeared?
I just had to have his ID information or his your right to work information. I don't remember if he took that over to.
Let me find that. Actually, let me find that, Lee. That's great.
To HR to get his badge. It would have been his driver's license and his social security information.
Okay, was that information being provided or being requested of Mr. Wood so he could get his background check or so he could get his badge?
You're right, it was because of his background check.
And in addition to getting that background check information, did Mr. Wood also go through the badging process?
To my knowledge, yes, he went to HR for that.
Do you recall having any communication with Mr. Wood about getting his badge?
Other than directing him to go get it? No, I don't.
Okay.
If you don't know the name Chuck Johnson, you need to know that name because Chuck Johnson is behind a lot of this bullshit.
April 23rd.
And we'll have a whole show about him, I think. But it's up to Gal whether or not she's ready to have a show about him.
All being invited into a meeting, into the defendant's office.
I love this accordion thing. I'm going to show you guys this while we're watching that. Oops. The accordion. I love the accordion.
Sharona Bishop was there. I believe an attorney from Aspen was there. And Dr. Frank was there.
While you were in the meeting, was there anyone else present from the clerk's office?
Yes.
Oh dear.
I believe
we're bookmarking that one. We're going to read this one.
The elections department was asked to join us, which would have been.
That's some crazy shit right there.
Sandra, Stephanie, and Brandy.
At this time, do you recall what was being discussed in the meeting?
That's some crazy shit right there.
That was to be held that evening.
And who pulls Chuck strings?
The data.
I don't know. I mean, Gal knows, but I don't know if it's
the 2020 election.
I know he's somewhat connected to Peter Thiel.
More specifically, what was the topic around election
Yes,
data?
they did have the HR person on the stand, Grace, briefly. And she basically confirmed that she never had personal interaction with Gerald Wood.
Who they believed.
So they kept the identity, physical identity, from people that weren't going to be able to match the two together. You see?
Eligible to vote.
That's why this bitch didn't go to the trusted build, because they didn't want her to see that Gerald Wood was actually Conan Hayes.
I remember
because she met the real Gerald Wood to give him his badge, which they then took back from Gerald Wood to give to Conan Hayes.
Of election information. And it was told to him either by Stephanie.
It's such a good trial.
Brandy that was.
It's such a good trial.
Produce or a document they could produce, but had a fee associated with it. And I believe Sharona offered to pay the fee.
At this time, you were the chief deputy of elections. Were you concerned to hear these ideas about phantom voting and voting not being secure or having integrity?
I was very concerned, not having had any other involvement with elections up until I had that position, or being in the political realm at all, other than voting. I had none of that knowledge, and it was very concerning to me that there was something going on or something happening, but not understanding what.
I am so happy to see fucking Chuck Johnson's name in fucking print.
That same evening,
Fuck.
did you attend the event?
I did.
Were you required to attend?
I was.
Why?
Teresa, you're the best wonderful person in the world. I haven't even had a chance to check fucking Twitter this morning. My messages. Thank
On the
you.
calendar, the election calendar, as well as her calendar, some weeks ahead of that, and that time would be blocked off. I asked what it was for, and she said it would be discussed later, but that I was to block it off and that there would be a mandatory.
Charles Johnson is besties with Matt
Do you
Gates,
recall
if that
who
helps.
from your election staff attended that meeting?
Other than myself, I believe it was Sandra Brown, Stephanie Winholtz, and Clerk Peters and Brandy Vance.
Let's talk a little bit about surveillance cameras. Were there surveillance cameras in Mesa County? And
Yes, he did, Carla. Excellent. Excellent memory.
there surveillance cameras in the tabulation?
Fucking smartest chat on the internet.
Yes.
Fuck everybody.
Do you know what the policy was on running those surveillance cameras?
Per the statutes that Clerk Peters showed me, had to do with the timelines post the last election and pre the next election.
Do you remember the rules around that or the statutory requirement?
It was a certain amount of days. I do not remember the days exactly, but it's in the statutes.
In addition to the statutory requirement for running cameras around election time, was there a policy about how they were run in Mesa County that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Did the defendant tell you anything about having the cameras run or not run?
Yes, she did.
Yes, Carla. 10 points.
She told me that I was
You
to
carry that into
contact
Friday,
the IT
babe.
department. I cannot remember the gentleman's name. It wasn't Dave, but it was another gentleman.
Has to be
in the IT
Josh because it's an IT department. So it's either Josh or Craig
Contact him and give him the timeline.
or
to turn it
Topher
off after
if
the
they're
Grand Junction
cooler.
election
Gen Z.
timeline, the City of Grand Junction timeline. And so many
Craig
days
is the Gen
prior
X and he's
to
very
election
grumpy.
that fall for it to be turned back on. He told me that it wasn't necessary for them to be turned off, that there was plenty of, I don't know if it was called cloud storage or their way that they were stored, but they were not, it was not necessary to turn them off. I went back to Clerk Peters and gave her that information. She told me to go back to him and to tell him that was okay, but she still wanted them turned off during that time period. And he, I believe I gave him a date that was in August.
Oh, that's
For them to
nicely.
be turned back on according to the next election. And he said, I believe July 30th.
I'm sorry. Ms. Drake?
It's not being offered for the truth of the matter, Your Honor. It's just the context of what she did next around the cameras. What?
So I can see that. So the statements being made to this witness that she's testifying to now aren't to be considered by you for the truth of the matter asserted. That is, whatever she's repeating someone else told her, other than the defendant, is not offered for the truth, but why she did what she did and what it informed her of in terms of her.
Fuck yeah, butterflies.
So, whether it's true or not, that they could be turned
Tina
on and off
Cheaters.
this time or not, that time frame is
Tina Cheater Peters.
being offered for the truth, but rather for why she did what she did. Go ahead.
Cheating Tina Peters. Well, she's got a good
he
name
said
for all
to
that.
me that he wasn't going to wait till that August date because he was concerned that if something happened in turning them back on, that he wanted to be ahead of it. And I believe he told me it was July 30th was when he was going to turn them back on. And I went back to Miss Peters and let her know that.
What was her response?
That was okay.
Okay. Do you know whether the cameras were actually turned off?
I was told they were.
And did the defendant tell you why she wanted the cameras turned off?
That they weren't needed, that by statute, she didn't have to have them on other than the required time frame.
So after years and decades, they turned the cameras off.
It is, because we're right at the time we would take a break anyway.
All right, so we're going to wish through this.
2 p.m. We'll take our mid-afternoon break now for 15 minutes.
There's no chat. There's no.
I don't need to listen to the Rumble assholes about it.
From your perspective,
Also questioned the fact that that was why the cameras were turned off,
Wait,
and questioned.
here we go. We'll start over. I need to stop by the bank on the way home. Director into. Oh, yes, there is. Okay, Sharona Bishop, who is mentioned in this case, is an operative of Mike Lindell's. And she was Lauren Boebert's 2019 campaign manager. So Sharona Bishop, America's Mom. She's also got plenty of shows on the Lindell Network. She's a Mike Flynn. She's all that. So anyway, I think she was sent in to handle Tina, frankly.
I am.
She got Tina on the plane that took her to the Shamposium. She was with her on stage. Sharona is a big player.
recall that there were some restrictions on the trusted build and only a limited number of Mesa County.
And her house was searched by the FBI. And I don't know, I cannot find online what is the disposition of her case yet. So I haven't located it. So I don't know if it was dropped or what the fuck's going on. Because she's got blood all over her hands.
To participate in the trusted build, but that was refused.
Correct.
Did she then take some steps to bring the person?
I don't know what steps she took, but she did tell me she was bringing in someone that knew about computers and software, and she was bringing him in as a consultant or to fill the administrative assistant position.
Oh, this is all Lindell. This is all Lindell.
Brown in the tabulation room.
This is all Lindell.
To your knowledge, was
And even Ron Watkins, Code Monkey Z, the child pornographer type of person that supports 4chan and 8chan and all that shit.
But he did not,
Him
to my
too.
knowledge, go through
Crazy.
any interview process.
You can't make this shit
with a
up.
Formal employee.
I don't know who's going to play him in the movie.
What Ms. Clerk Peters told me was
I
just
want
like
Christy
he brought in other
McNichol to
consultants
play
for
me
other
in the
things
movie, frankly.
that she could
I think
bring
Christy
him in as a
McNichol would nail it.
I do not believe he was.
I'm just saying, you know what I mean? We're similar
But
age.
he did have an email address as an employee.
you mentioned his
I'm totally
badge.
kidding.
Do you recall at some
I'm not going to be in the
point
movie. I'm
speaking
just
to
kidding.
Mr. Wood regarding his badge?
I do remember that Friday before I left for vacation, he came back into the office and handed me his badge and told me Miss Peters had said to give it to me.
Do you
This
know
is
why the defendant told Mr. Wood
Gerald
to give
Wood
his badge?
gave his badge back before
I
the
was
trusted
told
build.
after the fact that she was going to use it to bring someone else into the elections department instead of Gerald Wood.
What? She knew?
And at some point,
What?
did you have a conversation with the defendant about whether that was appropriate or not?
I did question when I was told, and also questioned the fact that that was why the cameras were turned off, and questioned the fact of outside cameras wouldn't have been turned off, that still would identify someone that was not using that badge, and was told nobody's going to look at the badge that close.
Who told you that?
Clerk Peters.
Holy fuck. Thanks, Rumble, for saving this. Thanks, Peter Thiel and JD Vance, who co-founded Rumble. Oh my God, JD Vance? Yeah, that JD Vance.
You exchanged
It's a small world after all.
To you at the defendant's request.
I did not.
Tina girl, you are in trouble. You're going away. Say goodbye to those grandbabies. Say goodbye to those great grandbabies. You're fucked. You were right.
She did not give me any information about the individual other than there was somebody that knew computers and knew software.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of that.
Tina also went to the symposium on the day they were raided by the state.
Closer, Miss Nicely. That may be an easier way of.
Okay, so they raided that on the day that Tina flew to the symposium. Tina left this woman in the office to handle the raid. Tina threw her friend all the way under the bus as she was on stage presenting their data to the world. I'm just going to say it again. Donald Trump didn't pardon a single J6er and had 14 days to do it.
How
2
were you
weeks.
out of work because of your medical situation?
A little more than a week after that. I can't
Just
remember
saying.
exact because of the.
He's not
timeline,
pardoning
but I
anybody.
believe I came back after Memorial Day weekend.
Matt Gaetz didn't get a
that
pardon.
week after that.
That seems pretty fast after a heart attack.
It was.
He asked for one.
Why did you come back so quickly?
He asked Roger Stone to ask Donald Trump to give him a pardon.
And the office. I was responsible for those individuals. We were in the midst of doing budgeting as well.
Was anything unusual going on in the office from your perspective from late May until early August of 2021?
Oh, I know. It's fucking crazy. That's why we're so crazy. That's why people attack Jim. That's why they attack
Late May
Gal.
or maybe early June when you returned.
Good morning, Oren.
First part of August.
I know there was a lot of activity in Clerk Peters' office with regards to the elections department and the trusted build. Clerk Peters said many times, she was adamant that she had to use somebody else to help her do what she needed done because I was out for the heart attack. I know that she also had a lot of meetings with Sharona Bishop during that time in regards to that. Then she went to the symposium in South Dakota. The office, quote unquote, I guess you would say, was raided during that time. I'm not sure exactly the timeline, but it was before that symposium or during that same time as the symposium, her office and the election department.
Okay. I will get
My
into
camera's
those
frozen. Hold on.
areas in just a minute. I want to first.
Well, this is some of the dumbest is what you're witnessing here.
And I asked you if he had ever come to the office after you saw him, and he gave you his badge at the defendant's direction. What did you do with the badge after?
Gave it to Clerk Peters.
Why?
She asked for it.
I'm not sure why my camera's not working, so I'm just going to leave it off. I don't want anything to buffer.
I do not, other than she planned to use it to gain access for the individual she was bringing in that weekend.
Now, you talked about a symposium.
Bobert also says that she wasn't the campaign manager. She was just a volunteer. That's Sharona Bishop.
There was a symposium being done in South Dakota over elections, and that she had been asked by Sharona Bishop to go to the symposium and share her hotel room because I guess she already had reservations. And Clerk Peters booked a flight during that time, and I would be responsible for the office.
Do you know why the defendant was going to the symposium in South Dakota?
To get more information in regards to what may or may not have happened during the 2020 election was my understanding.
In August of 2021, do you recall there was an investigation that was initiated at your office?
Yes.
Who was involved in the investigation to your knowledge?
The Secretary of State.
Hi, Paul J.
Secretary of State's office was there. I believe people from Dominion were also there. The county commissioners, I saw a couple of them there. The DA, Dan Rubenstein.
How
And
did you learn,
Officer, I believe it was Officer Cannon was there as well.
how did you learn that an investigation was being open?
When they took, they seized the office, they seized the election department. I didn't know that they were even in the election department until, I believe it was Detective Cannon came to, or Investigator Cannon, I'm sorry for the title confusion, came into my office and said he needed access to Clerk Peters' office, that he had a subpoena to search the office, and I unlocked it and let him in.
Did you stay at the office during the search?
I did.
And did you have any communication with Investigator Cannon?
Yes, I did.
Just generally, what was the nature of the communication?
He asked where she was at. I told him I thought she had left on a plane the night before to go to South Dakota. I was not aware at that time that she was still in Grand Junction out at the airport, waiting for another flight from a corporation that was hosting the symposium.
It was from Mike Lindell's plane. Mike Lindell flew her from Colorado to South Dakota.
In front of me.
Then he hid her for about 2 months in different parts of the country.
Was flying to a symposium in South
I'm not
Dakota
kidding.
Was the day that the office was being searched.
Correct.
And when you learned that, you knew that the defendant was still in Grand Junction.
Correct.
But she was waiting for a corporate flight.
Correct. They were to take her. What I was told by Clerk Peters was that she would have been picked up by that corporation the night before. They were going to stop in Grand Junction and get her.
It was Mike Lindell's My Pillow plane. Oh, Paul!
So they were coming back the next day, and she was flying
sending
with them,
deep breaths.
being Sharona Bishop and
You
some
got
of the other
this, babe.
supporters on that
Fuck
flight
it up.
to South
Let's do
Dakota.
it. Let's do it. Let's do some healing, man. Let's get that
Just
healing
prior to
on.
that is
Yeah,
when she
baby.
told me what had happened at the symposium and why she needed to be there.
What did she?
Self-care is sexy.
Fucked. Those were her words. And I said,
I love
"What do
it.
you
I hope
mean?"
it's working out.
And she said, it's on the internet. It was not supposed to be. And it's out there. And I had no idea what she was talking about, but those were her words.
Do you now know what she was referring to?
Yes.
And what is that?
That during the time they were doing the trusted build, whomever it was, she had videotaped what was taking place during the trusted build, and passwords that were supposed to be only had by the Secretary of State had been filmed and photographed by either her and or him or both of them, and that the disk or drive that she had sent to him, being Conan, I now know, had been published by someone, and it was up at the symposium.
It was
and that
also
she
on
was gonna
Ron
have to
Watkins'
answer for it.
Telegram channel. Yeah. Code Monkey Z.
Let me unpack that a little bit. The defendant made some admissions to you about who videoed or took photos during the trusted build, specifically of Secretary of State passwords.
Correct.
What exactly did she say to you, if you can remember?
I didn't know that that had happened. She told me that the passwords were out there. I didn't know until afterwards that that's when it took place or how it had been obtained. And it was done during the trusted build, and they had proof that what was taking place.
And was it your testimony that both the defendant and the person who was let
Yeah, motherfucker. That's right.
those videos?
That's fucking big.
After the fact, yes.
You have to know how big that is, Paul. That's
Clerk
big.
Peters.
And you know what? There's no pressure. You're doing you.
Then
You do
those
you every
same
day.
videos and passwords
And we'll still
ended
be
up
here.
published and made available at the symposium that the defendant was traveling to.
Correct.
And during this time frame, the investigation was happening at your office. Is that right?
Correct.
Did Investigator Cannon talk with you about taking a statement from the defendant or getting in contact with her as part of the investigation?
Yes.
Tell me what happened around that, please.
He took photos of everything that was on her desk, photos of things in the office.
Yeah, I
and then
remember that. I
said he
remember
needed
you
to
talked
reach her.
about that.
I
And
believe I contacted her
that's the
by
thing,
phone,
man. There are
is how
ups and
he spoke with
downs.
her on my phone.
It is a wicked, wicked addiction. And
phoned the defendant
every day that
Yes.
you are
I
able
thought
to
she was in
not
the air.
is a great day.
And I don't remember.
And
if
when
he
you
contacted her
fall
on
or
his
do
phone or if I
whatever, fall off the
contacted her on
wagon,
mine.
whatever they
One of
call
us
it,
contacted her.
that's
and he
that's
spoke with
already in the past. You need to, you know, like you stand up, you keep moving, and hopefully, you know what I mean. Like I just know what that feels like, and it's
She said, quote, "I'm fucked."
it's hard to
That's
put
all.
expectations on yourself.
Was that during the same
I just think you should be. I'll
No,
encourage
that
you to
was
be
prior
gentle
her
with
going
yourself.
to South Dakota or prior to that actual raid of the office.
I have new sound things too. Hold on, but I'll play them when we're done.
Hours before the investigation did the defendant make that statement?
I believe it was the day before.
What was the defendant's reaction or statements to you when you phoned her in the presence of Investigator Cannon?
I don't remember her exact reaction. I'm sorry.
Do you recall whether she communicated at all?
Wise words, Oren.
She did speak with us, yes.
And to your knowledge, she was still in Grand Junction at the time.
And Lee.
I found out after the
That's all
fact.
you said
yes.
it too.
At that time, I did not know that. I, again, thought she was in the air whenever the raid was taking place. And I believe I contacted her and let her know that they were there. I believe it was me that called her. They had a subpoena and they were there.
Ms. Nicely, you mentioned, I believe, the name of the person who was in the trusted build, who was a third party.
Conan.
How did you learn that name?
It wasn't until months afterwards. I didn't know who it was. It was a mystery person to me.
But you were the chief deputy,
Correct.
and you weren't advised who was brought into a trusted build by the clerk?
Correct.
What did the defendant finally tell you about the mystery man who you ultimately learned was Conan?
One evening, my husband and I were coming back from Montrose, spending time with Clerk Peters. We spent a lot of time camping and enjoying the outdoors. We were coming back and it was dark. She was in the back seat. She was going to do some type of video live chat or whatever you call it with the iPhone. I can't think of the name. FaceTime chat. And I was driving and my husband was next to me and she said, she leaned over the
I
seat.
think
she
we
said,
all have a couple bruises
tell you
from
what
falling
really
off that wagon,
And I
I'll
said,
say.
Don't. I didn't know then. I don't want to know now. And I didn't know anything about all the particulars until after it pretty much all came out in the media and everybody else was made aware of it.
What did she tell you happened?
She didn't. I didn't let her tell me.
Did you ever ask her any details or did she volunteer them about who Conan was?
Other than the fact she told me initially that he was somebody that knew computers and knew software and was going to help them look at the drive or whatever it's called that she sent to them to evaluate what had taken place prior to the trusted build, what information was there, and after the trusted build, what information was taken away.
Did the defendant admit that she was the one who sent the information to Conan?
She didn't tell me who she sent it to. She just told me that because I wasn't there, she had to use Kelly Bryant to send the package.
Did she describe what was in the package?
The records from the the records of the software prior to and after the trusted build. What she said to me was that the copying of the information after the trusted build was not completed prior to the person that had been there leaving. So that Sandra Brown had to finish it and then give it to her, and then she had to mail it.
So the mystery man left before the download was complete.
That's my understanding.
Did the defendant ever confirm for you that it was Conan who was in the room?
Much later, yes.
Did she ever admit to you that he was the person she sent the device to through Kelly Bryant?
Yes.
And did she ever confirm that it was Conan who received the information?
Yes. I don't know how long he had possession of it, because my understanding was based on the security of the information and the technicality of the information, or technical of the information, it was put in the hands of people that had the ability to decipher and understand what actually took place, and that they were, I don't want to say rocket scientists, but that they had that kind of capability of understanding and discerning what that information was and wasn't. And then there were subsequent reports that came out afterwards.
How long did the investigation happen in early August at your office?
It was at least the full day.
And did anybody?
I left earlier that evening, maybe about 6 o'clock, I think.
Did anybody
Doggy.
try to communicate with you about how to respond to the investigation?
Yes.
Tell us about that, please.
I was called by Clerk Peters again, reminding me that in her absence, that I was the clerk per statute, that I was responsible for being there and seeing everything move forward, and that I was responsible for protecting everything. And Sharona Bishop got on the phone and directed me to go down to the elections department and take the hard drive, or the tower, whatever you call it, from the elections department, that the state was going to try to take it and then they would be in possession of it. I told her I could not do that. Number one, she was not my boss. I could not take direct orders from her.
I'm sorry. Ms. Drake?
Co-conspirator statement.
Sustained. I'm sorry, overruled. The objection is overruled. The objection is overruled.
So she said to go down and see what was going on. I went and got Sandra Brown. I said, I have never touched it, not going to touch it, but you were the last one to put the seal on it. I need to know, is it still plugged into the wall where it was at? Is the seal still there? And Sandra walked with me, and we went down and we looked, and she said, yes, it is. And we went back out of the tabulation room at that time. We never touched anything. And shortly thereafter, they put paper up on the walls. I was told to film by Clerk Peters and by Sharona Bishop, to film with my camera, take pictures. And shortly after that, then paper was put up on the walls so that I could not see through the doors.
And just to be clear, in this period of time where the investigation was happening in August of 2021, Sharona Bishop was never an employee of the clerk's office.
Correct.
Yet it's your testimony that she was giving you some direction on taking the computer servers?
Correct.
Do you know why?
She said they were afraid that the Secretary of State would take the actual computer or hard drive tower, whatever you want to call it, and that they would lose the ability to have that information.
Co-conspirator statement.
This is Ms. Bishop.
Yes.
Overruled.
Ms. Nicely, were you eventually told to not be in the office?
Yes.
Do you know why?
HR came into the office, I believe on Monday afternoon following a county commissioners meeting, and told me that there had been a complaint.
Hold on, I'm sorry. If you could, yes, go ahead. Was Ms. Drake? I'm going to sustain this objection.
Okay. I'll ask another question, Ms. Nicely. I'm not asking you what HR told you, just I was interested in whether or not you were allowed to maintain your position of being in the office and leading the office while the investigation was going on.
I was not allowed to be in the office. It had nothing to do with the investigation. I was told by the, I can't remember the county person's name, and
Again,
Brenda
that's
Moore.
okay.
They
I'll
told me I had to leave.
Ms. Nisley, you've answered the question. Thank
Okay.
you.
Was there anything else that you were involved in August of 2021 involving the investigation?
No.
Okay. Let me shift gears a little bit and ask you about additional communication you had with the defendant. Did you have a work phone and or a personal cell phone?
I did.
Did you have one of each?
Yes.
And was there a point in time where the defendant directed you to get another phone?
Yes.
Why did she want you to have another phone?
She directed me to go to Walmart and to use cash and to buy myself and Sandy a disposable phone and to use it to call her, to contact her and her attorneys.
Did the defendant tell you why?
I feel like I broke my toe. I can't do 12-step meetings either.
She did not want anything
Paul
to
J.
be on my
15,
personal phone or the
no,
county
19,
phone that could be used
19 years sober.
against me, or them, or
2005.
whomever.
I did 2 meetings and I love them, but they just didn't help me. So anyway, I think everyone is
I
different.
was never directed to encrypt anything other
But
than to
I get it. And
get
it's
a separate email
it just
to
isn't for
communicate
everybody.
with them that was not county.
And if
or
it
my
is, it
personal.
is. People go years and years later
Did
too.
the defendant direct you to use a certain app when you communicated with her?
She doesn't know what an app is.
There was an app that I used to communicate with her. I do not remember what it was.
You don't remember the name of it? Are you fucking kidding, Granny? You're younger than me.
After this case was charged, did the defendant ever make statements
Christ.
to you about it?
After it was charged, as far as the indictments,
Yes.
I
so
was
warm.
directed that as part of that, I could not
So
have
warm.
any communication.
Isn't it hilarious?
With Clerk Peters or anybody at the clerk's office.
They
And I
didn't
have
know they
not.
wher criming,
I've
but they
not
were
spoken to
criming.
her or anyone else.
I got to the point it was not for me. I did all of the things, but then there's stuff like in anything. Yeah, exactly. And I don't begrudge anything. I think if whatever works, fucking do
She told me
it.
she was going to go to
Do
jail.
it big, go balls deep.
How often did she say that?
I don't care what
Just
it
about
is,
every
really.
conversation.
Except for sugar. I ate a lot of sugar after I stopped drinking, and I gained a ton of weight. Like a lot of weight.
You know.
Because your body
Because of
craves
what
the
was
carbohydrate,
being
the simple
brought
carbohydrate.
Against her.
Oh, there's an
with the
atheist
FBI,
AA online.
with the
Fabulous. I might
attorney,
check that out.
With the
That
Secretary
sounds
of
good.
State. There were charges from the Secretary of State against both of us. There were lots of charges. And she said to me many times, I'm going to go to jail over this. And I said, I'm praying for you. I don't believe that.
Oh, she
I
is,
know
though.
what you were responsible to do.
She's
You
going.
showed
She's
me
going to jail.
the statute, what you were responsible for doing.
She's
I've
going.
never
I know,
believed
Paul. I ate sugar like
at
for
that point
2
in
years
time
after. Like
that she
that's
had done
all I
anything
ate.
she wasn't required
So,
to do.
girlfriend.
Have you subsequently changed your mind about that?
Yes.
Why?
And other things. Then my dad
believe
died
actions
too, so that was like,
taken
meh.
After the fact.
Life ring is better. Mm.
And the lying is what has caused her to be in trouble.
Ms. Nicely, you were actually charged in 2 separate cases.
No, darling, her actions are what caused her to be on trial. Okay, honey?
And
That's the way it
one was
is.
a burglary case where you were charged with burglary, computer crime, and trespass. Is that
Correct.
Also, you really need a doctor to check your B12 when you stop consuming alcohol because alcohol straps it out. Yeah, I had a great doctor who really worked with me to say, listen, you've got a few more years, but your liver is
With the
pre-cirrhotic.
I believe it was all
So it's
combined.
going in a
My
bad
memory is
direction.
not real
You're not going to
certain on
make it.
how that happened.
And it took me 2 years of working with her
Between both cases, I believe were
to finally, for
combined
some
by
reason,
the district
give it up.
attorney and my attorney to be the 3 misdemeanors.
Yeah, all of us have TED Talks, and it's beautiful. Oh, your blood work's good. Good for you. Yeah, girl. Yeah, get it. Get it, girl.
And as a part of that plea agreement, did you agree to testify in this case?
I did.
Yeah,
And I said
doctors
then,
are
and I
good.
say
If you have
it
a good
today,
doctor,
it
that's
wouldn't
like
have
a
mattered if I was
lifesaver,
testifying for Clerk
which is hard
Peters
to find.
or against her. I can only tell the truth, and that's what I'm doing today.
No further questions.
All right. Mr.
Cross-examination. This is going to be nasty. Nasty cross. I used to get a B12 shot at this naturopath. I fucking love those shots. They shot you in the ass every week with a B12 or some B complex. Oh my God. It must have been like either real or psychosomatic because I always felt like $1,000,000 fucking bucks after that shot. Yeah, I'm not a doctor, but I've been fucked over by a few of them. Yeah, I know. Ugh, everything is awful. Can we just admit that? Everything is awful. What about meds like Subzone? Maybe it's something you could discuss with your doctor. Yeah, I'd heard of some of that stuff. You're going to a neurologist? Awesome. Man, we are all taking care of ourselves, aren't we? I love us. Do you love us? I love us. I'm going to move her forward a little bit. Get on with it, mister. Why is that sound off?
Prior government experience.
Correct.
Much like Clerk.
Okay, he's going over experience.
Correct.
Right. But within the
I'm thinking, I know she's still, I don't know if she's still in it today, but she might be. I have her trial pulled up live. So once it starts, we'll be able to see when it starts. And I think it's at the half hour. I think it's at the half hour.
That is correct.
So I think we have about 17 minutes
You also told us
to get through as much of this as we can.
there were security protocols in place, for instance,
I think we have
with
we have
regard
left.
to badge entry,
Correct.
right? And also, you were told that the as part of the security protocols in the clerk and recorder's office, that the equipment had to be air gapped.
That's correct. That's what I was told.
God, we're gonna go over the machines.
When you say that's
The machines, the machines can connect to the internet. That's what he's doing right now. It's stupid
I
as
learned
fuck.
that as part of the looking at doing a
Stupid as fuck.
remodeling in the
Nerve damage testing.
tabulation
Oh man,
room
Oren. Good
and
luck.
working with IT
I hope it goes
as to
well.
what they had installed in there and the reason that the air gap was there.
Be
That's how I learned
safely when you're running your errands.
I'm not sure we've had anybody actually define the term. To the best of your knowledge, what does it mean to you, air gap?
Oh my God. Okay, I'm
Simple
not staying
terms
with
was
this.
That there was to not be any internet access.
Okay,
such
I'm gonna
as
let him go with
if
it,
you were
though.
standing with a cell phone, being able to get access to that room or any of the equipment from a server or another computer or another cell phone, that type of thing. It was to protect the security of the equipment.
So I'm not sure I understand what you're talking about when you say if you're standing in the room with a cell phone. What do you mean by that? How does that apply to air gap?
My understanding was to prevent anybody from using internet access into that room.
I see.
And it was a pole that was part of that in the middle of that room. And we were looking at how we could change the flow of the process in that room And the IT department told me it was put there as part of the air gap.
So you couldn't move a pole that was in the middle of the room?
Correct.
Okay. And I think you also
He
told
did for a
us
while,
with
actually,
respect to
Carla.
the trusted bill
Mike
that
Flynn
was
hid
scheduled
Tina in different parts of the country for over 2 months, I believe,
in the spring.
before she was arrested.
To your understanding, it was
I'm not
a
kidding.
software upgrade, right?
My basic understanding was it was a software
Oh,
upgrade.
shit, Oren.
You weren't really
That's terrible.
required in order to perform your duties adequately for the clerk and recorder's office to study all aspects of the trusted build, were you?
No, sir.
And in fact, you had gone on a previously planned vacation
Correct.
during the time of the trusted build.
I'm sure.
Correct.
I'm sure it was somewhere with Patrick
And
Burns'
that was
money
actually part of the problem
or his
with
miles.
regard to Brandy,
He probably used points.
Vance, who wanted to take a vacation at that time. Because
Correct.
Right.
She had asked for a 2-week vacation to travel the coast of California to visit family at the exact same time. And Clerk Peters asked her to not take 2 weeks so she could be there as part of it. She asked her to be there. To
Oh my
support it.
God, she asked people to cancel their family
Right.
vacations?
because you'd already
fuck? Tina's
received
such a
authorization
bitch.
to take a vacation yourself.
Correct. Plus, I was not intricately involved in the elections department in comparison to the director, Brandy Bance.
Right.
And it created a lot of issue over her wanting to take the 2 weeks and be gone that long, as well as me being out of the office.
Sure. And I want to discuss this issue that you raised regarding Clerk Peters and the sort of the mood in the office, if you will, or the thoughts that were surrounding this area, this time frame, just prior to the trusted build, if I can.
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
I need to hear the question first. I want to ask questions about that, and I haven't heard what the question is. So go ahead, and you can renew your objection or not.
Thank you, Judge. I think you've stated in the past, and you may have stated it in your direct answers to Ms. Drake's questions in front of this jury, that you were well aware that Clerk Peters was very concerned about questions being asked by her constituents.
Yes.
Right. So you were well aware that she was the type of person that was going to get things done and was going to answer her constituents' questions if they were brought to her attention. Correct?
That's very true.
Right. She was, would you call her a faithful public servant?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's
Improper character evidence.
Sustained.
She certainly was very interested in responding to the concerns of the people in this county who elected her to that position.
Yes.
You would agree with that.
Fuck off.
And
what, up until she broke the law, sir? Because what was that part of? What the fuck was that part of? Yes, she was at Mar-a-Lago. I don't think she was there the whole time, but she definitely made a visit.
Of the software upgrade.
Trump kind of distanced himself from Lindell during that time. Trump didn't really he wasn't up Lindell's ass.
I was not of knowledge that it was going to erase the data. I know that was the concern, that when they
oh my God, that's how you overwrite software. Okay, that's how it happens, bitch. You don't know how software updates work. That's why.
I didn't know that it would or would not do that. I didn't know what the trusted build would do. I know that was the concern.
Okay. It was a concern by Clerk Peters.
Correct.
And that.
Who also didn't understand how it works.
Learned that from whom?
I don't know.
Doug Frank.
Okay. Did you have any concept as to whether or not that was a valid concern?
And Sharona Bishop, who were both deployed to get her.
Election data?
I didn't have a concept that it was a concern or not a concern. I know it was her concern.
Okay. And you've told us that you reviewed statutes and rules and policies, et cetera, that pertain to the office.
Yeah, she was second in command.
Correct.
And she flipped.
in that review,
on Tina.
did you come
So she's doing
across
compelled
any
testimony.
statutes, in other words, state enacted law that required the clerk to preserve election data for 25 months following an election?
That is correct.
You're aware of that?
Yes.
And so, are you aware of
Their defense is claiming that rules
what
were
that
broken
requirement?
by Dominion.
Strike that. Were you aware of
With help
what
from
a
Serbia.
violation of that requirement would entail?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Calls for a legal conclusion, all the
Let me
things.
say it another way. So having the knowledge that there was a state law requiring Clerk Peters to preserve the election data for 25 months following an election, you recognize that she would have been very concerned about any process that would have deleted data.
Objection.
Absolutely.
Speculation. What
And
the
you felt
fuck?
that that was a legitimate concern.
Absolutely.
Okay, right.
You also don't
certainly
know
didn't
how
want
the
your
systems work.
clerk,
What
as the
the
chief
fuck are we
deputy, to
doing
be getting
here?
herself in some legal jeopardy over violating a state law.
Correct.
Right. And when there were concerns that were brought to her, were you aware of those concerns and from whom they came?
Only that Clerk Peters told me. And I heard from Sharona Bishop.
Okay. So Clerk Peters and Sharona Bishop both told you that there were concerns, did you understand what
God,
the
there's
character of
like
those
a clown
concerns
car
were?
full of them.
Just that there was a concern and the need to preserve the election records. We could not even pick up a piece of trash that someone dropped in a voting center and put it in the trash can. We always had a red bag. Everything got put in there, even the piece of trash somebody dropped on the floor. And that went in to be preserved in those election records. And there was great care taken by Clerk Peters and the election department to make sure those records were preserved.
Yeah, you know what
after
else
the
she did? She shared them with Conan, who then shared them with Ron Watkins, who then put them on his Telegram channel, and then she flew up to South Dakota as they were displayed on the screen, and she knew it was going to happen.
Specificity.
So I
about
think she
the
doth
nature
protest
of
too
those
much.
concerns. You've labeled them just concerns, but
I have some new
you
sound
actually were
effects. Do
aware
you want to hear one?
of more specific.
In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti.
And
Knowledge to answer this question. She's
oh wait.
already testified. They weren't her.
Well, here, I'm going to stop this because I want you to hear if you were here yesterday, you know that we created this sound effect yesterday. I hope it works because I haven't heard how it goes.
Shut up, Lolo. Shut up, Lolo. Lolo, shut up.
Thank you, for your spectacular sound effect. And I love this one.
In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti.
I can't wait to use those. Shut up, Lolo. I'm sorry. I think that's funny.
Sure. Isn't it true that you
I hate these questions. Isn't it true? Can you smell it?
in your words, concerns about
Pre-spirit.
shadow voters, I think was the term.
I was made aware of that, yes.
Oh my God.
You told
From
that
whom?
to all
Doug
these
Frank.
prosecutors.
He lied.
So what did you mean by that?
Has nothing
I
but
was
graphs.
told that based on the records that it showed people who were deceased had voted. I attended an election training in Denver through the Secretary of State. I believe it was earlier that year with Clerk Peters. And they went through a lot of statutes and to be aware and to what could take place. That's where most of my knowledge came from was from the Secretary of State.
1 year
and what
ago.
we did an online training. And I was made
This is what he
aware
claimed to
the importance
Tina.
of protecting the integrity of the election and the voter registration. In fact, I had been
Where's his channel?
a part of having a conversation with, I'm just not sure if it's Officer Cannon or Detective Cannon, when Sandra Brown had found a person that had voted that wasn't supposed to be voting, and Clerk Peters and I went and met with them about that concern, and it led to the arrest of somebody, long trail of convictions or a long trail of crimes, and the district attorney was able to follow through with that. So I had that knowledge and was aware of the sensitivity.
What happened to
and the
all his
security
videos?
around it and her responsibility.
What the fuck?
And anytime I had a question and I went to
What
her,
happened?
she opened the Colorado Revised Statutes and we looked it up and we went over the statutes. So yes, I am aware of that. I was not privy to the other than the county commissioners coming and sitting in her office and talking to her, 2 of them prior to being put into office about their concerns.
Objection, Your Honor. That last part's non-responsive.
And it's completely irrelevant and wrong.
To stand. Go ahead, Mr.
I'll ask another question. Thank you.
The objection's overruled.
You mentioned that you and Clerk Peters attended some training by the Colorado Secretary of State in Denver. Were there any other participants from Mesa County?
Yes.
Who else attended that training with you and Clerk Peters?
Kelly Bryant to represent the
Her defense is that she was only making a copy of it before and after the trusted build so that in case anything was wrong, because Doug Frank had told her that the machines can connect to the internet
department also went
and that they delete all the data. So he scared her, and so she did this. Then she sent it to someone who then published it.
Her first name escapes me.
And then
right
she
now,
went to
but we
publish
had
it
about
on a
5 of us,
stage.
6 of us, including Heather Benjamin at that time, I believe, also went.
Who's that?
She was the chief deputy at that time.
Okay. And this, I take it this was the Secretary of State's office that put on this training?
Yes.
What was it called?
I don't recall.
And at that training, you were made aware that there were reasons or examples of instances similar to the one that you described for us.
Correct.
Of shadow voters or voters that were or illegal ballots being
Correct.
submitted.
Correct.
Right. And isn't it true that Clerk Peters was very concerned about that and what we all call election integrity?
Correct.
Well, that's code word for election deniers.
Yes.
That's what that is. They don't believe in integrity. They don't have any integrity. How can they believe in something they don't even have? My God. Are they crazy? Might speed this guy up a little bit. Because it's going to start soon. I sped him up.
Some clarification about an answer that you gave to Ms. Drake earlier, and you had said when we were talking about you were talking to her about concerns that Clerk Peters had relative to the election equipment, and you said, and if I get this wrong, please let me know. But I have that there was a concern of Clerk Peters that she needed to quote protect the information that was left on the equipment. Do you recall that testimony? Your answer?
I do recall it. I know that she said she was going to run the backups because it was her responsibility per statute to preserve that information prior to the Secretary of State, which the Secretary of State did say back up your information, and then to run the same after the trusted build to discern if there was any missing information or lost information or overwritten information.
You don't give it out.
Right. So if
you don't lie about who's coming in the room. You don't try and cover up what you did. You don't turn off the cameras 5 days before the trusted build and before you and this mystery man go in and make the copy without any other staff there. So, Tina, it's not just making the copy, sweetie. It's not just making the copy, and that's what she's claiming.
Questions about this.
And reminder, I have it at 1.5 speed so that we can try and get through most of the testimony before today starts.
In terms of intent, if you know what her intent was, then you can answer that, ma'am. If you don't, then you don't.
Would you repeat the question, please?
So if you could sort of, in your own words, describe for us what you understood the intent of this process that we've all heard about, which brings us here, is the copying of the election server. What was her...
That's not what brings us here. It's not.
From the moment that she asked me to have IT support her, it was to preserve the information on the server, whatever you want to call it, prior to and after the trusted build. That was her concern that she said to me. And whenever IT said they couldn't help, she sent me to go above the person I talked to at IT and asked for the head of the Mesa County IT department to be there. And again, was told no. And I believe at that time is when she looked for someone else that could support her in preserving the information for the 25 required months.
Right.
Did I answer your question?
You did.
Thank
you. And so her first move was to go to her county IT department for their support.
Correct.
And then having been told no.
Which is great, but I think there's more to the story.
That first no and sought out an additional request up the chain.
Correct.
And was told no.
Correct.
And do you know why they told her no?
Again, as I stated earlier, they said it was state equipment and they did nothing with the election equipment. They didn't touch it.
But you knew, because you were aware of the contracts, that it wasn't in fact state equipment. It was county owned, was it not?
Correct. They had a agreement, I understand, from the contract that only they could maintenance it or upgrade it in order to make sure it was secure.
When you say they, do you mean Dominion Voting Systems, the vendor?
The Secretary of State. The Secretary of State and Dominion.
Secretary of State and Dominion.
That's who the contract was with.
Because they own the machines. They lease them to the state, you idiot. Oh, yeah, Carla, you're so right. Imagine having burn in your ear every day in Lindell. God, surrounded by like
Mr. Gerald Wood. We've heard a lot about him.
Too much Adderall.
Testified a few days back. And you were aware that you were asked, I think you testified that you were asked to obtain a badge for Mr. Wood, right?
Correct.
And that you were, and that Mr. Wood was a software engineer. Did you know that?
I just was told that he knew computers and software. I don't know what his education is.
Right. And so you were aware from the very start of your efforts to get him a badge,
Hey, man.
email address.
I know.
He was intended to be a consultant.
Thankfully, now it's
for
every
the
weekday
software
morning
computer
at
equipment.
7:30, I think, in your time zone, maybe.
And did you ever learn why it was that plan fell through to have Mr. Wood inspect the equipment?
I was not aware as to why. I don't know anything about that.
Okay, that's fine. You can only answer to things that you actually know, right?
Correct. I can tell you that his wife sat at the table next to me.
Objection.
Yeah,
Ms. Nisley, there's no question
Okay.
pending, so thank you. Go ahead, Mr.
We
Administrator.
have a real
shut
formal
up,
process
Belinda.
here,
Okay.
and you can only answer a question. You can only speak when a question is posed to you. Okay, I'll try to get through it. I want to talk about this April 23rd, 2021 meeting that you referred to in your direct. Ms. Drake had asked you some questions about that, and I thought that.
Yeah, ketamine. I forget about that one all the time. Or, yeah.
Bishop, Dr. Frank, Sandra Brown, Stephanie Wenholtz, and Brandy Bance were there, along with Dr. Frank, this gentleman we've heard of by the name of Dr. Frank. Did I cover everybody that was
I
in
think
there?
there may have been also an attorney from Aspen.
Oh, did I miss that? Yeah. You don't know who that was?
I do not recall his name.
Do you know why there was an attorney from
I
Aspen?
wonder if it was
believe he was
Kurt
accompanied.
Olson.
He was accompanying Dr.
Yes.
Frank? Okay.
Okay, I think that was Kurt Olson.
I do not recall.
Okay.
This is Doug Frank,
And you mentioned
Mr.
that,
Bowtie, Mr.
the
Asshole,
purpose of that meeting was
one of my
I thought your
nemesis,
words were
my
an
arch
overview of the
nemesis.
election data. Is that right?
The meeting I understood I was a part of was introduction of Dr. Frank and to talk about what he was going to present.
What he
that
doesn't
evening,
know.
And then him needing
Everything he doesn't
a copy
know.
or a printout of voter registration.
From Aspen.
data.
I don't
He
know.
was provided
I don't
that
understand.
by Sharona
No, I'm
I believe it was
blocked
provided
from
by
Twitter
either Sandra-
now.
Excuse me, by either
They
Brandy or
closed the back door.
Stephanie.
Elmo
That's
won't let
Sharona
me in his
Bishop
back
offered
door
to pay for
anymore.
What the cost was.
Right.
I think it was like $20 or something.
Right. And
No
Sharona
more,
Bishop
no
then
more
said, well, I'll
anal
pay for it.
jokes about Elon because I can't get into
I don't remember
Twitter.
how it was paid for.
I'm on TikTok though. I think, but I'm restricted because I'm naughty and I.
But you recognize that the purpose of that meeting was to hear.
I have 49 viewers right now on TikTok.
Instances of, I think you testified.
And no chatters. And I haven't gotten any new subscribers or new followers on TikTok from that, but that's okay. That's all right.
Right.
We're building.
Some indication in your mind that
can you stream it?
Voting going on?
Oh my God! I don't know.
You brought to the attention of the district attorney.
Nothing in addition.
No. Okay.
I don't know how that would work.
Municipal election result.
But you can stream because of the blue check. Oh, we should check that out. That would be a great way. You're already a managing mod. I can put you on the streaming platform too, and then I think it just sends you a link that you can use. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think you have to set up anything special to display it.
Asked to come in and join him.
We're going to do a show about Doug Frank one of these days, Gal.
And gave it to someone else. The room was very full, and
yeah,
I stayed. I think probably. For
oh no, I don't even think I need that. Really, I think it can be more secure than that even. But yeah, I think it's possible, and it actually might be a smart idea for some, even just for some shows. You know, doesn't have to be every show.
Not for the beginning or the ending that I can remember, though.
Okay. Well, how is it that you? I mean, I thought this was a mandatory meeting.
The evening was a mandatory.
The evening was
not the meeting in her.
Rogue election deniers. Oh, they're just liars.
Yes, at the hotel.
I have a better word for them. Right. Liars.
If I were to play an audio tape for you, would you be able to determine whether or not you were present for that meeting?
Objection, Your Honor. The witness has already said she wasn't there for portions of the meeting, so
right.
She won't know what happened in the portions where she wasn't present and wouldn't be able to authenticate the recording.
Mr. Administrator.
I'm trying to determine. Let me phrase it a different way, Judge.
Okay, so I'll sustain the or
I'll withdraw.
Question withdrawn.
Right. Do you have an idea as you sit here today as to for what period of time you attended that meeting during the day in the office?
It was a meeting at the end of the day prior to going to the hotel. I was called in after the fact it had started and left probably before it was over. Being a Friday, end of day, I had other responsibilities.
You recall?
She had to get her margarita on.
I recall it was on a Friday.
Give me one margarita. I'm going to give you some. Two margaritas.
I believe that you were not there for the whole thing. Other than you've already told us that you had to leave and do something.
I had to leave to get to the 2-for-1 margaritas at Chili's. Come on, dude. Get a grip.
Fair enough. That's a fair answer.
TGIF, I'm getting my Friday on. I'm a crazy lady. I just had 7,000 heart attacks. And my bestie left me to deal with the fucking FBI. And I had to flip on her. So now, no more brunch. No more murder she wrote parties. No more casino trips. That's right. Her social life is ruined. Her bestie's about to go to prison. And she's the one responsible because she's testifying against her.
Okay.
And I'm going to tell you, okay, we can go farther here because they cut the mic when they do this. Come on, baby, driving me crazy. Oh my God, that's the butt pants guy. Okay. Come on.
Wood was also in there.
Hit it. I think they're talking about the meeting still.
Correct. It was taken when there was no paper on the window.
So why did you take?
And reminder, in the link on YouTube, there is in the description rather below on YouTube. You can click on a link to an external local report on the background of this.
I did.
So the background of this is in the link in the description of this video at the bottom of the description. Oh, Jim, I love you guys. You're the bestest. You're the bestest in the worldest. Why is that doing that?
Okay.
This is so nice.
So what you're saying is, I guess
thanks. I'm gonna bookmark
it. Those taken in the same time frame?
Let's do a little.
I had knocked and asked for access after the paper had been put up and was denied.
Where's the awe?
Okay.
Oh, there we go. I want the awes.
And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you observed the tabulation room
I'm going to do this one.
Unauthorized persons from Secretary of State Dominion in the tabulation room through the windows.
Do that.
Correct.
Thank you. Thanks, Jim. That was really nice. That means a lot. That's really nice.
Pardon me? You said okay as if you were going to respond. So,
yeah, I was going to rephrase the question.
Also, reminder, they're at 1.5 speed because they talk too slow.
You were obviously employed as a chief deputy clerk at the time you took those photos.
Yes, and I was directed by Clerk Peters to go down and observe what was going on in her absence.
Is this during the time that she was in Virginia with an ailing uncle?
Oh, no, that had happened the year before.
Okay. But she was absent?
Yes, this was following the symposium, and she left South Dakota and did not
Yeah.
return back to Grand Junction at that time.
Exactly.
Okay.
When did she come back to Grand Junction? Please tell us.
So you
Please.
advised her by phone
Please and thank you.
that this was going on?
I was on the phone with her, yes, her and Sharona Bishop.
Why don't you tell us what was said? Give us a sense of this phone call.
As I stated earlier, I was told to go down as the clerk in her absence and observe, find out what was going on. There was a subpoena to search her office as well as the election department, and to stay on the phone with her. Tell her
She
what
was
going on,
gone.
Take photos, which I did. And with
Tina
my
was
personal phone and
in
email.
the company of Mike Lindell at the
So,
time.
Did someone that was inside of that tabulation room observe you taking the photos?
Yes, the video and the photos.
Okay. And so what you're telling this jury then is that shortly after you took V001, you took V002, which was the paper placed on the windows.
Correct. I believe I'd walked back down the hall to take care of one of the other departments, and when I returned, the paper was up.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about the surveillance cameras. You had said that you studied the statutes and the rules, and you were aware
Belinda
that there was no
requested the cameras be turned off for the first time in the history of the office
that required
at the request of
to
Tina.
have these surveillance cameras on at all times.
That is correct at that time.
Right. And there was a time, and I'm not quite sure exactly what year, but I think it was in 19, when there were 4 elections ongoing in 1 year, was there not?
Objection relevance.
what's the relevance?
The relevance is with respect to the surveillance cameras being on during that time frame.
The objection sustained.
Okay, Captain Cornflake, you get to sit down too. You're done. You're done, son. You're done. You're done.
In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti.
That's it. You're done.
Then
The party's over. Oh my God.
Responding to questions from Ms.
He's not
Rick
done.
about Gerald Wood and the badge. You had met with Mr. Wood, correct?
He didn't.
You met
He
Mr.
can't
Wood.
get the
Briefly,
camera
yes.
thing in there. I'm sorry. He can't get the camera thing in there, can he? No, he can't.
Clerk Peters had told you in terms of having you assist
He had to give up his line of questioning because it didn't work.
that he was not an actual employee, didn't you?
She told me that they were able to bring in consultants anytime that they needed, and that that's what he was.
Great. Okay. You never saw him after he gave up his badge, did you?
No, I did not.
Right.
Not in our offices, I should say. Did not see him
Right.
in the clerk's office.
That's what
Correct.
that's what I meant. Sure.
You have no questions. Honey, sit down. It's all right. You can just give up because it's dumb.
Judge, I think this is probably a fair point to stop in my example.
Oh, is there?
I'm almost there, but I
Extra
really
large margarita, right?
my notes.
Okay.
Okay, wait. So,
5 o'clock anyway.
okay, great. So that was that.
So we'll go ahead and take our.
Fabuloso. They're going to, they're done. Woo, we did it. We did it. I just want you to see Doug Frank talking. I just want you to see him talking for a minute.
Watch what stick
Sorry,
does
here we
to your
go. You have
gut.
to look at your gut
diet.
for a
Why do
minute.
people lose
Sorry.
weight so rapidly?
If they eat
Stop
too much
wasting money on
meat, and what happens to
This
their
innovative
heart?
stick
I
makes it
don't
easy
know.
to
I'm
back
not
up
a
your
real
smartphone.
doctor.
It's compatible with all.
Oh my God. Welcome to Q-Land. Welcome to my world. Welcome to my world. Oh my God.
What if I told you you could
Noble
get your
Gold
hands on
Investments.
some gold from one of the most?
Do not buy anything from this man.
All the programming, the controls,
This is
how
Doug
the votes
Frank.
are manipulated, how they're adjudicated, everything. So for her to come public and for us to bring those forensic images out to the public and show what's going on behind the scenes, that was very big. So, so what started out to be one reveal, I was likening it to we're mining for gold.
Wait, I need to hear him start at this.
We didn't really figure out.
Yeah, just getting just a little bit closer, intimate. All right, joining me today for the first time in person, Dr. Douglas Frank. Doug, so good to see you.
Likewise, brother.
And thank you so much for being here. So please tell me, what have you been up to since the last time we spoke? It was only a couple weeks ago, but I'm sure with your
Was it
crazy
before or
schedule-
after the Cyber Symposium?
It was actually just before the Cyber Symposium.
Gotcha. Boy, was that a week.
Yes,
That was a
please.
week. It didn't go the way we originally planned, but it went great. It's one of those situations where I like the way Colonel Waldron put it. He says, no battle plan survives first contact with the enemy. And that's
about right.
And
There you
that's how
go.
the whole week felt, almost hour by hour at times.
There you
We
go.
were constantly changing, and we had to figure out why that was happening. And we didn't really figure out why that was happening till Wednesday. And we had a mole in our group. It's undermining a lot of our work. And then we discovered that we had a possible contamination of our data that we were about to hand out to people. And so then there's a poison pill strategy, they call it, and the FBI were ready to arrest us. And so we were like, well, we better change our strategy. Fortunately for us, that's not really fortunately, because I think it's from divine providence, Tina Peters from Colorado decided she was going to come out. And so that instantly gave us something even better to look at. PCAPs are like little miniature recordings. So like if you were going to look at bank
Remember
security
all the
footage,
talk
you know,
about
it's like every
the
few seconds
PCAPs?
there's a picture and another picture every few seconds. Well,
He's lying.
the forensic images that we have of election systems are perfectly continuous. They show every contact with the internet, when they contact, what they did, all the source code, all the programming that controls how the votes are manipulated, how they're adjudicated, everything. So for her to come public and for us to bring those forensic images out to the public and show what's going on behind the scenes, that was very big. So what started out to be one reveal, I was likening it to we're mining for gold and we discover diamonds.
Okay, so all of those things I want to talk about in detail. So first of all, Tina Peters, that was not expected until the symposium
Monday
was
night.
like- Monday night. Okay.
Monday night. In fact, we were sitting there on Monday night going, oh my goodness, what do we...
Monday night. Monday was the day the office was raided. Monday night is when Belinda Nisley just said that Tina Peters was in Grand Junction at the airport, ready to go and waiting for Mike Lindell's private plane to come and take her to South Dakota for the symposium the next day on Tuesday, which she did appear on stage on Tuesday with Sharona Bishop and Doug Frank. And then Code Monkey Z started putting up the data that he got from Tina. And then they had to immediately shut it down exactly for what this bitch said is the FBI raid that they then found out about. And his lawyer, Ron Watkins, says, oh, I've got to find this video. We've got to do this. Ron Watkins says over intercom, because he's remote into the Shamposium. And Ron Watkins says, my lawyer just told me I have to cut the broadcast. It was a fucking shit show. I don't think a movie can even do it justice. I just can't even tell you the number of clips and shit and what. Anyway, so this is Doug Frank.
What are we going to do, because our original plan was already botched, and we were trying to figure out how are we going to get
God,
the
he's
data
so
into our guys'
loud.
hands, because we had to re-download it and refilter it. There was so much work to do, and we only had a little sliver ready, and we're like, what are we going to do, you know? And we were even thinking, man, maybe we should call Mr. Lindell down here, and, you know, maybe he should buy tickets for everybody and send them all home, because, I mean, it was like, we were really worried about it. Yeah. And so that...
Mike was their pay pig at that point, like full on.
The time we needed, you know how technical things are always go. They never go the way you plan, and it's like it gave us the buffer we needed to get caught up, and so we were then ready. Although Mr. Lindell was beat up pretty good on Wednesday night. He was assaulted.
He was not.
Yeah, and
Someone
so
put their arm
even
around
once
him
that
to take a
happened, and
picture.
once
He
we had the
lied about
FBI
being
in
assaulted.
place, we were like, okay, let's change strategy. So we had a backup strategy, and it turned out to be a fabulous
What was your
week for a
backup
lot of
strategy?
reasons. All these legislators from across the country got together and
No,
made
they
their plans,
didn't.
and that was
No,
excellent
they didn't.
because they had never really. These are like the patriots from each state.
No, it's not.
And what
It's
I've
a
been
bunch of
learning going around the
morons
country
from
is
each
that
state.
There are a few in every legislature, but they're a minority.
Right.
And
I
they
hate
can't
this
do it by
guy so
themselves.
much.
So kind of teaming up
I'm so
across the
sorry,
country
but I
gave
fucking
them,
hate him.
More courage.
I fucking
gives them
hate
infrastructure,
him.
gives them planning ability. They learn from each other. We also talk.
I can't do it. I cannot. I can't do it. I'm sorry. That guy, I have been angry about him since April of 2021 when he appeared as part of Mike Lindell's first movie, Absolute Proof, which was really absolute bullshit. And I put clip after clip up on my old Twitter of him. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm just like, Okay. This has not started yet. What the hell's going on? Are we like frozen in time? Are we wrong? Let me just make sure that this is not like a boo-boo face. Because they're late. No, they're not on yet. Isn't that weird? How bizarre. Okay, well, here's the thing. Gal, you'll appreciate this, unfortunately, more than most people. Oh, let me move Doug Frank. Oh, God. Make him tiny baby. This article was brought to my attention by one of our beautiful loungers. Oops. Beep. And it's about, guess who? J.D. Vance in text with far-right figure. Did this come from the Signal or the WhatsApp or whatever that group was with Eric Prince? I know, right? Crazy. This is the Washington Post article from today, right? No, August 7th. Yeah, today. Okay. J.D. Vance in text with far-right figure, profane and off the cuff. Oh, profane. Is that the word we're using for Chuck Johnson, the Nazi? Oh, Signal. Okay. I know you 5GW probably has a ton of threads on this, so that's another place we need to look. Hold on, I need to get rid of that. Oh, come on. There. Okay. All right. Sorry, this is so small. Okay, well, that doesn't make it bigger. Okay, the day after J.D. Vance was elected to the U.S. Senate in 2022, he received a congratulatory text from Charles Chucklecuck, that's the name we have for him, Johnson, a blogger and entrepreneur. Oh, is that what we're calling him? Is that what we're calling him now? We're calling him a blogger and an entrepreneur? Is that it? Let's start with Gal's read, actually, of it first. And then Jim's comment. I fucking love this. Okay. Let me see if I can pull up both at once, because I think I can. Yeah, it did. Okay, great. Awesome. All right, here we go. First, I'm just going to jump. Well, yeah. Let me jump into Gal's, because really, Gal will cut to the chase, or 5GW will cut to the chase. Johnson, who now describes himself as a government informant seeking to protest. Oh, this is okay. Oh, they're quiet. Okay. Seeking to. Damn it. Oh, bitch kitten. Okay. Is this okay? Johnson, who now describes himself as a government informant seeking to protect the United States from foreign influence. This is a problem. Laughable on its face, but also a major fucking problem. People understand that this is a problem, right? The FBI, CIA, etc. need to publicly denounce this loser and any other fuckwads who are practically impersonating law enforcement or intelligence officials to gain influence and authority over American and possibly foreign citizens. Not to mention all of the bullshit quote-unquote journalists who continue to use him as a source to clean up the images of Matt Gaetz, Peter Thiel, etc. Just say no to Nazis. Chuck Johnson is an anti-Semitic, Holocaust-denying fucking Nazi who hangs out with people like Richard Spencer and does hours of spaces denouncing anyone and decrying their any background they may have, or claiming that they're Jews, or claiming that they're from China, or like all this fucking gross bigotry. So from the article, Johnson assumed the posture of a wise mentor, cautioning, this is what Chuck does, cautioning the first-time office holder to choose his staff carefully and repeatedly pressing him on his committee assignments. Got to keep you out of trouble, wrote Johnson, who now describes himself as a government informant. Blah, blah. Tina, our beautiful Tina, also just has a couple of receipts. This is Chuck Johnson's Twitter account. It really is. Ah, yes, a U.S. Senator who was made a U.S. Senator by my network shouldn't text me. Give me a break. This stuff doesn't work anymore. Tina. Oh, I love it. Okay, so this is where your tweet actually led us to this. Oh, wait, let me look at Jim's. Okay, J.D. Vance's pals with Holocaust denier, literal Nazi, stalking floor shitter. He shit on his college dorm floor. He tells the story. My God, everything about this is gross, including the reporting, which completely misses the point. Damn it. Thank you. He got the web archive of it. Chuckle cuck. Here's Peter Thiel's chaos. This is from May 7th, 2023. We have known about Chuck Johnson for a long time. Let's just put it that way. For a very long time. Yikes. Okay. Here's Peter Thiel's chaos agent, Holocaust. Well, there's your answer. Who's paying for him? It's Thiel. Denier Chuck Johnson. With most justifiable punch recipient Nazi, Richard Spencer. Chuck says, I'm a cringe character and an unemployed video game developer, which I don't know if he really is. And maybe Chuck, but I never shit on the floor. Oh, Chuck says Jim is a cringe character and an unemployed video game developer. And he never shit on the floor. Wait.
He seems to be terribly obsessed with me. You don't know how I first learned of him, but he's sort of been a very kind of cringe character. I believe he's some sort of unemployed video game developer or something to that effect. I don't quite know, but he seems to be terribly obsessed with me.
Nazi, Richard Spencer.
But he's also very obsessed with Mike Flynn, and General Mike Flynn actually turned, and sued him. And of course, there's all sorts of weird stuff with Mike Flynn as well, which we can maybe sort of, mention as well.
Ooh.
But it's one of those situations where it's a pity that both sides don't lose. It's kind of my impression of it. But
he's a chaos agent. He's a Matt Gaetz Renfield. He's a Walmart Renfield.
Learned of him, but he's sort of been a very kind of.
Since the Justice, this is from February, Jim's tweet. Since the Justice Department decided to let accused Venmo sex trafficker Matt Gaetz off the hook for paying a 17-year-old for sex, here is his BFF Chuck Johnson doing Holocaust denial on Twitter Spaces last week. Again, anyone platforming Chuck Johnson is a Nazi sympathizer at best.
Yeah. Do you have a
trigger warning?
Favorite Holocaust false narrative that might for yourself?
Well, the thing that became kind of clear to me is that there's a whole lot of people who died in World War II, who supposedly died, that didn't actually die. We just found them in like Argentina or in like other parts of the world, right? And these people sort of lost track of each other, lost touch of each other. So I know there's like a database. There's some like list online where people are chronicling all of like the crazy stories that people are claiming. But I think the lampshade one is kind of my personal favorite. So obviously like the lampshade of human skin.
I'm not going to play the rest of that story. You get the point, though. Chuck Johnson is a horrible person who literally makes it his life's work to go out and compromise and get in the back pocket of politicians, whatever, at the behest of Peter Thiel in order to control and to grow that network inside. And he tries to be very good at it, but as you can see, he's a dumb shit. So, of course, he's, whatever. But he is Matt Gaetz' best friend. He has done a lot to help Matt Gaetz escape accountability. He stalks women. He doxes women who do research on Matt Gaetz. He creates false narratives about those women. So he is very scared of smart women. The vulnerability of this Nazi is the fact that he's a pussy. And I think the light of day is what is needed for Mr. Johnson. And I'm glad the article is there, and I hope what it does is actually promote what 5GW and what Jim are saying about the article. If we could promote that, that would be great, because this is an opportunity. A window has opened to have the Chuck Johnson conversation. And I think we should jump at the chance to have it, because I feel like that's been one of those background stories that has impacted certainly our lives on the internet, indirectly, but still. And I think daylight is the best sanitization of this fucking nonsense. And Chuck Johnson clearly got the attention of a Washington Post reporter, regardless of the shitty job he did. I mean, it's like, come on. Come on.
Is not relevant or admissible.
Sorry, I should have joined us earlier. I'll be quiet.
In some circumstances, I presume they're going to ask that you require Mr. Frontera
Shut
to
up,
appear
Lolo.
and then take objections as they're asked.
Shut up, Lolo.
In some cases, that might be appropriate, but this is not one of
Lolo.
those cases.
Shut up.
Mr. Frontera is part of a clear pattern of abuse of this compulsory process that the defendant has continued to engage in throughout this. There have been at least 3 or 4 subpoenas that have already had to be quashed that were issued. They have served an invalid subpoena on an out-of-state Dominion employee without trying to domesticate that subpoena for the purposes, it appears, of filming that, putting it on the internet, and creating a public spectacle out of it. Mr. Case has testified or has submitted a declaration stating that he is also counsel for Mr. Patrick Byrne in an unrelated case involving Dominion, and signed a subpoena to defense counsel in that case in an apparent attempt to get around a confidentiality order about those documents. This is a continued pattern, and Mr. Frontera is part of that pattern. And it's not just a matter of this case, it's a matter of a continuing pattern of harassment against Mr. Frontera and other Dominion employees since the 2020 elections. Mr. Frontera is not a party to this case. He has no knowledge of this case. And there is not any reason for him to be dragged in here and for the court to put him in a position where his face and name are associated with what are going to be objectionable questions that are asserting falsehoods and lies about him and about Dominion. He has faced significant and actual threats to his life in relation to claims like this. I can personally speak to one of those instances. My firm used to share a building with Dominion, and I was put on lockdown when a man tried to get into their office and then was found in his car full of guns looking through a rifle scope in their windows. So these are real concerns, and there is no reason to drag him in here when we know that he cannot give any admissible testimony in this case.
Boop, boop.
Just last
This is arguing against an out-of-state Dominion. They want to humiliate Dominion. It's such a bad defense. Ooh, lordy.
Tirade about how Dominion is evil and part of a conspiracy and should be met with pitchforks and nooses and blowtorches and piano wire. Simply put, Mr. Frontera just cannot be forced to be involved in this when he is not involved.
Yeah, I agree.
And
They just want to torture Dominion employees.
He is going to fight the subpoena to every extent possible to the Supreme Court. He's going to do what he has to do to protect himself and to make sure that he is not subject to these abusive practices that the defense has been employing in this case.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Case?
Thank you, Your Honor. Before I speak, may I approach the
Oh, she's a lawyer for Dominion.
that was written by Mr. Frontera to Investigator Cannon on August.
Go to the microphone.
21.
Sure.
This will be one of our exhibits during this testimony.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so I would cite Golub versus the People, Your Honor. 180 Pacific 3rd, 1006 at 1013, Colorado, 2008.
Thank you, Lisa. That's what I said.
Material evidence and the
Thank you.
defendant's
He
right
totally
to
does.
present a defense, which, according to the Colorado Supreme Court, ultimately is the right to a fair trial. So we have plenty of evidence that Mr. Frontera was in collusion with the Secretary of State and the District Attorney
What?
of Mesa County.
What?
Is
For
this
doing a lawful investigation?
evidence?
Yes. Well, I have lots of questions for Mr. Frontera, but I'm not going to disclose.
Oh, so you don't have any evidence.
The prosecution now,
You've
and
made
I'm
your-
not required to. We can
You've made your offer of proof, so that's what I'm relying on, the offer of proof.
Well, my offer of proof is this.
Okay.
There will be plenty of evidence.
No, you've made
No,
a
that's not
offer of
it.
proof. You filed, your name is on the document, 5 or 6 points of what it is that you think would be relevant and material evidence obtained from Mr. Frontera. That is what I am relying upon.
Well, there's more than what's in the document that was filed yesterday.
Well, then we can have an ex parte conversation and you can tell me about it. Because if there's more, then I'm not.
This judge is
what
so
I've seen
done.
So far throughout this trial, I'm not convinced that the questions that are going to be asked are going to be relevant and material to the issues at hand. So I'm giving you an opportunity to tell me, without the DA knowing, what you think the evidence is going to show. I said that in my order offering you to make your offer of proof. You responded to that order with 5 or 6 points. I don't know why you wouldn't tell me more or take the court up on the offer to file something under seal.
Your Honor, the fact is, I was so busy, I didn't write that or have time to write
my
It has your
God.
name on it.
I know it did. My colleagues filed it
I can't believe this.
with my name.
What? What the fuck is going on here?
Yes. And I told the court, I mean.
What the fuck
you
is
were
going
there.
on
I said,
here?
Judge, I haven't had time. And then my co-counsel interrupted me and said, we just filed it. And I
What?
said, all right, thank you. But I didn't write it.
What?
You didn't say that
Proof of what's in it, but
You didn't say that yesterday. You could have said, for all I know, you could have written it, sent it to Mr. Hartman for proofing. And
Yeah,
then you
Emmy
could have
winner.
filed
That's
it because you
right.
said it's good to go. And that would have been okay because you wrote it.
Oh my
You told
God.
me you didn't write it.
I'm
Correct.
I'm
And you're telling
I'm
me your name's on it.
yes.
Okay.
So we work as a team and stuff gets done. And my colleagues were trying to be as helpful as they could to meet a deadline imposed by the court.
Oh
So,
my God.
I'm willing to meet
Oh my
in camera
God.
with you if you want to do that, but
He should ban
I
him.
would like the opportunity to explain more of what's going on, and we could have
I
the court report.
I'm so fucking I can't even believe this is happening. How Bibi was somehow involved in Trump's assassination attempt.
It'll be on
He
the
is
official record.
terrible.
Yes.
That's fine. So if the
Although
court
Bibi's an
would
asshole
permit me
too, so
to
they can all go to
comment
hell,
on what's
frankly.
happened so far here.
Sure.
I subpoenaed Mr. Frontera on July 1. He was served at home by a process server. The Mr. Garnett's firm represents Dominion, and they filed several days later a motion to quash the subpoena. I filed almost immediately a response with a declaration explaining that I have documents from the Washington, D.C.
Oh, now you have documents?
And there's plenty of evidence in those documents.
Oh, but wait, I thought you had questions that was going to get you the evidence.
Dominion's involvement in this prosecution of Clerk Peters.
Are you kidding me?
The
Oh my God. This is their defense. This is one of their defenses.
That portion of the subpoena that required Mr. Frontera to produce documents, and the court followed that immediately with an order for Mr. Frontera to appear and testify, noting that you couldn't prevent the defendant from presenting a defense.
What?
So the way we handled this with Mr. Stahl yesterday is acceptable to the defense. If I ask a question and there's an objection by the people and the court agrees with the objection, the court can exclude it. Then we have a record of all the questions and answers, and there's no harm in
I thought
having
you
a
had
record of
evidence.
what we want, or what the
You don't need them if you have the evidence,
and then
sweetie.
we can offer, we won't
Isn't that
take
how it
the court's
works?
time. If the court sustains the objection, we'll make our offer of proof later, as we did in a couple of instances this morning, make our offer of proof later to complete our record. But we have to have the witness in court to ask him the questions. And I'm not required to disclose to the DA or anybody else what the defense is going to present for evidence. Doesn't have to be previewed. We have
I'll
the right to
try.
call the witness. We're not going to waste the court and the jury's time.
It's not an unlimited right. You know that, Mr. Case. You
Yes.
don't have an unlimited right to present a defense.
Is that
You don't have
better?
an unlimited right to call anyone and everyone you want. If the president stands up and says someone should be investigated, that doesn't make the president a witness to the investigation. So I'm just clarifying for the benefit of the record that when you say you have the right, you do, but the right isn't unlimited, and that's for a reason. So I'm trying to figure out whether there's a good reason within the bounds of the law for this subpoena to be found effective.
Yes, well, let me point
Thank
out
you.
one other thing that's related. Yesterday, Mr. Shapiro told the court that he had evidence that Exhibit A, which the court excluded, which is the text thread of the tech team between Jerry Wood, Sharona Bishop, and Clerk Peters.
Okay.
All right. He told the court that that's a fake.
No,
So-
I think he said, I thought it was, well, whoever said it, they said they had reason to believe it may have been manipulated, something like that.
Well, so we've endorsed an expert.
Gerald Wood
because
said it.
The reason he made that statement, according to the disclosures that he made,
Jerry Wood
What
said
does this have to
that.
do with the issue at hand? We're talking about the subpoena, the
yes,
motion to quash.
just give me 1 minute and I'll
Okay, all
tie
right.
it up. Jerry Wood called investigator Cannon and
I
told
say,
him
at
he
this
had
point, lock him
evidence
up.
that exhibit is a fake.
Okay.
All right. Well, I've got an expert who did the download and from Clerk Peters' phone, and it's not a fake. And I sent the prosecutor the exhibits.
The
that
guy
prove it.
said, I don't think that's
So
me.
we want Mr. Wood back to cross-examine him about that statement.
So what? He says he doesn't
The court
recall
is
that
gonna
conversation.
discover-
It was 3 years ago. That's the
When
thing he said.
This evidence comes in that their whole case is built on lies. Lies from Frontera, lies from
Well,
Jerry Wood.
I'll say a case is built on lies, but I don't think it's
I'm asking
I don't
for your
think
response
it's
to the
their lies.
Talking in vague concepts. This is, I don't know if it's because the camera's back there or there's an audience. I just want an answer to the question, sir. And if you
fucking
wanna do
love
it
this
ex parte, we
judge.
can do that.
God.
That's fine.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. So everyone out of the courtroom. Turn off the camera.
Holy fuckwad. Holy. Everyone out of the courtroom. Oh my fucking God. Okay, this is amazing, first of all. Okay. So basically, for if you're confused, and maybe more for my own benefit, what just happened is that Tina Peters' defense wants to call a representative from Dominion who has been subject to all kinds of threats over this last 3 years. And, oh yeah, there's a super spank going on, and we don't get to see it, and that means it's going to be a good one. So look for red cheeks when we come back. So one of their prongs of their defense is that they believe that Dominion wanted to cover up their machines flipping votes, so they colluded with the Secretary of State, Jenna Griswold in Colorado, who they all hated, and they put a target on her back too. Mike Lindell et al. Spent months talking about Jenna Griswold. And Jenna Griswold talked about all of the threats that she got. So they are desperate to use this as an opportunity to prove their quixotic attempts that the election was somehow stolen. And yet, not a fucking one of them can show you data. And furthermore, 2 huge lawyers involved in all of the cases and all of the current indictments, literally involved in every current indictment, have been disbarred. John Eastman, the darling of constitutional law for fuckers, head of some law school in California, Chapman or something like that. You know, John Eastman was one of the architects of stopping the steal, right? Like, or, you know, whatever. Like putting pressure on the vice president to not accept the results, trying to push any constitutional angle to try and reject the results of a free and fair election. And you want to know why he does that? I have a theory that I think is pretty on point. My theory is that John Eastman has wanted to prove himself the finest constitutional lawyer in the land, in the world. He wants that. He is so focused on ego and glory and I broke the Constitution kind of thing. That's what he was engaging in, is what are the theories I can test in this real life crucible right now to try and break the Constitution, because then I will be the master of the Constitution. That is literally who John Eastman is. And if you've ever heard him talk, you know I'm not wrong. And we all know the other lawyer who lost his license and then also has recently lost the ability to protect his assets from bankruptcy. Oh yeah, that was just a week ago. Rudy Giuliani no longer has bankruptcy protection for his assets, and so now people can sue him. And they want to appoint a monitor to help dissolve the shit. Yeah, it is a bunch of narcissists. You're right. He was the architect of the the whole thing is that he was also in the 2000 Bush v. Gore. Here's a funny story. John Eastman was on the team for Bush in that battle against Gore. And guess who was on the Gore team? You're never going to guess. Kenneth Cheesebro. That's right. Kenneth Cheesebro was a lawyer on Gore's team. And you might recognize that name because Kenneth Cheesebro is also under indictment in multiple jurisdictions because he was the architect of the fake electors. That was his pet project. And so he's in trouble in Michigan, Wisconsin, I think, Pennsylvania, Arizona. They are in, this is it. Gal has nailed it. This is an ongoing insurgency to try and push the boundaries and take over so that they can get rid of things that get in their way. Power, pussy, paper. Those are the 3 P's that we're talking about. They want power, they want pussy, and they want paper. And what they'd like to do is then take the paper and make it like digital coin, because somehow, even though none of them really understand it, they think somehow that's going to make them richer. Whatever. It might. So it's not that there's, a Dr. Evil sitting somewhere, although an argument could be made for Peter Thiel being Dr. Evil. I'm not going to lie. It is also just the uncoordinated but in concert efforts of all these players. Mike Flynn, Ivan Raiklin, right? With his deep state list that he wants to castrate, to the point of putting that castration tool in his tweet. Mike Flynn, who's trying to paint himself now as, I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. I'm a Kennedy Democrat, which means I just shoot straight from the hip. And don't look over there. That was just the deep state trying to silence a patriot. So he's doing his little fuckery things. And then his buddy Eric Prince is doing his fuckery things. Oh, and meanwhile has actual contracts with the U.S. government, the U.S. military. It's not the same. It's not politics as usual, okay? There's nothing usual about this time. It is as bad as you think it can be. Because I'm going to tell you again, Roe is gone. And the SCOTUS is compromised. So even if we win, even when we win, the machine that did this thing, that was their rookie move in April of 2021 and onward, okay? They've been at this since April of 2021, and that was their rookie year, and they've gotten better at it since then. And they've gotten more contacts throughout counties. In fact, I think they've bragged that Doug Frank, or part of the Cause for America, or whatever Lindell's little team is, that they have basically contacts in every county. Not necessarily like the election officials, but like whatever. So, no, not civil war per se, although probably some pretty freaking weird violence that we don't need. So yeah, it's like I want Tina to flip. I hate Tina because she's so fucking egotistical about this and misguided. But what I want Tina to do is save her own ass and flip, because she can deliver on people like Patrick Byrne and his role in this insurgency, which has been significant, actually. And he's a little bit of an ATM, too, don't forget. Mike Lindell, Doug Frank, Seth Keshel, Ron Watkins, Conan Hayes. Tina can flip on all of them. And that leads to Mike Flynn, because Conan was, I believe, an operative of Mike Flynn's network. And Mike Flynn was all up in the fucking Arizona shit, too. So there have to be some fucking consequences. And bitches like this can't fall on their sword because it doesn't actually help us. She needs to just flip and save her own ass, because she actually holds the key to people who have sown such distrust so malevolently in this country, in institutions, and put targets on the back of thousands of people across the country who work in election offices or work for Dominion or work for anything they perceive to be an enemy. And we read the article written by Mark Elias of Democracy Docket. I should find it again, about the fact that he is definitely convinced that what Roger Stone said to Lauren Windsor a few months ago on secret recording was that they have a plan and they know what they're going to do because they fucking learned from what went wrong in 2021. They know what went wrong. And they're not stupid. Well, some of them are. But Roger Stone has made this his entire fucking life. His entire fucking life. And Russia is good for them because Russia has a very well-developed mind-fucking operation through bots, networks, and through disinformation networks and all that kind of stuff. So it may not even be that, Vladimir is the head of the network. He doesn't have to be head of the network. He corners the market on a very, very valuable piece of a very, very valuable service, which is to sway people through social media primarily and in person, it turns out, to sow the seeds of discontent amongst the electorate. And Steve Bannon, those are the people I want to see. I don't really care about, Joe Blow, who yelled like a banshee, right? If he didn't hurt anyone on January 6th and was protesting, well, that's his right. His right is to protest. I mean, you can be a baby if you want, right? In that case, normal protesting, I think, is really good. But this is not normal protesting, and but it still is someone's opinion. And so for that, I don't actually fault the J6 event itself or the ellipse, because that's that can happen. I mean, it's not a great idea, and certainly Trump was self-serving in that regard and also very instigating. But at the end of the day, people do have a right to gather and express their views. That's why we are who we are. You don't have the right to break into a building that you're not allowed into and beat up police officers and threaten the lives of elected officials. You don't get to do that. And people have been held accountable and blah, blah, blah. Great. But what we really want are the people who have been designing and executing the plan over these many years. And Peter Thiel is really talk about an ATM. Peter Thiel is the ATM and designer. Think PayPal Mafia, think Elon Musk, and the fact that he and Peter Thiel, I mean, it's a small, small world after all. He and Peter Thiel were part of the PayPal Mafia that founded PayPal. So they go way back. And they've made a lot of money together over the years. And that, I think, is part of why, as I said, when Elon bought Twitter, at that time, this is a catch and kill. He is buying the platform that is the last quasi-democratic free speech platform, Arab Spring, major revolutions around the world have been communicated largely on Twitter. So it's been a news source for so many people across the globe. So I believed at that time that his job was to buy Twitter and kill it. But I think what actually has turned out and makes more sense is that he bought it with the intention of making it an even more dangerous weapon of disinformation and abusive behavior, like Nazis, like full penetration porn bots, etc. So now I think it's more about what information can be shoved through the shitstorm that is the current version of Twitter to the populace, since a lot of people left Facebook, right? Facebook is, I don't know if it's as or growing as fast as it was in the past. I don't know if it slowed down or what, but one might think after Cambridge Analytica and the data scraping and the influence that was going on through Facebook that some people might have left. And where would they go? They might go to Twitter. So anyway, it just makes business sense to me, if you're going to be kind of a maniac, that you would buy that platform and just shape it into what you need it to be. And that's what I think he's done. And it really didn't matter about the money because he has friends. You gotta have friends. Oh. And here's the other thing. My knowledge of these situations is pretty surface, right? It may feel like, wow, Lolo, you know a lot of names involved. Well, I might know a lot of names, but I'm going to tell you right now, my friends really know the names, okay? They're the ones who really know some of the architects behind the faces like Bannon and other people, or the people on the ground who actually execute on some of this fuckery. So let's see what gal has brought us today. What has gal brought us today? Here's Rod Martin. See, this is a name. This is another name. Rod Martin, CNP, which is the Council for National Policy, which is basically kind of the gathering place for all of the fascists, right? All the think tanks, all the religious organizations, all the politicos, all of those folks, anyone you would name, likely belongs to the Council for National Policy, whose membership was secret up until it was leaked a couple of years ago. Yeah, there's an actual, secret society of shitheads. I don't know. Okay, so let's listen to this Christo-fascist. Here's Rod Martin, CNP member and original member of the PayPal Mafia with Peter Thiel and Elon Musk. And I think Pierre Omidyar, right? He says the org is God's resource, human and financial, to bring about an awakening. He wants to see a conservative resurgence because of the decay destroying their precious heritage. A new great awakening. Let's see. I want to make sure that, oh man, you've got all this. God, gal, you have such good threads. I was off Twitter for a year because I was suspended by some of the, I think, pink MAGA idiots, the stalkers. And so my account was off Twitter for a year. So I missed so much in Twitter because my account was only reinstated in January when Elon took over and reinstated everybody who had been permanently banned. Anyway, okay. Let's listen to
Rod Martin. I'm a Southern Baptist layman. I used to be policy director for Mike Huckabee, used to work on Capitol Hill, and I'm one of the guys who started PayPal. I believe our laymen must stand up, as they have in the past, along with our pastors, to conserve that which we have been given by those who went before. The Southern Baptist Convention is not only the largest Protestant denomination in all of North America, it is the largest collection of God's resources, human and financial, to propagate the gospel and to bring about the sort of awakening that our country has experienced in the past. But our civilization is under tremendous attack from within and without.
Is it?
All across our culture. Doesn't matter what area you speak of, the left is busily shaking the foundations, destroying them if it can. The church must stand, and that requires churchmen, not merely pastors, but all of us, to do our part. We were handed a wonderful blessing by those who led the conservative resurgence, but it's time to do it all again. Not because all of our churches are gone or our leaders are bad, but because decay always creeps in. It's the nature of the fall. We have a precious heritage. We have an opportunity, I believe, in this generation for a new great awakening. And that's why I'm part of the Conservative Baptist Network and why I am committed to our Southern Baptist heritage.
And why you should be too. And I approve this message. Wow, what a dork. What a dick. What a dick he is. Oh, Kamala is so scripted and choreographed. He makes Hillary Clinton look like an authentic human being. That face when you have to buy your space because you can't get a tweet to go viral. Anyone remember when Billy Barr was hired to pardon all the Iran-Contra criminals? Yeah, how about Bill Barr? Remember that name? It's a good one. It's a good one. It's a good one. Lev is going on some kind of tour. Rod Martin, yeah. Trump called Tim Walz a radical liberal who will destroy the country. But wait, wasn't it Trump who appointed Walz to the governor's council? Oopsie. Clayburgh. I love Clayburgh. Oh, Teresa's always reminding us. Always something there to remind me. $5,000 to re-elect Attorney General Kamala Harris in 2014 from Donald J. Trump? What? Well, I liked her before I didn't like her. Ginger Gates. Stop body shaming your husband. That's what I'm going to say. Stop body shaming your child trafficking husband. Hubby. Let's keep it cute. LOL. I'll say LOL, just so it softens the blow. This guy's a fucking dick. Remember him? Scott Atlas? What a dick. I like Barack Obama. Oh, Minnesota. Oh, yeah, that's dumb. Oh, my God. She fakes who she is. Vance. Talk about a faker. Oh, my God. They're so scared. They are so scared. It's crazy. Crazy. Oh. Gal tweet from May 22nd, 2022. Oh, my God. It's warm. Let's see. May 26, 2021, Rod Martin went on a self-described Theocracy for All podcast to talk about Elon Musk and colonizing space as the next Christian frontier. And I wish they were kidding, but they're not. We are living in strange and dangerous times.
Which is appropriate for what we're going to be talking about here in a minute. We have, a background, our family of immigrants and, poverty and farming and
really?
School teachers.
I don't believe
like
it.
that. But my first job out of law school was as policy director for Governor Mike Huckabee.
Oh,
and
shucks.
I was part of starting PayPal, and we do a bunch of things in biotech and internet spaces, and we have a hedge fund.
He's a billionaire. He's probably a multi-millionaire, if not close to a billionaire.
And all of those things are possible because God has given us freedom in this country. This is an amazing place. It is not a perfect place, of course, but America was founded on what are unquestionably Christian ideas and ideals.
No, it wasn't actually. It was kind of like just the opposite, really.
Enunciated in the Declaration of Independence that we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal.
I have the best friends in the whole wide world.
Creator with certain unalienable rights, not by a constitution, not by a Bill of Rights, not
Teresa,
by
Gal, Clay, Jay Rance, Tina, y'all make me look good, and I'm just so grateful to you. You make everything better.
Pursuit of happiness was not just some Jeffersonian flourish. It was the idea that men and women are gifted differently.
This show it only offers smart because I have really smart friends.
By the Lord, and that they should be
they are
to
so weird.
Pursue those visions and callings differently with different.
Where's his camera on the
and that
fucking?
Has been the glory of America that people can come here and be.
Rod Martin was part of the economic war room.
It's the greatest.
God, you talked about that for so long.
What are a few of the up-and-coming industries that Christians should be prayerfully considering involvement or investment?
Prayerfully.
What are you excited
yeah,
about
you
right
really
now?
can now. This makes a lot more sense.
The thing I'm probably
he's
most
really
excited
the
about
key to
is
executing.
what Elon Musk is doing at SpaceX, and we are looking at launching a company, pun intended, in that same general area. in the next few years. So I'll come right back to that.
This is 2021. Oh, okay. Well, he'll come back to that. Thank you, Gal. That was amazing. I mean, I cannot. Are we still live? Okay, good. I can't with these people. So you see, this is why I never really got the accusation of like stewing-on, blueing-on, whatever the fucking words they like to make up, because I think they're bitter and lonely and probably want to do things for people that are bad for the country. But I don't know, and I don't care really, because they're just like little mosquitoes. And I'm immune. So I think I can't remember where I was going to go with that. Oh, well. But I think that, you know, it is these larger figures that seem to be escaping or getting the attention very slowly, right? Like I look at people like Boris Epstein and Kenneth Cheesebro and not Rudy so much, but Cleta Mitchell, Ginny Thomas, Ollie Alexander, Roger Stone. You know, those are the people I want to see in indictments. And I think we're going to. And in fact, I think we're seeing a few of them already, which is, you know, we all know that. But I think that will help us. And if we can then tell the story of what was actually happening, which I say we need to watch the documentary Bad Faith again. I really wish we could just show it on YouTube. It would be so much fucking easier. God, it is so hard to just show a video and ask people like, oh, get on this new platform, you know, that you don't know if it's taking your data or not, you know. But anyway, they want to create reusable spacecrafts to transport people to the colonized communities on Mars. They want to fill with slaves and their Christian nationalist owners. And I wish this was a joke, but I'm going to tell you again, Roe is gone. And they just gave the president immunity. Oh, really? Amy Chua played matchmaker with J.D. Vance. So I am going to keep screaming, oh, this is why, the blue and on and all that bullshit. You know, it isn't about conspiracy theories. It's about following the data. And, you know, obviously, OSINT has limitations in terms of the data that it can get. But I'm going to tell you right now, the reason I follow the people that I do and the reason that I'm such good friends with some key people on that app are because consistently over the last 4 years that I've been active in their circle on Twitter, they have never steered me wrong and always had a receipt to back up whatever claim they were making, or we were engaged in hypothesis. You know what I mean? Like all of us do, you know. So I reject wholeheartedly the bullshit slander of, you know, oh, you're just conspiracy theorists. No, we're not. We care very much about democracy. And I have a way I want to attack it and want to preserve democracy and attack people that are coming for it. And that's through like comedy and singing and smart friends and original sources, reading documents, right? In a community of very smart people. That's what I am. That's what I want to do. I'm not claiming to be an expert. No one is. But I'm telling you right now, the data is there. And not, there's certainly parts we need, but that's why people like Tina Peters need to flip. All comes full circle. Because until there's accountability, they're getting away with it. And they're still doing it. Roger said it like fucking 3 weeks ago. It's not ancient history. It's fucking happening right now. Real time. They are going to contest the election. They are going to have states that will refuse to certify the results of the election. Let me say that again. They tried last time to get, remember all the people that came to the White House to talk to Trump after the election? They were pressured, we learned through court testimony, they were pressured to reject and not sign the certification. It happened actually in public, I think in either Michigan or one of the Midwest, North Midwest states. I mean, it's not like we're making it, like, fuck, man. I just watch what they do. I watch what they say. And I probably watch more than some chuds. Frankly, I spend way too much time listening to what MAGA is saying or whatever, the Reich, the new Reich. I spend probably more time than most of these people. I certainly looked at the data more than anyone I've encountered in the last 4 years or 3 years. So I'm not making a fantasy here. I'm fucking following the data. And the more they get away with it, they think they're right. And here's the thing, I'll say it again. They have spent so much time in their echo chamber of right-wing media and that audience confirming back to them that they hear them, right? You hear it all the time. Right now, here's what we're getting. Here's the current troll. The current troll is Kamala doesn't have a fucking platform on her website. That's the Tim Pool. That's Tim Pool. I heard him fucking say it last night. So we're starting to get trolls with that message. You can actually clock the messages, look for keywords, because they all share similar keywords. And that's because the zone is flooded with shit by primarily Rumble, which is a Peter Thiel and JD Vance project. Hello. Oh my God. We're not making it up. They're fucking doing it. There's a lot. That's why we need all the smart people. So you will never convince me that this has not been such valuable work. Oh my God, how dare you? Gal Suburban has been a guiding light, along with Clayberg, J. Rance, Tina, others I know who have floated in and out. They did work to create, to create the body of work that says, this is how these things are connected. These are the people, they know each other, right? Right? They know each other. Lara Logan. Oh, good. This is awesome. Let me just do this for a minute. Hopefully we don't get caught with the timing. Okay, never mind. Tina Peters. Oh, I actually am blocked because Tina Peters blocked me because I told her she was going to prison. Let me show you. I'll show you. Wait, I need to go to right to her thing and then I can see that I'm blocked. Fuck, man. Come on. Wait, here we go. Oh, man. Damn it. Okay, wait. What's her name? Real Tina Peters. Okay. Here we go. This happened a few months ago. So Tina and I go way back. She didn't like me telling her that she was going to go to prison. Yeah, the jury's waiting for the lawyers to stop fighting. That's exactly what's happening. Oopsie poopsie. Anyway, yeah, Laura Logan's on your side. If Laura Logan's on your side, you got a problem. Okay? If Nick Fuentes supports what you're doing, you have a problem. If Tim Pool supports what you're doing, you have a problem. I mean, it should not be hard to do the math on this. It really shouldn't. Shouldn't be impossible. And while, with all due respect to her son, he died after his combat service in a air show, which is not, he should not have died. There's no way he should have died. So my heart is broken for her because I can't imagine losing a child. But I also think this is one of the issues where she was able to be convinced of things that weren't real because she was heartbroken at the loss of her son. So that is a tragedy. That's a tragedy. I'll give her that. Oh, this is all right. That's loud. Okay. Anyway, yeah. Wow. I hope they give him snacks too. Oh wait, let me see if I can do this. Ooh, that's better. Oh, I like that better. Oh wait, let me play the sound effects while we're here too. Cause okay, get ready, cause I'm gonna play that sound effect. That's the Domini Patri. Hold on.
In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti.
That's one of my new sound effects. And here's what the other new sound effect that we actually created yesterday during this very same type of broadcast.
Shut up, Lolo. Shut up, Lolo. Lolo. Shut up.
Thank you to Oomph. Shut up, Lolo. Because I asked him to record it. And he did. So I appreciate that because I you know how sometimes I get on a rant and I keep going and I kind of get like whatevs, incoherent, starting to babble. So I was grateful for that. That'll be a good one. Shut up, Lolo. Lolo, shut up. Laura Logan out there defending Tina Peters. Wow. Then Tina Peters' Twitter bio, whistleblower with 7 felonies and 5 misdemeanors for exposing the traitors of our country. Oh my God. Gold Star mom of fallen Navy SEAL and election official. Not anymore. You're not an election official anymore, bitch. You done, son. She ran for, no, he's not. He's not going after clearing the fog. Well, good luck with that one, Chuckle Cuck. Because Foggy knows all your shit. Okay? He's not going to fall. He's not going to... See, here's the thing. The bullies go after you with bullshit just to waste your fucking time. That's what all our bullies go, do. And make sure you listen to the next couple of episodes of the Con Pod, which is coming. I just have been very busy, so I haven't been able to record it and finish writing the 3rd episode. But I'm going to explain how people have betrayed me and how that has been part of the whole process. And it leads into the abuse and harassment. And this is, again, Chuckle Cuck takes it to a new level. I mean, the people I deal with are just morons. But Chuckle Cuck is the real deal. He will do what he needs to try and destroy you if you don't cooperate or if you are working against his interests, like exposing Matt Gaetz for what he truly is. In Signal? Oh, fucking hell. So Chuck isn't very subtle when he tries to get under your skin. He's not very subtle. But he's a Nazi. And this is why I've been so confident in my sense of self throughout all of this nonsense. Is because I know that what I am trying to work, to expose or to make fun of or to make uncomfortable, I'm trying to make MAGA uncomfortable because I don't want bigots to be running anything. That's really what it comes down to for me, is a more perfect union. I don't want bigots running shit in this country. If they have to exist, whatever. But they need to put it back under the rock that it was under for all of that time. Or whatever. or shove it back under the rock. So I think that if you're coming for us and I seriously look at what you're claiming and go, what the fuck? That's the worst gaslighting ever. Like, the people on this app or Twitter that try and gaslight you are just so fucking bad at it. It's just so ridiculous to me. It's such a waste of energy. Oh my God. Talk about the big blue marble. Talk about the time you have on this earth. And this is how you're spending it? That's fucking unbelievable. I mean, you have to get right with God if there is one, which I don't think there is anymore. I'm an atheist now. I was a Methodist and now I'm an atheist. Damn it, Chuck who? Charles Johnson, Chuck Johnson, Chuckle Cuck, as we call him, is a nerdy little asshole. I'll show you what he looks like. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is Chuckle Cuck's worldview. And CTF speaks TTP. Must have hit a nerve. I'll pop on the hell site in solidarity with CTF. Who's CTF? Oh, Clearing the Fog. Yeah, Clearing the Fog is one of the most straight up guys I've ever met in my life, and I have met him personally. So I know Clearing the Fog personally and have for many years. And I can tell you, he is a fucking righteous dude. And he is fucking awesome. And no one should fuck with him. Because he's a good guy. And he fucking cares about people. God, I hate seeing really great people, which I have some really fucking great friends. And I don't say that very lightly because I'm not really a friend person, you know? Like, I'm a terrible hanger-outer and shit like that. Because I'm really into my own time. But these people that I have connected with, like Clearing the Fog, like Gal, like everyone else in Gal Squad, etc., all of you, you're the real deal. And everybody can try, but I'm just like, I'm so over it. It bothered me in the beginning because I didn't understand it. I hadn't been on the internet that much, you know, like I was working, so I didn't spend time on social media and all that stuff. And yeah, he is getting attention, and I think you're right. That's why Chuck does that. He goes to people that are getting attention. Look at him. He's a little fucking prick. Okay, Nazi Chuck Johnson. This is when is this? July 28th of this year. Jim Post. Nazi Chuck Johnson was Peter Thiel's beta test for J.D. Vance, but for some reason didn't qualify as the superior race. 8 years ago, Chuck complained about women on Money. Quote, the stupid idea of letting women vote and the demise of Thiel's early playground, apartheid, South Africa. Here we go. This is Chuck in his own words. It's going to be
so if the country has a royal figure on it, I sort of discount it because it's part of a royalty. It's part of a traditional system. I mean, even if you have a suffragette on your currency, as does Australia and New Zealand, but you ultimately have Queen Elizabeth on your currency, it's sort of like the royalty thing kind of outweighs the stupid idea of letting women vote idea. And of course, you see this in South Africa as well, which went from who was somebody who was supposedly the old Dutch colonial administrator, a guy named Verstook, to Nelson Mandela, who's on most of the currency today. The language obviously has changed. They've gone from English and Afrikaans to English and all of these African languages on the currency. So that gives you some sense. And by the way, the South African currency was one of the strongest in the world for quite a long time, and now it's quite weak under the ANC management.
Oh, Chucky Chuckers. Chuckly Chuckers. Yeah. J.D. Vance is the current mascot for a Catholic coup.
In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti.
Sorry, I'm going to use that one a lot, so be ready. Let's see. J.D. Vance is the current mascot for a Catholic coup by the PayPal Mafia. Opus Dei. and the Knights of Malta. And the thing about it is all of these guys are members and active in these organizations. So it's not like, again, it's some, secret skull and bones. They really fucking have shit they're doing.
The
here
issue
we
that's
go.
before the court is pretty straightforward. It's a motion to quash a subpoena that was issued to Mr. Frontera, General Counsel for Dominion. The motion
He's so
has
mad.
made a few different arguments. The only one that remains outstanding is that
The stupid
in
idea of letting women vote.
The motion should be quashed because the subpoena should be quashed because it's harassing. There's no way it could lead to admissible and
Carla,
relevant
be
evidence
safe.
in this case. Because any testimony offered by Mr. Frontera, who's not a percipient witness to what happened as it relates to these charges, there's no basis in law or fact for him to be required to testify here.
Good. Is he crying?
As I've said before in some previous
I can't
orders,
wait,
the defendant
Val.
has the right
I want to get on there.
process.
Drop your
right
buy
to
me a
present
coffee.
defense, but those rights are
Drop it in chat,
not
babes.
absolute.
Drop your handle or whatever
There isn't
like
a
the
whole lot
after
of
the
case law in
www part.
Colorado as it relates to trial testimony on that issue. There are some cases relative to preliminary hearings that aren't terribly helpful, but there is some good case law from federal courts about this right and its limitations and some other state courts. Indeed, federal courts have consistently stated that the right to compulsory process is not an absolute right, and the defendant, when appealing or trying to show that a subpoenaed witness should be required to testify, must show that the testimony of the witness sought would be both material and favorable to his or her defense. If such evidence would be repetitive or cumulative, for example, the trial court is within its discretion to quash the subpoena or to otherwise exclude testimony. It's a appellate court case from the 8th Circuit, U.S. v. Gillis, 645 F.
I'm in love. And I don't usually love younger guys, but his brain is turning me on. And his character, like how he holds
Missouri,
himself.
Appellate court case
Oh my
864
God. Driving me
SW
crazy.
2nd 354. The Court of Appeals there held with favor a trial court's order
brainy
quashing
men.
subpoenas.
I'm in. I'm
because
done.
The testimony of the witnesses
Put a fork in me.
who were sought to be compelled to testify were deemed irrelevant.
Val, I wanted you to come here.
Because the testimony was not related to a matter at issue in that particular defendant's trial. So there are other cases, but at this point, it doesn't make a lot of sense to go through all of them. Suffice it to say, that's some of the law that the court has relied on generally. Here, the court has heard an offer of proof ex parte from the defense. The defense also filed a motion that laid out, somebody filed it for the defense team.
It was
that
signed,
lays out,
had the defense lawyer's signature, but he admitted this morning he didn't
preliminary
create
reasons, for why this
You
witness
can't
should
make
be
it up.
required to testify. What the court starts from is the basic precept that this witness, again, was not present during any of the alleged criminal conduct. As far as the court is aware, he became aware of the video of the trusted build that was posted on the internet at or around the same time just about everyone else did, and based on that knowledge became involved in his role as counsel for Dominion because the video was of a Dominion voting machine.
Proprietary
He had some
data.
communication with law enforcement as well.
Companies
Some of
get to do that.
communication with law
They get to get
enforcement,
mad if their proprietary info is leaked.
related to matters that were discussed under seal, so I won't repeat them here, but I'm aware of those communications too. In the motion that was filed by the defense, There are about 6 or 7 bullet points for why Mr. Frontera should be required to testify. One of them is Frontera is a member of the executive team and was in daily communication with the Secretary of State. That's not relevant.
It's not relevant.
The Secretary of State is not a victim or a witness in this case. There are public servants from that agency that are
Okay, Scuba Val
identified
08.
as key witnesses here. But
Oh,
that
don't
daily
you even worry
communication
about it.
after the
My
fact
gosh.
is
That's
not
why we're
relevant to
here.
any
We
issue,
support each other.
at hand
That's
here.
what we
It
do.
doesn't advance the ball.
Hold on,
as
I'm
to
gonna
the
go get
defendant's
that
guilt
link.
or innocence.
I'm gonna make it
So
easy.
His testimony
I'm subscribed
can't
already.
possibly, be material,
But I have too many
for any
subscriptions.
matter at issue here under that.
So I
argument.
appreciate the
Dominion,
heads up.
Mr.
Is that your
Frontera participated in the
coffee
drafting
thing
and
too?
approving of official statements
Love?
to the Mesa recording and alleged
You're so
acts,
adorable.
Clerk
God, I
and
love you.
reporter
I love you so
Peters.
much.
I
really
don't
do.
know how, and I can't find that being a part of a public statement
You're so
allegedly
adorable.
that was drafted is one, not hearsay. Two, even if it's not hearsay, would have any bearing on whether the defendant committed the charged conduct, which again is what we're here for. Immediately following the release of the Mesa recording, Frontera participated in and advised to create an official meeting for the Mesa County Commissioners to discuss the actions of Ms. Peters.
There you go, love.
That would be something relevant.
Make sure
and
your
material if he was a witness
Give Me
to
Coffee
any
is
of
on the
actions
YouTube
that the
channel if
defendant
your
took,
link is
but
there.
he's not. And as such, what he said or did to other people who aren't witnesses to the allegations here is not relevant in any event. In mid-August,
Oh, okay.
Frontera spoke with
Oh, not that? Oh,
investigator
God,
from the
sorry.
DA's office and consents to a search.
My channel is
of,
Scuba Val.
Certain items, even though he didn't have legal authority
Oh, it's there.
to do so.
Perfect. Okay.
As it relates to that particular argument, the motions to suppress have been litigated. We resolved those issues a long time ago. Jurors have no role in the resolution of suppression issues, so it doesn't matter whether Mr. Frontera made false statements to Mr. Cannon for all the reasons that I just stated. It just doesn't matter as it relates to whether the defendant committed the crimes charged. Whether he consented to a search or the like is just entirely irrelevant. The only one that is a bit of a closer call is that Dominion, by and through Mr. Frontera, was the impetus in the launch of the investigation against the defendant, not the Secretary of State, as Investigator Cannon previously testified.
I feel you.
Okay, so what, I guess, is how the court would respond. So what if Dominion and Mr. Frontera wanted the defendant to be prosecuted? Does that make it more or less likely that she committed the crimes here, particularly where the person at issue is not a witness to any of those things? That may have some relevance.
I had a
but that's
Patreon for a
question
minute,
that
and then
can
I
be
didn't have
asked of
enough
Mr.
content.
Cannon.
So that's
If he
the only
denies
thing.
it, then so be it. But
But
it's
I like
a rabbit
Patreon.
hole that would be gone down that would really offer incredibly limited probative value to the jury. Again, as I said before, if the president said, I think someone should be investigated, which presidents say all the time, that doesn't make the president a witness in the subsequent prosecution of that person or anyone else, just because they may want something to be investigated and they may say it publicly. Without more isn't the hook to get them into court. To the extent that that has some relevance, at the end of the day, the probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues. It's misleading. All of what I heard in the motion or the under seal argument is similarly related to orders that the court has
He was gonna say
previously issued.
incoherent.
This case has nothing to do, as I've said in previous orders, about the functionality of voting equipment. Defendant's not on trial for making the video. She's not on trial for publishing the video, even if whether she did or didn't. She's not on trial for manipulating the voting machines. It just doesn't advance the ball one way or another. Some of these things may relate to why the investigation took the course that it did, but beyond that, it becomes incredibly inflammatory, incredibly prejudicial. It just doesn't matter in terms of what crimes were, whether the crimes were committed. It's not relevant. It's misleading, it's confusing, it's unduly prejudicial, and it's not admissible. So because nothing that Mr. Frontera would offer to this case has any bearing on the material facts at issue, or even less, perhaps, I don't even know if you'd call them immaterial. I don't know what a lesser word of material would be, but whatever it is, because he can't offer anything of relevance to this case, the motion to quash the subpoena is granted. Let's get the first witness in here, please.
Oh my God, he's so mad. I love this judge. This is hard work.
While we're waiting, I have one request for the court unrelated to what we just discussed.
I would hope so, yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
Regards Mr. Wood, we've been trying to serve him a subpoena. He called the DA's office and said that Exhibit A was a fake and he could prove it.
Okay.
So,
Fucking hate this guy.
Investigator Cannon told him to remain available if he's needed for rebuttal. And I'm asking the court to order the prosecutor to produce him so we can cross-examine him about his statement that Exhibit A is a fake.
He didn't say it was fake. He said he didn't recall being in that conversation. My God.
Okay. For the people?
Your Honor, Mr. Wood communicated with Investigator Cannon over the weekend, rendered an opinion. Investigator Cannon said be available for additional follow-up if further investigation is needed, not available for rebuttal. That is a separate distinction.
Okay. What about the request that I order him to be produced by the people?
We don't have him under subpoena. We released him, Your Honor.
Okay.
If they get him under subpoena, absolutely, he will honor the subpoena.
I need to be provided with some authority for me to order the people to do that, Mr. Case.
What a shit show. It's a Colorado shit show. Colorado shit show. Rocky Mountain High in the Colorados. I don't know what that song is.
I had
I
you
am
come in,
so
and
sorry.
there was one more thing I needed to discuss with the parties. It's not going to take more than a minute. If I can just have them wait in the hallway right there, it'll be very quick. Thank you.
Uh-oh. I have a subscription goal now of 1,000 by the end of the year. I'm at 775, I think. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. Order in the court. I'll have a pastrami sandwich. Oh my God, he is so mad. God, I just want to give him a back rub. You know what I
You're
mean?
going to be standing up in 30 seconds. The court received word yesterday from the bailiff that some of the jurors were hearing comments, in particular from that corner of the courtroom, right where the gentleman in black is seated.
Oh.
I don't know who was over there yesterday. I have no recollection of pretty much any of the faces in this courtroom. So I didn't hear it. I don't know if anyone on the prosecution side heard it. I would hope that they would relay it to me immediately. But I'm just reiterating that at this point in this case, with what I know what's going on and what I've heard, there will be
I mean,
a zero
undoubtedly
tolerance policy,
one of the Tinas.
and if it's reported to me that any member of the gallery is making outbursts or saying things under their breath or saying things not under their breath,
Yeah, let's go,
that
Val.
is
Let's do it.
communicative about a belief, thought, whatever related to this case.
I know
will take
you
appropriate
said I
action,
could
and
do
that
it,
very well may
so
not
I
be
believe.
you just leaving the courtroom through that door. All rise for the jury.
Oh my God, he is so angry. I just want to give him like a shoulder rub, you know? I know he's probably happily like with a person. He needs like just a shoulder rub, right? Like just a shoulder rub. Take it easy, babes. Shut up when the jury's coming in, you big fucking idiot. I'm sorry. Hi, Paul J. Oh my God, Paul, did you miss anything? Holy shit balls. We had disorder in the court. We had lawyers submitting things with their signatures that they didn't actually write or sign. We've got ridiculous motions to bring in Santa Claus. It's been ridiculous. All right, that's our amazing bailiff. I just want to point her out. She's amazing.
Apologize for the delay. I was working with the attorneys. You know what I'm going to say. To the extent you had any frustrations, take them out on me. I want to be efficient as best I can, but things come up during trials that sometimes necessitate discussions that can be lengthy. This trial is no different. But I want to get going as quickly as we can here today, so we'll have Miss Nisley come on back up. I'll swear you in, ma'am. It's a new day.
I'm wearing my coralized pumpkin. Yeah, move the damn lectern, for Christ's sake.
Please raise
You
your
think
right
we
hand.
are?
Do you swear or affirm in the penalty of law that the statements and testimony you'll give to the court today be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Please
You
take a seat
better.
over here in the black chair.
You better.
You don't have to state your name or spell your last again, since you did that yesterday. And Mr. Administrator, you were in the midst of your cross, so you can resume whenever you're ready, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Nicely.
Good morning.
Mrs. Nicely, right?
Oh my God. Brenda.
I'm going to try to pick up somewhat where I
Brenda,
left off
you
yesterday afternoon.
spilled coffee on your blouse.
I know
Oh, I
that
feel so bad.
you met
She's
with
probably
the district
mortified.
attorney's investigators yesterday.
Yes.
I assume that there wasn't any coaching involved in that, correct?
Correct.
Excellent, okay. And while you were under oath during this overnight intermission, you didn't consult any sources, internet?
Oh, maybe that's just a
doing
shadow.
research,
Sorry.
anything like that?
I did not.
Sorry, she doesn't have a coffee stain. It's just the shadow of the microphone. I'm wrong.
Do you feel that your memory is pretty good today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to start with a statement that you made relative to when Clerk Peters was on the phone with you, I believe, and you know, she was your understanding was that she was at the airport. She was on her way to this symposium that we've heard referenced throughout the trial, and that she learned that the image taken in your elections department was published, right?
That took place before she left, yes.
Right, before she left. She was in Grand Junction.
She was in her office when she made that statement to me.
Oh, I see.
And when she found out. It was before she left.
I'm sorry, I must have been confused. I thought she was at the airport. Did you have a conversation with her while she was at the airport?
Yes, with with Investigator Cannon.
Okay. So the statement that she made upon learning that the image had been published on the internet, and I apologize, but the statement, as I recall, was, "I'm fucked," correct?
Correct.
And
she made that in her office in my presence.
Okay. And were just the two of you present for that?
Yes.
Exchange?
Why would the defense attorney bring that up?
Your perception of that statement, based upon the information that she was referring to, the information that she had just learned, that this image had been published, was to your belief, I suspect,
She's giving me
was,
Patrick Star vibes right now.
Perception that
Not gonna lie.
She
Patrick
was
the
going
lid.
to be in some trouble with the Secretary of State, correct?
Correct.
And or Dominion?
What do they call
I
that?
don't know about the Dominion part.
Mens
just the Secretary
rea.
of State.
Okay. And what, if anything, did she say that gave you that belief, that she would be in trouble with the Secretary of State?
Because the passwords linked it back to Mesa County and to her.
Okay. And did you learn later that those passwords actually were blurred when the image was published?
Give me
I'm
a
not aware of
fucking break.
Say that again?
I'm not aware of any of that.
Fuck off, counselor.
And you've not been made aware since?
No.
Okay. And you're aware that making the image is not unlawful, correct?
I'm not sure of the question you're asking me, sir.
The
Calls her a
the
legal
image
conclusion.
that we've heard about that you were present for, the imaging of the server, and which was ultimately published on the internet, was not that act in and of itself was not.
Yeah, it might have been her sending it to Conan.
She knows, overruled.
I was not present when that image was taken, sir.
Right, but I'm asking you with respect to her state of mind when you were having a conversation with her in the office before she left for the symposium.
I don't understand your question. I was not present when any of that imaging was done.
Right. You were on vacation in Utah.
I was in the hospital in Utah.
Or hospital, right. Following what was supposed to be a vacation.
Correct.
Okay. But what I'm asking you is, did you have a perception that when she made that statement to
This
you,
is stretching, isn't
she
it?
wasn't referring
Isn't it
to
stretching a little tiny bit?
being in any kind of criminal jeopardy, was she?
Objection, lack of foundation.
If you know.
All I know is what she stated to me.
All right, the objection's overruled.
So you don't have any background as to what additional information she may have conveyed to you?
I wasn't aware of what had been taken, what had been done, until she made that statement to me in her office. And that's when I said, how could you be in trouble? You did what you were responsible for doing, which was making the backup.
Right. And
I knew
think,
nothing about passwords or anything else at that point.
Okay. This was in keeping with your understanding that she was very concerned, I think your words were very concerned, about making a backup of her.
But why'd she
server,
send it to Conan,
correct?
and why
That
did
was
she
her
turn the cameras
responsibility,
off?
yes.
Right. And she also knew, and you knew, based upon your own research into laws, policies, rules, etc., that
Yeah, when did
well,
perception
specifically with
become
both
fact
federal
and not
state law,
hearsay?
that she was responsible to preserve
Or not
the,
speculation.
results of the election.
That's correct.
22 and 25 months respectively.
That's correct.
Correct?
They keep trying to paint
That
her
she
as
was
some, I was
very
just doing my
concerned
job,
about
that's all.
transparency
Oh,
from
was
the
she?
very
But she turned the
outset
cameras off,
of
didn't
your
she?
employment.
Not that transparent.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, if you could repeat the answer.
Not that transparent.
Did you answer yet?
I said correct.
Okay, I didn't hear it because
Okay.
I coughed right when you said that.
Damn it.
Thank you.
No worries.
It's all right, sweetie.
So,
I'm just kidding, sorry.
you indicated to us previously that she was also very concerned about voters' inquiries or voters' questions or her constituents' questions, right?
Yes.
And you've told us about your efforts
Look,
that
our
were
names
made
match
on
her
behalf
sweater.
of obtaining a badge access for Mr. Wood, right?
Yes.
Okay. You never actually formed any sort of agreement to have Mr. Wood impersonated by another individual, did you?
I was not aware of that.
Are you
taking place
are you
at all
admitting
until-
that, sir?
Okay.
Are you admitting that, sir? Is that what? Did you just admit the? Okay.
Judge, may
I don't know. Where are the Cohen brothers?
Yes.
Where are the Cohen brothers when you need them? Okay.
Sure.
Where
What
are
do
the
you
Cohen
need?
brothers?
Exhibits that the clerk is holding.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you right now, this is just unfucking believable. I never had an idea that this case would be this interesting. I knew it'd be interesting to me because I'm like a nerd when it comes to Tina Peters and Mike Lindell and Doug Frank. I'm obsessed. I never thought the trial would actually be objectively one of the most interesting and intrigue-laden proceedings yet. I mean, what's the guy who murdered his family down in North Carolina or South Carolina? We watched that trial. I mean, even that was terrible, but
You may.
maybe equaled this in drama. I mean, is there a dead body somewhere in this case? I don't know.
1 and 2. Yeah.
There could be. Dun, dun, dun. Wait, I don't think I have that.
An exhibit marked as Defendant's Exhibit V, and it contains 2 pages. And I believe you'll recall that we discussed that yesterday.
Yes.
Okay. And so you were able to tell us yesterday that you took those photographs, correct?
Yes.
Can we publish that, Can we?
They haven't been admitted yet.
I'm sorry.
What's this up, everybody? Oh, yeah. I think dogs should vote.
V containing 2 pages.
That's from the
V or V?
V as in Victor.
some brothers.
Any objection?
Some podcaster brothers.
I think dogs should vote.
Yeah.
Permission to publish those exhibits.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Drink that water. Make sure you're hydrated.
Okay, so this is a formality that we go through in order to get these documents before the jury. Would you remind them, once again, since it was overnight, what these documents, what these photographs depict?
Clerk Peters directed me to go down the hall and observe what was going on in the tabulation room and to take photos and video, which I did, and went back a short time later, and there was paper over the windows so that I could no longer observe.
So, and would you describe for us, just so
Who put the paper on the windows?
certain, these photographs
Ooh.
were taken on the same day,
Who let
but
the
just
dogs
a slight
out?
difference in time?
Yes.
And
Okay.
could you estimate how long there was an interval between taking the photo that showed the individuals in the election room and the photo you took showing the papered windows?
I'm guessing that that's probably on video, but maybe 10 minutes to walk down to my office and taken care of
Yeah.
other business and walk
Not
back.
suspicious at all.
Okay, great. And do you know what date these photos were taken?
I do not recall the date. It was the day that the subpoenas were served on the office.
And I think you testified yesterday that this was when the office was, quote, seized, I think was the word you used?
Raided, yes.
Raided,
Mhm.
seized. So these
Yes.
were government.
So what she's talking about-
investigators and officers that were in the room.
So basically, this is when the state came in and raided the elections office to find out, to seize the equipment and just kind of shut it down while they were investigating why the passwords to said system had been leaked on the internet by Ron Watkins. So Tina said to Belinda, go down and keep an eye on them. Keep an eye on the investigators, because Tina was on her way to South Dakota with Mike Lindell. She wasn't there for the raid on her office. She had Belinda handle it. And this is what Belinda's describing, is what Tina asked her to do on that day. It's very complicated, I think.
Yes.
And were there any of your staff members in that room?
No, sir.
No election workers were present?
No, sir.
Okay. And do you know who was present?
As I stated yesterday, I believe that there was one of the IT representatives, Dave Underwood. I remember seeing Officer Cannon and Investigator Cannon and another investigator, DA Rubenstein, when I walked past a boardroom that was adjacent to that, there were county commissioners in there, as well as, I believe, the head of the IT department.
Okay.
Those were the people I recognized.
Were any persons present that you recognized from Dominion Voting?
I did not know anybody from Dominion Voting or from the Secretary
So
of
there you
State's
go.
office.
Shut up.
Okay.
Shut up, dork. They keep trying to pin this on Dominion, and it's so dumb. They even mentioned Serbia. There's a clip floating around somewhere.
Judge, may I approach the clerk?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, so, we can probably get live here. Hold on.
Victor, numeral 2.
We just had a few
Also,
seconds, so.
Victor, numeral 3. Can you take a moment and look at these documents and tell me whether you recognize them?
I'd be like, get away from the front of my fucking table, okay? Creeper. Chester. Lives in a van by the river kind of guy. I'm just kidding. He's probably not. Come on, Granny. Come on, Granny. Read faster. Come on, Granny. You either do or you don't. It's a yes or a no. Don't say anything that the jury shouldn't hear. The judge is already mad at all of you.
The Colorado Revised Statute 2020. In regards to what's highlighted, it has to do with the election office.
And which exhibit are you referring to?
20 VV Victor 2.
Okay. And Victor 1, what do you recognize in that document?
I have Victor 2 and Victor 1, or excuse me, 3. I don't have a
3.
1.
Right. And what is Victor 3?
Victor 3 is a Colorado Revised Statute in regards to who an elected official is as to what's highlighted.
Okay. And can you read that highlighted portion, please?
From Victor 3?
Yes, please.
Objection, Your Honor. These exhibits are not yet admitted.
And she doesn't have
Move
any...
to admit these documents, Judge. Both Victor 2 and Victor 3.
I object, Your Honor. They haven't been properly authenticated or a foundation laid through this witness, and they appear to not be a complete record of what the defense is purporting them to be.
Uh-oh.
There is a lack of foundation as to if she knows that these are accurate, if they are full and complete, and the like. So the objection is sustained on that basis.
So,
as it relates to completeness, the objection's overruled.
So, Mrs. Nicely, you've indicated to us previously that you conducted a lot of self-study regarding the statutes and the rules that apply to elections and election officials and workers.
And that's admissible now?
And have you had occasion in your employment to review those specific statutes and rules?
Yes.
So you're well aware of them?
Yes.
Thank you. Having laid a foundation, I've moved to admit them.
Objection.
Yes, Your Honor. They are not complete, and I don't understand the relevance at this point.
May we approach?
Sure. Come on up.
Here we go. Sidebar. What does she know? You can't admit self-study of the code. He's trying to get her in to establish some bullshit fact about the code. And the fact of the matter is that it's not her job. She was fucking Tina's assistant. I mean, really, she was the deputy clerk. She was basically the coffee girl. for Tina. I mean, we're not talking about a huge county here. It's not like a mega operation. It's a bunch of chicks that work in an office, you know. It's like basically a glorified DMV. The thing about it is, in fact, DMVs are bigger. But I will say, and I commented on this in the first few days of this trial, if you watch the other testimony of the other election workers, it is clear that those, and they were all women in that case, they take their jobs very seriously, far more seriously than Miss Peters does. Yes, it's a sidebar. And they really were adversely impacted by her crimes, because not only were they the ones who were there when the FBI, et cetera, whoever came to take the stuff from the office, Tina wasn't there. They had tried to kind of gently guide her that, you know, well, this is kind of odd and that's kind of odd, you know, and she used them and put their lives in danger because she allowed Doug Frank and others to foment locals to hate election workers. I shit you not. I'm sure there's like 10 clips I could show you. So, I don't... So the people that work there were as heroic as they could be under the circumstances, and now they're doing a really great job. And I bet their lives are not all that great in terms of the threats that they do get. And now it'll be worse because they've been on some YouTube channel. Not mine, but this channel's, right? So chuds will find them and chuds will, you know what I mean? It's just vicious. It's a vicious thing that Orange Man ushered in, and the right wing said, that's a great idea. Let's be as lying and insulting and destroy character as frequently as possible, even when it doesn't make any sense. Never miss a chance to be an asshole.
The objection is sustained. I'll keep it.
There you go. That's where I'm going to leave it.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Yeah, you can just give him the clerk. Thank you.
So during yesterday's direct testimony, in response to questions that were asked of you regarding, by Ms. Drake, regarding your own prosecution, you have stood in this courtroom in front of Judge Barrett as a defendant, having been charged with criminal conduct, correct?
Correct.
And prior to that, you went down to Denver and spent many hours in an interview with a whole bunch of investigators and prosecutors, correct?
Correct.
And they asked you basically
now she's
everything
pissed
that you knew from the very beginning, right?
Yes.
And you were truthful with them, correct?
Yes.
And the purpose of that, in, I believe your understanding, was that if you were to cooperate, I think you mentioned something during that interview that you hoped that this would result in a lack of prosecution of you individually, correct?
That is correct.
However, you were prosecuted.
That is correct.
And based upon your cooperation, you were able to reach what we call a plea agreement with the government, correct?
Yes.
And you were able to obtain an offer and a recommendation by the government for you to plead guilty to 3 offenses that I believe Ms. Drake classified as misdemeanors, right?
Yes.
And those 3 offenses were what?
I don't recall the exact misdemeanors. I do not recall.
Okay.
They're a matter of public record, though.
Right, of course. Would you disagree with me if I told you that I believe you pled guilty to trespass?
Again, I don't recall exact verbiage of what the misdemeanors are.
Okay. And violation of a duty, would you disagree that you pled guilty to violation of a
I
duty?
won't disagree because I don't remember.
You don't remember?
I don't remember what the verbiage is.
That's fine. That's fine. And do you remember pleading guilty to an added count of official misconduct? Do you remember that?
I'm sure that's probably part of it, yes.
Okay. And so as a result of those guilty pleas on your part, the judge sentenced you, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah,
And
literally.
As a result of that sentence,
her pedicure pal
you received 2
fucked her
years
over.
of unsupervised probation, correct?
Yes.
And you had to do some community service
Yes.
and pay some fines.
Yes.
But you didn't spend any time in jail, correct?
Other than the initial arrest, no.
Right. Okay.
She's pretty mad. I don't think she knew she was doing crime stuff. I mean, maybe she did, but I don't know.
Have a moment, Judge, to confer.
I don't really know her. I haven't heard her talk a lot, obviously. Yeah, attacking the deal. Well, they have to, Lisa, right? Like, you almost have to. I'm sure they talked to her about how to answer those questions. I guess they're not supposed to coach, but how do you not coach someone? I don't get it. Oh, I think it's stupid for sure, but this is where we are.
Well, it appears I just have a couple more. If you'll bear
Ah.
with me. Clerk Peters did not want the video publicly posted with the passwords, to your knowledge, correct?
I only know she was caught off guard by them being published. That's all I know.
Well, you also know that she was upset when she learned that.
Absolutely.
Then why did she send a copy of the disc to Conan Hayes, who wasn't part of Mesa County?
When she exclaimed,
What did she think
to
was going to
you
happen with that
in
data?
your presence that she was, and I apologize, fucked, that her exclamation was not actually related to anything other than the video being released, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
Nice try,
Over there, if
counselor.
you know, you know. Overruled.
What?
Would you repeat the question?
Sure. Let me make sure I get it precisely. And that when she exclaimed to you in your presence that she was, I'm sorry. When she exclaimed to you in your presence that she was, and I apologize, fucked, that her exclamation was not actually related to anything other than the video being released.
Correct.
Correct.
That is correct. That's my understanding.
Because you didn't know about all the other parts yet, stupid.
And
apparently none of these ladies have gone through an
briefly,
ethics
back to
course.
that
I don't know if they have ethics
episode
training in
when
Mesa
you
County,
spent
but they
the
might
day
want
in
to think
Denver
about
with
it.
all of these prosecutors. There were federal prosecutors there also, were there not?
Yes.
And were you introduced to everyone that was in that room?
Yes.
And how many people do you suspect, if you can recall, were there? If you don't know an exact number, can you give me an estimate?
There were either 9 or 10.
Okay. And
that included myself and my attorney.
okay. So if there were 10, then if my math is correct, 8 of the 10 were prosecutors and investigators.
Correct.
And you say you were introduced to all of them, right?
Yes.
Were any of these individuals representatives of
Did any of
Dominion
them look like
voting
Joe
systems?
Biden?
No, sir.
Oh.
Okay.
Or did any
They
of them
all
own
identified
Dominion?
themselves as either, for instance, Mr. Cannon was there and Mr.
Yes.
Rubenstein was
Yes.
there. Mr. Shapiro was there.
Yes.
Do you remember a Mr. Struwe?
Yes.
Michael Struwe, an
He was there as
investigator?
well. They
As-
sat on the opposite sides of the DA.
Right, okay. And were there individuals there from federal law enforcement?
He still wants to
I
make
believe they were the
Dominion to
Department
blame
of Justice
somehow
that was there, 2
for
individuals.
this.
2 individuals from the
It's like
Department of
vindictive
Justice?
prosecution
I
or
believe that's what their
something.
titles were.
I don't know why that would. Because Dominion said, hey, some of our proprietary data has been leaked. We should really prosecute. They're blaming Dominion for this entire thing because they think Dominion sneakily went to the Secretary of State and said, let's get her. That's literally what the defense is here. I'm shit you not. Never mind turning off the cameras. Never mind faking the identity of a person to come in because he works for Mike Flynn and Mike Lindell. And then you end up sending him a copy of the data, the most precious thing that you have. They do have a lawyer in court because one of their, but only to squash that subpoena, which they did. Oh, Jesus, here we go again. God, these children, it's children's hour. Anyway. Oh, yeah, they want you to believe that this is Dominion's fault and Tina is innocent because, number one, her defense is she was only doing her job and she just was doing a backup of the system just like she was told she should do. Number two, she turned off the cameras because there is a requirement. So even though the cameras had been on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for the last, 20 or so decades, however long they had the technology, Tina Peters decided to turn it off on the 19th of May, 2021. The 19th of May, 2021. And then on the 23rd of May, which was a Sunday, that's when Tina Peters, and I think Sharona Bishop, and I don't know who else, went into the Dominion, or it went into the Mesa County office where the ballot equipment is held, which is only accessible by very high-level key cards. And she had this person who has now taken on someone else's identity because they needed a secure card and a background check. So this was a person without a background check going in and making a copy of the entire pre-database, and then they had a copy of the post-database. So I'm going to tell you right now, there is so much more on Tina, and this shows me that they have nothing.
Excuse me, Miss Drake.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Nisley. How
Good
are
morning.
you today?
I'm well, thank you.
This is the redirect by the state.
I just have a few short questions for you based on the questions that defense counsel asked both yesterday and today. You talked a little bit about Mr. Wood and his badge, and I just want to be clear that I think your testimony is the defendant asked you to get Mr. Wood's badge.
Correct.
And you agreed to do that?
Yes.
And did you in fact get his badge from him?
Yes.
And the defendant also asked you to have the surveillance cameras turned off.
Yes.
Did you agree to that?
Yes.
And did you in fact take steps to facilitate having the cameras turned off?
Yes.
When you left the office to start your vacation, did you know at that time that Mr. Wood was not the consultant who was being brought in for the trusted build?
That was my concern.
And what was that concern based on?
I told my husband I didn't know for sure, but I thought that that's what was going to happen, and I was concerned about it.
Was that based on communication you'd had with the defendant?
Yes.
And at that time, you didn't take any steps to prevent a third party from coming in?
I did not.
You've also testified that the defendant repeatedly stated in conversations to you subsequent to the trusted build that she was going to jail. Is that correct?
Prior to the
After the trusted build?
Oh, after, yes. In almost every conversation that we had about that, that was her concern.
Did she give you
Mens
more details
rea.
about why she thought she might be going to jail?
Mens rea. This case has it all.
Just because of the Secretary of State. The Secretary of State being against her was her opinion, and that
As convinced by
because
Mike
of what
Lindell.
she did, that they would come against her.
And in fact, I think it was your testimony that Sharona Bishop tried to direct you to remove evidence from the tabulation room.
She did direct me to. She didn't get
Holy-
it accomplished, but she did direct me to do it.
Fuck. Holy fuck.
Finally, I believe you testified
I
yesterday.
didn't forgot that one. I didn't hear that
the
one.
defendant was on her way to South
Where's
Dakota
Sharona's
for
case at?
Shamposium when you were contacted by Investigator Cannon, and then he asked that you try to reach the defendant by phone.
Yes.
And I think you also testified that she did not immediately return to Grand Junction after she went to South Dakota. Is that right?
That is
Yeah,
correct.
how long was she
She
gone?
left me in charge of the office and told me per statute I was the clerk in her absence and I was to be in the office.
Do you recall how long the defendant was gone?
I believe a couple of months.
Hold on, please.
Yep, it was a couple of months. Nope, it's okay, Judge. We've got proof of this
please.
because Tina called into the Lindell show throughout those 2 months. Yeah. Frank Speech TV, look it up. Tina Peters, Frank Clips. He even organized it for us. I shit you not. I shit you fucking not. Mike Lindell made a big deal of hiding her for 2 months in different parts of the country. Probably Patty McBurn after reading, too. I'm telling you guys, this is a good one. Because this one's full of stupid people. She ran away for a couple of months. She said she was in hiding. I'm not kidding you, people. She said it day after day after day after the symposium. It was like their own little Born Identity, like a Walmart or an Aldi version of Born Identity. That's what it was. Do you want to know why I'm so crazy when it comes to Lindell? This is why I'm so crazy when it comes to Lindell and Doug Frank and those people. Is because they literally are the clowns. Oh my God. I can't even tell you. It has been such a day. Such a fucking day. Oh, I bet you 5GW has some fantastic threads on this. So Belinda just let us know, finally confirming in court, that Tina, after the symposium, didn't come back home and take up her job again. No. She went into hiding and phoned into Frank Speech TV, a.k.a. the Lindell Network, almost daily for a while, because it was kind of fun that she was on the run. And Mike Lindell was saying, I've got Tina in a safe place. I shit you fucking not. There are hours of this conversation, hours across months.
The question has been withdrawn.
No, that's important. I object.
Ms. Nosley, do you recall approximately how long you maintained control over the office once the investigation started?
Only a couple of days. I was walked out by Human Resources.
Thank you very much. I don't have any further questions.
You're welcome.
And then she was arrested.
Do we have any questions for this witness from the jury? Okay, looks like we might have at least one, so if I can have the bailiff approach.
Yeah, come on, jury. Don't let me down. God, I wish I was on this jury.
And counsel approach too, please.
Although I'm not supposed to, give any evidence or anything like that. Anyway, what you missed was, this is Belinda. Now, Belinda has flipped on Tina. She flipped after she got arrested. Belinda is the person that Tina had make sure that the cameras were turned off before they went in and copied the database. Unfortunately, Belinda was busy having multiple heart attacks while the trusted build of the Dominion system was actually going on, so she couldn't be there. But afterwards, she helped by... on the day of the symposium when Tina flew on Mike Lindell's private jet from Colorado to South Dakota, which we were just discussing about what she did after the symposium, which was a question that was withdrawn, is that she was left in charge of the office after, on the day that Tina was in Lindell's thing, when they got raided, Tina left her alone to go through the raid. And then Tina went on the lam, the proverbial lamb, for 2 months at the cost and the hands of Mike Lindell and Frank Clips. Yeah, okay, so wait, hold on. I'll find it, because it's a little fucking weird, because, Mike fucking Lindell is a fucking idiot. Let's just call a thing. So no, nothing can be easy when it comes to fucking... Oh man, I'm sorry. I'm just like... These are my jam, right? These are the people that this is the group that I have been watching. So this is Frank's speech right now. All right. This is basically the same thing. It redirects to the same thing as Lindell TV. That's Maureen Bannon, who is Steve Bannon's spawn. And she's as idiotic as you think she would be. This is Joe Hoft, who is the humiliated founder of the Gateway Pundit. Is that what he did? He did the Gateway Pundit. Anyway, so this is... Oh, here we go. They're watching. Weird. And then if you go... Of course, everything is stupid as fuck. Can't be unstupid. Here we go. Is this the clips? Yeah, Frank Clips. Here it is. I am so gratified right now that this is actually something that's relevant. I can't tell you. It's maybe just the climax of my personal experience in some of the darker hellholes of right-wing media. Oh, they have playlists too. Let's see. Here we go. Worldview. This is Brannon with no D. He's a Christian nationalist, anti-Muslim, anti-everything, horrible person who hooked up with Lindell because he was already running a Nazi network from Memphis, Tennessee. And so Lindell just moved into his studio and ran Frank's speech from there until Mike ran out of money. And then Brannon with no D hit the fucking road and went to Patriot TV, owned by Mike Flynn. So now Brannon with no D is the MC of Mike Flynn's network, Patriot TV. I don't think he's any longer showing anything on Frank's speech, but it could be. I don't know. So this is Roger Stone's thing. He had one too, but now he's on Patriot TV, I think, too. Conservative Daily Podcast. That's Joe Oltmann, who is also part of this story because he's in Colorado, and Joe Oltmann is a real weird ass motherfucker. Then we've got Bannon's War Room. Mike Crispy is really dangerous. He was a person on RSBN. Then he probably was actually too fucking radical for RSBN, so Mike Lindell adopted him. This is where Emerald Robinson landed after she was fired from Newsmax. Let's see. Oh, here's America's Mom. Do you want to see who Sharona Bishop?
Thank you so much for being
This is
public,
Sharona Bishop.
for being vocal about
Oh,
what has
yeah.
happened to you. So many people shrink back in the
Oh.
corner. They get afraid. They think that
Yeah.
if they speak out that they're going to be more tormented by these agencies and by those who don't
Yeah.
are good
It's America's Mom. She ran Lauren Boebert's 2019 campaign. She sure did. Well, she says she did,
Well,
but
thank you
Lauren
very
says
much,
she was just a
Sharona, for
coffee
having me on
girl.
your call. I am just amazed at what God is doing and why He did this. You mentioned
Why is
something on
God
the
doing
call. I was
this?
just listening to the interview you were just doing, and God
I'm turning
chose
her
me,
down.
and that's how I
God chose her
why I
to be
believe
at
I'm where I am
J6.
today, and it's for a bigger
Oh, this
purpose.
is Rebecca
God put us on
Lavrans,
this
one of the
planet for a purpose. He has a
J6ers.
destiny for us, and we just have to say yes and follow
Okay,
Him.
anyway, so that's
Uh,
Sharona. You don't need to listen to anything else that she says. Oh, R.I.P. Diamond and Silk. Well, now Diamond. But we have the picture of Silk. She's got her picture. Sorry, I don't feel sorry for these people. You don't even know how evil some of these people are. They are such bigots and such full of hate. Well, he certainly has a lot of Brandon. Oh, Tamara Scott's really funny, too. I used to watch her. She's fucking weird. She's
I have to ask you.
I have to ask
I
you.
got to sit next to you at the dinner the other evening. What?
Who's
okay,
this?
First off, you're an economist. Were you an economist and then you
Patrick
became
James.
an investigative
I don't know who-
reporter? How did this all transpire?
She's in her bathroom with a really good green screen. Will Johnson, I also have had like online fights with Will Johnson when he just was a YouTuber, and now he is part of Frank's Speech, which is fine. I fucking hate that guy. Alex Newman's boring as fuck. Oh my God. Alex Newman talks about, oh no, he doesn't talk about transhumanism. Somebody else does, but he talks about other stuff. I don't know who this woman is. That's a new one.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Anyway,
one of
welcome
the
to the world. Welcome to my
questions,
world the last 4 years. Oh, actually more. Well,
I
not
can't
because
answer,
Frank's Speech is new.
But what I can tell the juror who prepared it and will now know that the
Aiding a
question hasn't been
fugitive.
asked is that at the conclusion of the case,
What happened
you
in the
will get
Hardee's drive-thru?
a packet of jury instructions from me. That is the law and the only law that you are allowed to follow. And in that law, there'll be a discussion about that particular issue that you raised and how to use that evidence. So just know that that's coming, but right now, I can't answer that question. But I do have 3 questions for you, Miss Nisley, and I'm not going to read them all at once. They'll be one at a time. So the first question I have for you is, and I'm going to say Miss Bishop is not an employee or your supervisor. Why would you listen or take direction from her?
I did not take direction from her.
Do you know why Miss Bishop was invited to an employee meeting with Mr. Frank?
Other than the fact that she was part
These
of
are
the
his.
election integrity group that Clerk Peters was working with, I don't know why. I believe she was there as part of an escort to the evening meeting or evening event.
Was Miss Bishop always involved in the
kinda.
happenings of your office?
No.
Questions based on these questions, Miss Drake.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Nicely, you said you did not take direction from Ms. Bishop. Did you take direction from the defendant, Tina Peters?
I did.
Why?
She was my boss.
Thank you.
Mr. Administer, questions based on those questions.
Isn't it true, Dominion?
All right. Ms. Nisley, is she released from her
Oh
subpoenas?
my God, could we please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh,
Ms. Nisley, thank you very much for your testimony.
Belinda,
here today.
go
You are
home, get the
released from
fuck
your
out of here, go to
obligations the court
Applebee's,
relative to
drink
this
those
case.
margaritas, girl.
Have a good rest of your day.
Yeah, don't discuss
All right,
the
it's,
case. Don't go in the war
12:03.
room.
We are going to
Okay,
break
they're going to
for
go to lunch. All right, that's fine.
Going to give you the admonishment. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't.
We love that. Oh, bye. Bye, everybody. Bye, Sharon. I hate you. Come on, let's go. We got to go. Marie Callender's only has pie for 2 more hours. All the banana cream's going to be gone.
Their lunch. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Don't form or express any opinions. We'll start on time at 1:10. I give you my word. I'll rise for the jury.
Oh, don't do that. Okay, that never works out the way you want it to. Whoa, what happened here? Why'd that do that? I wonder why. And I wonder... Oh, I see. It's because I'm over there, you dumb fuck. Oh my God. Okay. I want this to be live, and I want this to be big, and I want this to go away. There. Ta-da! Jimmy Dean's has pies. Do they? Are those good? And don't think. Just don't think when you walk outside the courtroom. Stop it. Turn your brain off. Think about SpongeBob. Oh, wait. Oomph, you made it just in time for...
Shut up, Lolo. Shut up, Lolo. Lolo. Shut up.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, kind sir, for fulfilling the commission that I made of you. I appreciate it. The check's in the mail. And then I found another one. Now, this one starts a little loud, so protect your little baby ears if you're, shut up, Lolo. I just love it. It works. You are famous. You're on the fucking soundboard. Okay, wait. Here's one. Okay, it's a little loud in the beginning.
In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti.
I found that last night, and I thought, that's definitely going to come in handy. So not my wanted mode of expression. I know. You would never. I don't think you would ever tell someone to shut up. So that was all in jest, friends. I asked him to do that. And he did it. And I love it. It's great. I like having custom sounds on my soundboard. It makes it really special. It's better than just the usual. Although I think I need a few Three Stooges ones. I think I only have one Three Stooge one right now. And I'd like to have another one of those or something different. I want the one when they work in the hospital, because that's the one my sister and I used to always say that to each other. Oh, yes. Oh, whoops, that's the wrong one. See, I did it again. That's right. And I have to subtitle those. I'll have to do that. I'll do that somehow. I don't know how I'll do that, but we'll figure it out. I'm trying to automate it. Oh, are you being loud? Are you saying something? Oh no, you're not. You're fucking. Why I oughta. No. Okay. So when they work in the hospital or something, and they're in surgery, and Mo and wherever, Manny, Joe, and Jack, or whoever, of boost the gain to jump scare. Yes. Yeah. Or boost the gain. I do want to do that. Actually, I want to do some jump scares on here. I mean, I have a couple of jumps.
God creates dinosaurs. God destroys dinosaurs. God creates man. Man destroys God. Man creates dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs eat man. Woman inherits the earth.
Yeah. Anyway, so that wasn't the really scary one, but anyway, there are some scarier ones. And I have to edit down the Psycho. I think that's a good idea. The Psycho music's really long. The violin jump scare wears off before the violins are over. Well, I mean, because it's really beautiful music, so it's it's not really a jump scare. Let's see. What else we have talked about? Oh my God, this has been such a busy morning. Can I tell you how busy this morning has felt? Okay, so what we wanted to do was see Tina Peters, and I think actually Tina. So this is Frank's speech. And I don't know how this is Will Johnson, and he and I do not like each other. He's a dick. He's a fucking bigot and a dick. I hate him. And he's mean to people. That's what I don't like. This is the failed Frank Social. That was good. Hello, Telescope. And let's see. Oh, you got to get your gold or challenge coins. Oh, Cause of America. So Cause of America is something that we might start hearing about too as part of this entire process. Cause of America. I don't know all the details behind this particular organization, but this group has been very connected and funded by Mike Lindell, at least to this point. I don't know how they're doing. They probably have other people funding them at this point, but I just know them from their relationship and the way that Mike Lindell platformed Cause of America. And Ash Epps, who is their spokesperson. Enter Cause of America. The role of Cause of America is to... These guys are bad, okay? Cause of America is who's doing all the on-the-ground shit to get people to watch polls and intimidate voters. These are the voter intimidators. They do the canvassing. They are really, along with the U.S. Election Integrity Project, you know, all that bullshit. Everything has its own fancy fucking little name. So Cause of America is to enable, facilitate, and support citizen grassroots action to restore trust in local elections. It's about building a network of individuals, organizations, and partners who can learn from each other and work together to solve the most pressing issue facing our nation, free and fair elections. Cause of America is unique. It's not about building an empire. It's bullshit. It's not a top-down command and control organization attempting to control. It's funny because they just say what they actually are doing by saying what they don't do. That's how stupid these people are. Yeah, it's lean and nimble because you only need a couple of fuckwads at the top to do what you're doing. You've got all these volunteers throughout. And so they are the ones. Remember when Mike Lindell had that funny little like thing fly in on a drone? Remember that? And he had it fly in on a drone, and it was basically a transmitter that would... If you walked into an elections office with this little device that Mike Lindell was funding, it could send a signal. Listen carefully. This device, it's not the drone. That's not the show. The drone was just a way to get the device into the hallway in a fancy way. Forget the drone. He's talking about these little weirdo devices, which probably will never come to fruition, so I wouldn't worry about it. But the point of these devices was that a person would bring them into a polling station, and theoretically, this device would determine whether or not the polling machines, Dominion, etc., were connected to the internet. Now, there was no explanation of how that was going to actually come to fruition. But anyway, these things... And it gets better. It gets better because the information about the suspected, either connection to the internet, or I think there was a way for you to personally report if some funny business was going on, like voting. You would basically, the WMD, you would basically transmit or somehow connect to fucking Cause of America. And they, as the holder of the contacts in every county in the nation, at least that's what Lindell has said. This is the vigilantes. This is Chud Central. Ash Epps. No, I'm not going to contact you, Ash, because you blocked me on Twitter. And so did Lindell. Well, no, Lindell doesn't have me blocked anymore because he came back after and then... I guess so, but I don't really know because I'm going to be honest with you. I've been watching Lindell pretty fucking closely. And legitimately nothing that this man thinks is going to happen actually happens, including all the verkackte stupid inventions that he's being fleeced for. And now everybody's getting the fuck out of there, right? Going to Patriot TV and Mike Flynn because Mike Lindell doesn't have any more money. And guess what? He's pretty much the only fucking advertiser on this whole website. It's pretty much my pillow. Let's see. He doesn't have any sponsors. This is the only dumb shit that spent his own money to fuck with democracy and didn't ask anybody else for money. I mean, he's got Pat Byrne after reading. He's got him. But Mike Lindell spent all of his money. He bankrupted his company, and he's going to be bankrupt because he's still being sued by Dominion for pretty much more than he's worth. I mean, if I were Lindell, I'd probably schedule a Hunger Games just so that you could raise some money to pay your debts and hope for the best. I'm not kidding. You think Rudy's bankruptcy and lack thereof and his lack of financial protection now that the bankruptcy's been lifted and now everybody gets to sue him for what he's worth and first in line is already decided case of Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss? Welcome to your new condo in West Palm, ladies. Welcome to your beautiful multi-floor condo in the Upper West Side. How about it? So, this is the network that in ways I have been paying attention to. There are a lot of smart people like Gal Suburban, 5GW, Clayberg, Tina, Jim Stewartson, who have the deeper dive on some of these organizations and how they connect back to certain individuals. Oh my God. Anyway, so that's a little bit about. Okay. That's Mike Lindell's going to hell. Hey, Mike Lindell, you're going to hell. You're going to hell. You're going to hell. You're going to hell. Hey, Mike Lindell, you are going to hell. And down in hell, those pillows won't sell well. Oh, they won't sell well. Oh, those pillows won't sell well down in hell. Oh, this is his stupid Lindell Recovery Network. You want to know what this is? It's a paid program that you give to, that churches buy. And there's I looked for one in Los Angeles because I'm just curious. And I think there's one in the middle of fucking the desert. Let me see. Oh, yeah, I don't want to tell you what my addiction is. Oh, but here, just tell us your age and your addiction, and we already have your ISP. Yeah, they'll melt. So, yikes. Yikes, Mikes. But I think here's where everybody left to, right? Everybody said, oh, Mike Lindell, you don't have any more money. You're not very cute anymore. You know what I'm saying? You're just not very cute. They all ran over here. Because guess what? We found the real Tina Peters website. That's right. Tina, just 16 days ago, talked about how she's being persecuted and how the deep state. Here's Derp State. This was J6. This was a J6er. Uniparty seethes over Assange. This is Tina Peters. This is her website. Hers. The truth matters. Can you fucking believe it? Let's see. Is that Sean Smith? I think that is. Yeah, so there's a lot of assholes. Oh, God. I can't. Persecuted by the regime. This bitch. So
hey folks,
I think
Donald Trump Jr. here with urgent news.
Coke
the
Jr.
world's central banks are making unprecedented moves, and it's time for all Americans to pay attention.
I'm not skipping this ad. I want to hear. Look at it, so
more
Soviet.
Gold than at any other
So
time
Soviet.
in history, and now in 2024,
the trend is accelerating.
Why are central banks doing this?
I don't
Because
know.
even they have lost
even
faith
they have
in the
lost
dollar.
faith in the
And
dollar.
In these uncertain times,
Gold is the ultimate
safe
safe
haven.
haven.
If you are
But not
worried
just
about
any
your
gold.
dollar, I
My
urge
gold.
you to take similar
Don Jr.
action by
gold.
diversifying your IRA
That's right.
or
Get some
401k
bars.
into
Get some bars and
physical
some
gold.
Benjamins.
This is where my trusted friends
But this
at the
is
Birch
where
Gold
my
Group
trusted
come in.
friends always
By moving your
move
retirement
their gold
savings
to.
into a Birch Gold IRA, you can secure
Yeah,
your
put your
financial
retirement in
future,
gold.
just
I mean,
like the
in their
world's central
gold.
banks are doing. Your nest egg will be stored
Do not
in
do
a
it.
The digital dollar
Ah.
Trojan horse known as FedNow has been stealthily deployed across
Okay,
U.S.
okay.
bank
Bye,
accounts.
bye. This is probably the Conservative Daily Podcast. This is Joe Altman. I don't think any of this is going to help her. You notice that Doug Frank's. Oh, I wish I had pictures of that shit. Doug Frank.
You have a choice because this is America. You have a choice on
I'm Joe Altman, and I'm a fucking idiot. And this is when I was thinner, and I'm not thin now. Fuck you,
citizens to come in if they had any questions. Bring me your concerns, and I would take them for tours, show us how the signature verification. You know, we adjudicated. We had people that sat there and looked at the signature verification
1 month
to
ago.
make sure that it matched the ballot envelope. And it
Yeah,
was
they're
the
on
voter.
lunch. They're on
Well,
lunch.
did you know that signature verification that someone signs now with automatic voter registration, or my
I don't
other
want
two
it. I don't
opponents
care about your.
combined, they're,
And this bitch, after all of this was said and done, after she got arrested, she ran for Secretary of State. She ran for Secretary of State. Yeah. Oh, they are? They're raiding Ritter's house? Ooh. Wasn't he recently with someone else? Who was Scott Ritter with somewhere? When Gal, if you're here, did you you're still gone. Are they on okay, that will not help her. No, none of this is gonna help her. And I guess she's just telling us all about, how voting works, which is funny because she said she didn't know how voting works before, but, or she doesn't know how computers work. I'm sorry. She doesn't know how computers work. Anyway, this is a pretty good, I'm sure Joe Altman's doing some of this for her because he's also a Patty McBurn after reading Fool. He's part of that little cabal. She's got 3 pages of videos. Holy shit. 1 year ago. Wow. Oh, this is selection code. This was I think this was a Lindell thing. I don't think I ever watched it. Hey guys.
Let me ask you.
No, I'm not going to do it.
Worse than what we're being told?
No. Stop buying expensive foods. Don't buy steak, okay? It's not good for you anyway.
And upon
This is a
examining
trailer.
those records, there are a lot
I
of
know.
files that deal with adjudication.
Scott Ritter.
They're all gone, all of them?
Oh, Lord Logan. It's Lord
They would have been
Logan.
gone if I hadn't have done a backup. These people are being selected, not elected. And when the person's vote isn't being honored, something...
Then it's all just an illusion.
Something has to change. If I have to hand count every single election from here on out, that's my commitment to the people.
What if it costs you your life?
Then I'll be with my son. I raised a Navy SEAL. I'm a Gold Star mom. Lost him 4 years ago. My blood and his blood is the same. I love this country. I believe this is our last chance to save it. And if we don't get this fixed,
Grieving mother.
if we don't expose what they're doing,
Flip, Tina.
I believe we've lost this country.
You're an idiot. Flip, stupid. Flip it. Flip it good. Don't be stupid. Stop being stupid. Don't take the fall for Pat Byrne. Patty McBurn after reading. Don't take the fall for Lindell, the carpet farmer. Give me a break. Come on now. I mean, this is why I jump out of my skin when these people are on trial, because first of all, it almost felt like they never were going to get to some of these folks. Although, thank you, Jenna Griswold, Secretary of State of Colorado, who made sure these charges were brought under great threat, I might add. Because, let me just show you how they treat Jenna Griswold. This is probably not hard. Oh, whoops, that's Tina Peters. I need to go to the regular old. What is her name? Jenna. Oh, I want to see Doug Frank. I want to look a little closer at that. Here we go. 2 years ago, the War Room, little Stevie Bannon and his merry band of incels. Oh, wait, is it not working? Uh-oh. Oh, you can't play it? Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, okay. That's fine. What happened here?
We're gonna fight very, very hard.
We're going to fight very, very hard.
Because they have a lot of
Yeah, I
money.
got a lot of money. I don't have a lot of money, but I need new life. I need you to buy this gold. I need you to buy this gold right now.
That's because the
I know.
official inflation
RFK,
rate
yes,
doesn't
that's
tell
it,
the
Kathy.
whole
RFK Jr. was hanging out with Scott Ritter, who is a known Russian agent and pedophile. And I guess the FBI is raiding Scott Ritter's house today.
I mean, every day you're out there.
That's the sound of the police. Okay, wait. Let's see where he gets to Jenna Griswold. Okay, yeah, we know, Steve. You're really mad. Oh, here's Sharona.
Why is this important? Why
This is Sharona Bishop.
people were supposed to kidnap? Remember, this all blew up a couple weeks before the election in 2020. It was in October on this case in Michigan, and I want to get to it. Okay, set the table.
Look at
Tell
it's
us
America's
what's at
mom.
stake in Michigan.
Oh, no, this is Michigan. Sorry,
Trump
that's not
just started
Sharona. She just looks like
horribles in
her.
The America First movement.
Right?
there's
Oh, no, that's somebody else.
presidential election.
Oh, it's Julie Kelly.
So
For crying out loud, Julie Kelly blocked me, too.
from revealing
She's an
the true
idiot. She's very in her feelings.
Actually involved with this group of. Come on.
She should put her...
undercover agents may actually be involved.
Wait.
The New York Times telling the undercover agent from Project Veritas.
Little Stevie Bannon. What's Steve Bannon doing right now?
Next, about Colorado, a lot going on. Jenna Griswold, you're going to stay in meetings the rest of this week. What's going on?
No doubt about
Boris!
It's an honor to be here. Love the show.
Love the show? You're part of the show, you fucking idiot.
Tell you some direct information for the posse.
All right, this is 2 years ago. We don't care.
The MAGA movement is stronger than ever.
Oh,
and there's
brother.
a full concentration from the event yesterday. Where
Boris, real quickly, I know you got to jump back in the meeting.
no doubt about it, Steve. The MAGA movement, I fully believe.
MAGA movement. He's been, this little cupcake has been indicted in Arizona.
She's now promulgated that report to many of the senior MAGA people.
Here we
thank you
go.
very much.
Here
I
we go.
appreciate it, Kay.
All right, here we go.
Kaysen is,
They just
is head of
crime
the,
and crime and
voter
crime and
integrity,
crime. Here we go.
Issue. They've been doing the canvas. She had a great report yesterday.
Liz
She's now
Harris
promulgated that report to many of the senior MAGA people. People are going through it. But after that, you put this report out. I kept bugging you and saying, hey, are any officials looking at it, particularly Jenna Griswold? And
this is
you're getting
Tina.
blown
Oh,
off,
not
staff.
Liz Harris.
And then she dropped some bombs today. Tell us what's going on in Colorado, because I want to tell folks, as Katie Hobbs is going to run for governor, and she's been terrible in Arizona. Raffensperger in Georgia, terrible, running for re-election against Jody Heiss. But this may be the biggest Secretary of State race in the nation, because she may be the epitome of
Holly Kaysen. This is Holly
today,
Kaysen, co-founder of U.S. Election Integrity Project, which is really behind a lot of the fuckery in election systems and threats.
I think maybe today or yesterday, Jenna Griswold proposed a new bill into the Colorado Senate. It's Bill 22-153. And it is an absolute abomination in terms of free and fair elections in Colorado. What she's really trying to do is centralize as much power as she possibly can grab right now under her control.
Okay.
Yeah, but you said yesterday, be specific about that. You had all this punch list of what you wanted to do and get rid of the machines and having paper ballots and all this. And I said, hey, we're burning daylight here since you've got primaries, you got general election. But she just came out, and I think she completely reversed everything you're even thinking of doing, right? She wants more centralized control. And the way I read, at least the summary of this bill, is she wants to be able to override county officials like, for instance, Tina Peters. Correct? I mean, this is a total concentration of power into the office of the Secretary of State of Colorado. Am I read that correctly?
Yes, you're definitely reading it correctly. Let me go through some of these highlights in the bill. I pulled out some of the key
Well,
points.
that was 2 years ago, so we're not going to do that. But I kind of want to... Wow, that's 2 years ago. Is there anything older? Jovan Pulitzer. There's another douchebag. A douche nozzle. I have a good picture of him in a Speedo. Hi, Sharon. How are you? How are you doing? Okay, let me see. Let me go back to Frank Speech. Oops. Where's Frank Speech? Oh, I don't want your Lindell network. Oh, God. No way. No way, mister. Frank Speech. There we go. Okay. I want to see. Okay, it's Jenna because this is right after it all happened. What is that? Oh, 8 months ago. That's dumb. I want the real oldies. I want Lindell. I want Lindell yelling about Jenna. Oh, here we go. Oh, come on. Are you gonna let me play this? Why can't I play this? What the hell is this? What happened to the clip? What happened to the clip? Can you not play it because it's his? Oh my God. It's in the clips. Oh, forget it. Oh, forget it. God damn. This is so fucking useless. Oh, wait, what's that? No, that's not 2 years ago. Yeah, she ran for Secretary of State. Crazy Eyes, that's what they call her. That's 5 months ago. God, I really want some of the oldies, but videos, live streams, podcasts, and articles. And there's nothing under, okay. Okay. Here we go. This is 2 years ago. I'm Q. I'm a Q nut. I'm a Q nut. I'm a Q nut.
Be very clear. Mesa County clerk and recorder allowed a security breach, and by all evidence at this point, assisted it.
As you know, the FBI raided my home yesterday morning, accusing me of committing a crime, and they raided the home of some of my friends, mostly older women.
Oh, yeah. This isn't from the raid.
They even used or had a battering ram.
Yeah, they had a battering ram, but they didn't use it.
Literally combat gear show up to attack my home, not men with suits and badges.
Where's that thing where she horse kicks them?
Combat gear. So it was pretty over the top.
Oops.
Now, there have been a couple of stories in recent days about how, in my opinion, the tide appears to be turning in regards to the election malfeasance of 2020.
This was 2 years ago.
We've got movement in Wisconsin. We've got movement in Pennsylvania. We've got movement in Arizona.
Shut up. Shut up, you idiot. There's Will Johnson with Mike Lindell. Blank. Can't stand you both. You're so terrible. You're terrible. You're just terrible, Blanche. You're terrible. Okay, wait. I want to see if you can find the arrest clip. Arrest Tina Peters. Whoops. You've probably all seen it, but it's good. It's good. It's good. It's worth watching. Oh, here we go. There we go. Okay, it's kind of loud, but you'll get it. Oops. All right, this is Tina Peters being arrested. Okay, this is because she was on the run for 2 months. Then she finally went home.
We have a search for iPad.
Watch her legs.
Walk to my car. I'm going to guess You're not going to put a hand on anybody here. No, you do not.
Do you have the iPad? Okay, where'd you put it?
We don't have to tell you anything.
To who? I'm not sure exactly.
They don't have to.
Hey, Bob, let's keep saying Randy.
Okay,
No.
Randy, put your cup down and turn around. Ma'am?
Let go of me. You let go of me. Let go of me. You're not resist. Let go of me. Let go of me. Not ridiculous. Oh no. Let go of me. It hurts. Let go of me. Give me my
You got kicked. You understand?
Stop it. No, let go of me. Yes, you are, Caleb. Give me my key to my car. Give me my key to my car. Give me my key to my car. Give it to me. Give me my key.
Step outside for me, please.
Take my purse. Let go of me. You're hurting me. And I'm going to show all the bruises that you put on me.
If you're not going to cooperate, you'll be charged with obstructing.
Let go of me.
You understand that?
You let go of me now.
No, ma'am.
You're bruising me. Let go
Stop
of me.
pulling against us.
I'm not pulling against you. Let go of me.
Then stand up like an adult.
Shut up. What an asshole thing to say to me. What an ass thing to say to me.
They're law enforcement. They're always gonna win. That's your
Do me a favor. Do me a favor. Let go of me. You're hurting me.
I'm not hurting you.
You are hurting me.
Obstruction at the moment. Okay.
Here. Let go of me for a minute.
Ma'am, I don't care if you record, but can you just step back a little bit?
I want you to do something. I can talk in her ear.
No, you need to.
No, you can't. You're under arrest, stupid.
Let's walk over and put her in the car.
I know. Isn't it nice?
Stop.
It's nice. It's a good feeling.
Walk then.
You're hurting me. Damn it.
I'm sorry.
Okay, you're under arrest right now, okay?
You are hurting me.
Walk.
You're hurting me. Please.
Stand up and walk then.
You're hurting me. Let go of me.
She kicked him in the restaurant.
Let go of me.
No, ma'am, you're under arrest.
No, ma'am.
What?
Obstruction.
I didn't obstruct anything. You're hurting me.
They might be hurting her, but
You're hurting me.
I guess I would just like calm down because I don't. And I wouldn't crime.
What are you
Oh,
doing?
it does
You're
that,
hurting
too.
me. Get out of my pocket.
You are under arrest. You are being
Oh my God, girl.
Stay back. Back up. Unless you want to be detained too, back up. I don't care if you record, just back up.
Go to my car? Is that what she's saying?
I am
Go to my
standing
car?
straight. You're pushing me over with your hand.
I'm holding onto your jacket.
Cooperate, lady. Cooperate.
What are you talking about? Get out of my pants.
I am conducting a search. If you move, you will find additional charges.
Find additional charges? This is like arrest without cause.
Oh yeah, it's a great Ralph Lauren jacket, isn't it?
Asshole.
She's mouthing, "Go to my car."
Silver.
She's a fucking bigot. Let me tell you, she did election fraud. She made a copy of her county's voting system and sent it to Mike Lindell's people. She fucking did it in broad daylight. And now it's like, oh, wait a minute. You mean I, as a white woman, can be arrested?
Ma'am, have a seat for me.
I don't think they're going to put it in the trial, Lee.
Have a seat.
It would be prejudicial, I would think.
Do you have any idea what
Here, scoot over a little bit.
Do you really know what you're doing?
Yeah, he does.
Merrick Garland.
Oh, you're assisting Merrick Garland.
Okay, scoot over.
She is to the end denying the election results. It would be eye-opening.
Go ahead.
But they won't even let in the fact that she was on the run for 2 months before she was arrested. So I don't think they're going to let in the others.
Yeah, I'm going to charge her with obstruction. She was trying to kick us when we escorted her out the door.
Well, there you go. Don't kick police officers, I guess. I mean, sorry. She literally took steps to cover her tracks, people. It's not like she just made a copy of the database and then went, oh, well, I did my job, which is what she's claiming. No. In order to make said copy of database, she faked the identity of someone to come in and make the copies. And furthermore, before that, she arranged to have the cameras in the sensitive room turned off when they have not been turned off in the history of the office.
Okay.
They're working on that on there.
Okay. Yeah, so, the screwy said Cannon are going to come over and...
Yeah, just hold for now.
Okay.
I'm going to turn this down just a little bit. Because it goes on for quite a while, so I'm sure it's just a bunch of this kind of stuff standing around. So we can talk over it in case there's anything else interesting. But, yeah, I think she... This to me is one of those cases, you know, the minute I saw her get on stage at the symposium, I was like, holy shit, she's letting them, it was a shit show. I have to find it. I have to find that moment. I know I have it on film. Hold on. Damn, man. I know I have it on film. I just know it. I'll try and find it because I think it'll be more interesting, frankly, than watching cops stand around. Where is it? Oh, some stuff's been wiped, okay? I'm just going to tell you right now. I'm going to tell you right now. This is... Yikes. It's all gone. It's all gone. Well, it's got to be on his website. It's not on Rumble, though, which is weird. Shit. Wow. This is crazy. 22. Oh, here we go.
Last night.
Okay. I'm going to play you some clips. This is yeah, this is kind of like, all right, we're going to just like stop that for a minute. Hold on. Okay. So this is from the 2021 Shamposium. This was the first symposium that he gave. I don't know what day this is because this is like a clip from it, but I'll just play it and we'll see. But it will give you a feel for what happened that Tina showed up to.
I'm going to just start with the list of things that happened. So at 10:30 last night, Tina Peters, another guy with her that's here, his house got raided, 4 children, and his house got everything taken, all electronics and everything. Last night when I got to the hotel, I was attacked.
He wasn't attacked. Someone came up to get a picture and he got nervous and is probably overstimulated on some kind of pill.
So Colonel, go ahead.
So in addition to the red team, we started receiving...
This is Phil Waldron. He's a fuckwad.
About 2 weeks ago. So,
Flynn.
We've had a...
Christian nationalist.
Close team is what we call. Somebody's working in the crowd and detecting threats. So we detected disruptors inside, trying to get people ejected. Really radical folks outside trying to penetrate.
No, that's not true. None of this happened.
Badges in the parking lot.
None of this happened. None of this happened.
Identified those agitators
and what happened?
By photo imagery. Validated their social.
He runs a intelligence thing in Texas. He's a former intelligence officer that worked for, I believe, Mike Flynn. Oh my God, there's Mike Flynn again. Oh, crazy.
And taking imagery, taking pictures. The big end game is to discredit all the legislators who have had the courage.
There's no legislators there, by the way. There's like some city councilmen and shit like that, maybe a state senator, but nobody with any name that you would recognize. And very few and far between.
Out, made to divide information.
Okay, wait. I want to see if it's I want to get to the code monkey part, because that was like an amazing moment. So let me see. 3 ladies expired. No. Come on. Don't. Ah. Is this just... How long is that? Oh, God. That's just an article. God damn it. Oh, this guy. So that's Phil Waldron right there. He made a stupid little movie that Mike Lindell shows in everything, that basically tries to scare you and make you think that the world is ending. But it's not ending. And Phil Waldron knows it's not ending. I have to go through my clips because I got some raw shit. I got the raw shit. Oh, here we go. This was the $5 million challenge. There was a taker, and he ended up having to pay the $5 million because one of the guys who went proved that he could hack their system. So after a couple of years of legal fights, he had to pay the guy the $5 million. So he did have a taker. Yikes. Okay, let me see. This is the opening. Where's the second day? That's what I want to know.
I'm going to just start with the list of things.
Is this the only one you have, stupid?
Back then, but what I learned, I didn't change. I started looking at all these politicians and going,
Oh my God. This is the same shit over again. Nope, sorry.
Going, wow.
Coke dealer. This is his Coke dealer story. Wow. Well, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that Mike Lindell wiped all the bad parts of his symposium from 2021 off the internet. This is the different symposium. This is not the 2021. There was.
States, and then if we still have time, I'm getting.
This was that was the 2022 symposium or Shamposium. God damn it. Killing me, Smalls. Wow. Okay. Oh, this is Kurt Olson. Okay. So Kurt Olson is the guy I was telling you about. He's a lawyer, and he has literally been involved in most of this stuff. But I don't see his name anywhere on indictments, and I'm kind of curious about that because he has been Lindell's lawyer. He was Carrie Lake's lawyer. I think he was someone else's lawyer. Like, he is definitely one of the lawyers that we need to take a look at. Yeah, they're totally out in the open. They're still going strong. But a name that might come up in future is...
It is going to be posted on the outbound feed.
There's Josh. He hates me. Spider or whatever his name is. I don't know what the fuck his name is. Hi, Neil. Welcome back. Yeah, no. This was the second Cyber Shamposium.
I want to say one last thing here before Kirk comes up. When we, like before, I think when it's, one of the, we were talking about South Dakota. Remember, they said it's not a problem here. Yes, it was 40,000 votes. That was 10% of your votes got flipped.
Oh, wait, is that the August 2021? Now I don't even know.
Tina Peters, when she's here, she was so brave coming out, what they did.
God damn it. So they totally wiped that shit.
And then you had another guy last night with...
Wait, I'm going to try this. I'm going to try something. Playlist? Maybe, do you have the Ledger Report? The fuck is that? Liberty Podcast. This is his website. I just don't get it. I'm so sorry. I don't get it. I know he's out of money, but my God. What the hell? Oh, there's just so much shit. There's just so much shit, you guys. I used to listen to Lindell every day. Oh my God. He has blown a gasket, and we get to see it over and over again. Okay, I think this was the 22 one, although I could be wrong. Oh no, this is it.
this story's all over the news, but we have them in the back. I was bringing people here from Colorado in my plane, and while they were on the way here, her office got raided. And it's just what we're talking about today, but they're going to come out here in a little bit and tell you what happened before, why was their office
Judge me
raided?
by my enemies.
Okay. And there's things, there's a lot of complications now in this. So when they come out, I'll wrap it at the end. But what you're going to hear right now will be.
Look how depressed he was this whole Shamposium.
After what happened, we don't know what kind of why they did it, what they did, the ones that raided her.
Okay, I want to tell you a side story because, oh, good. I'm glad, Lee. Don't get on any other way. This is enough. This is more than YouTube is more than enough. But let me tell you, okay, something I learned from Josh Merrick, who that guy that hates me, that was part of this red team, right? Josh was part of the red team that helped do the symposium. And then he had regrets. And then they shunned him. And now he just like talks about God on the internet. I don't know. He's an idiot. Anyway, and I used to get on his case all the time until he blocked me about why he didn't say more. Because what he says happened, this is what Josh Merrick, who was part of the red team, says happened, is that as the team was going through some data that had been given to Lindell, I think by Mary Fanning of something, real Mary Fanning. I can't remember what her fucking affiliation is, but it's something to do with Flynn and the, and she's even been part of John B. Wells' Caravan to Midnight show, which is another like way out there fucking right-wing mindfucker. So that data, the red team or whoever had been looking at it and they didn't find anything. Josh said they didn't find anything. And so they had to, that's why Mike was first depressed, because they had to tell him that there was really nothing to present. Because the PCAPs, all those numbers that Lindell loved to show on the screen, didn't mean anything. So he was depressed already about that. The first day of his Shamposium, his team had told him that. But then when he came out, as he said earlier, we were hacked. They weren't hacked. He lied. Their team determined that they didn't have any election fraud data showing machine manipulation of the vote. That's what happened. And then he heard about Tina Peters. Because Sharona Bishop had been working her. Sharona Bishop, who was also Lauren Boebert's, on Lauren Boebert's at least, campaign in Colorado. Sharona Bishop, who brought Doug Frank, who is the man with the ridiculous algorithms and the bow tie and the annoying creeper vibe. And she has been mentioned multiple times as part of the Tina Peters. I don't know. She was like the Red Sparrow for Tina, I guess. And they went to Applebee's together and then got pedicures every other Saturday. I mean, I don't know. But they became friends. So even though this dude is a fucking clown and probably going to burn out pretty soon here, just from sheer exhaustion. I think he has been more dangerous than we might have given him credit for, because he funded so much of the ground operation, at least in the beginning. He put all his money into the ground game, all his money into the canvassing and voter intimidation that people were actually charged with. He's the one who has fomented this distrust of election systems to the point of election workers being threatened and vigilantes showing up to polling places. It's because of this man. and his minions. And I think he should definitely not be walking free at all, ever again. I want him to lose everything because he's taken so much away from this country by being a fucking clown. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
And what I'll probably end up doing, I don't know, I got to make a decision here, and they are too. They're back there with a lot of people. But it's a scary situation. It's what everybody gets in when they're going, they're doing their job, and then all of a sudden they take over within fear.
It was absolutely a shit show.
And we know it just happened. You guys were going to hear some. You're still going to hear. It's all over the news now, but you're going to hear from them. But I will tell you, because I have a red team here, this is kind of a godsend. When they're done talking, that red team is going to be doing stuff here, which they're protecting all of these people that came. And they're going to be, it'll probably be Thursday. It'll be a second part of this that's even bigger. But right now, they're getting ready. I'm going to let them, when they
This is what the whole fucking thing was like.
Because I just had to hear it.
Lindell
and what time
had like a weird obsession with Trump.
This happens,
And then Trump paid attention to him, I think because of money.
The media. And this is the
And then he made that stupid ass of himself at the Rose Garden.
And you're going to hear it, a social media site. And then the media, and then all the media, this is what we're fighting, everybody. They almost didn't want to come up here. And I'm in the back going, you know what, where does it end? Where does it end when you can attack people for no reason? They didn't do anything other than they wanted to, help out this country. It's got to stop now.
I know, he was really upset.
I'm back there, and they were going, no. There's people back there going, no, you shouldn't go on. But they're coming on. There's millions of people watching from around the world. I said, this is your protection. If everybody knows they're going to do it, you can't count on being protected by the law anymore or by the cure. You cannot count on it.
This is why I watch this guy, because he's so incredibly terrible.
This is horrible what's going on.
Look at Wendy Rogers.
Now.
Did you see Wendy Rogers?
It's got to stop now. These are politicians. What you're going to hear is involved, I believe it involves the Secretary of State, but it involves the state of Colorado. So
there's another vigilante. I can't remember that dick's name, but he's someone else.
I sat back there. I said, no, you need to come on.
Oh, no. There's not enough Snicker bars in the world.
It's kind of like one of those things. It's too late to close the gate. The cows are out of the barn. And you know what? We didn't have that before. Like my pillow. When I put it out as an infomercial, it went big right away because it was on all the media, right? Well, here, anything we put out, I told them in the back, whatever they did this, wherever they're doing this, it will get suppressed in the news or you will be fear of getting sued or something. That's what it is, or fear, or worse. This has been going on since the election in this country. Threats. Dominion doesn't just take people to court. You get threatening letters. The first letter I got from them sounded like...
Oh, my God. Where is GP with the juice boxes? Hello. Good call. Good call. Good call.
No, it wasn't a...
Oh,
I go, else what? But they're getting ready. They're talking. They're getting ready.
Oh, good.
And,
this is great. Actually, I hope they have the whole thing on here. I'm sorry, but this is worth it.
Because I know the expectations were here, but this is even bigger news. You're going to see it's all over the news right now.
Don't worry about the data that didn't work out. Worry about the data we just got today.
I mean, and I don't know the whole story. I just heard up there. I don't even know what story's out there in the news. I just know they were coming here to say quite a bit, and I know the whole thing. But now we do need to get one thing where it's fortunate we have a red team here. Remember Colonel was up here, the red team? Well,
remember them?
Here,
yeah.
We're not going to just go, oh, I'm in
Oh,
fear and
what are
I'm
we
not
going to do?
go out there and
What are we
tell
going to
the
do?
world.
What are we going to do, Mike?
You know, we can't do it
What are we going to
anymore.
do?
So
What are we going to do, Mike?
that's right.
John Deere and Tractor Supply is now up in Sturgis trying to start a boycott of Harley Davidson. Oh, brother. That woke thing is not going to work out for them because we're all, we are woke and we're not going back. GP's probably sleeping. There's Tina fresh off the plane. And there's Josh. Oh, I think that's Josh. Wait, that might be someone. Oh, that's Sean Smith. And that's Sharona Bishop, America's mom. This was Tina's first appearance on the scene.
They're very brave. I'm telling you, all three of you. And why don't you guys, I'm just going to let you tell the story.
Yeah, tell the story.
I'll start, I guess. I'm Sean Smith. I'm a citizen and a veteran. I'm
Are
from
you?
Colorado.
Is that all you are?
I've got a lot of questions for our election.
Is that all you are,
But they don't
sweetie?
like questions. They refuse to
Sean
answer
Smith's an asshole and an operative of Mike Flynn.
who is drunk with power, who makes decrees like the kind that no third-party election audits are permissible in the state. She makes some emergency decrees.
No cyber ninjas, in other words.
In accordance with state law, Colorado Open Records Act, for the basis of her declarations that they're forbidden, she refuses to answer in violation of the state law. We had over 1,000 citizens submit comments to her hearing, which she refused to separate from the general rules hearing. They had 3 hours of citizen testimony, cut it off. There were still 50, 60 citizens waiting that entire 3-hour period. She canceled the next session where they were supposed to hear the rest of those hearings and just proceeds with the hearings. Our Secretary of State is lawless, and at every turn she appears to be attempting to prevent citizens from determining what is true in Colorado elections. There are elections. Everything that can be destroyed by the truth should be destroyed by the truth. And Jenna Griswold is in between citizens in Colorado and the truth.
That's right. Colorado is not lawless. We, the people, have had enough there, and we have found one elected official who's willing to stand up to the state and do what the people are asking, and that is to protect our vote. And so our
I am using my Madonna lavalier to tell you.
She was not a politician.
Yeah.
She was a business owner.
And a
Her
mom.
job was to defend our vote, and that's
Yeah.
why she's here tonight.
Yeah.
So I want to just encourage you guys to hear for just a minute what's happened in Mesa County.
Yeah. Let's hear it for a minute.
Come under incredible duress.
Yeah.
Jared Polis, who is the governor of Colorado.
Yeah. And gay. Hello. My God. Woke.
She's weaponizing her office.
She's weaponizing her office.
Exactly what we elected her to do.
Partnering with Dominion.
So please help me welcome my friend and an amazing patriot who is doing exactly what she should be.
Sharona's so happy she delivered the whale.
Clerk and recorder Tina Peters.
Sharona delivered the mother. Sharona, this is her proudest moment. As an operative, she delivered the whale. They thought they had the data. They thought they had a smoking gun. For those that were still buying the myth that there was some manipulation of the machines from Serbia or wherever. Because they changed their story every day to suit whatever retort they would get. Literally, they had about 6 or 7 storylines about how the machines were manipulated and from where. They couldn't keep it straight. And they didn't have to for their base, because their base only needed to hear that there was a reason that Dominion was the bad guy. And then they could hang on to that kernel of information about what was wrong with Dominion and repeat it ad nauseum. So it doesn't take detail or fancy. It just takes rote memorization of key facts and emotionally triggering. Like, this is going to be very emotional. Watch this. It's fucking insane. I watched it live and it's fucking insane. I'm going to have her go a little faster.
When I started having citizens come
This is a 1.25.
something didn't seem right. Something didn't seem right in our local city
One
council.
1.25 times fast.
In our county from years ago to the 2020 election, and they wanted answers. And I said, you know what? If there's a there, we'll find it. And I've made that pledge to the citizens of Mesa County and all over Colorado that the people elected me, not the Secretary of State. She has come into my office several times already in the last 2 years since I've been the elected official, because I am a Republican, I'm a conservative, and she's not. And she weaponizes her position to attack people that disagree with her. And so my son, who was a Navy SEAL for 9 years, a lot of that blood runs through our veins. Tragically, I lost him 4 years ago in a very tragic accident on duty. And but you know what? When you're a cancer survivor and you've gone through losing a 27-year-old son, there's not much people can do to you. Right?
I had turned it down. Thank you for telling me.
So when the people came to me and they said, can you help us? Can you help us find something? And I said, if you bring the information to me, I'll look at it. And I think that's what we all should do, right? Don't just turn a blind eye and say, well, I believe this or I believe that, but really look at it.
He might have been, but it was an air show, I believe, and a parachute accident.
Mesa County election in Mesa
Not that
County
it's still incredibly sad and tragic. I mean, I don't mean to diminish at all his service at all.
Colorado. So we would be a big jewel in our governor and our Secretary of State's crown to take over my office and control the way you vote. How do you like that?
At least the outcome of that vote, right, Dr. Frank? Yes.
So we have listened. I've listened to people. They send me things all over, and I've looked at it objectively. And there's some discrepancies there that I cannot deny. And I tell people, I say, I can't unsee some of these things.
Like which ones? Which ones? Because you don't know anything about computers. So help me, Tina. What was the discrepancy that you thought?
So I'm willing to put myself out there.
Biden one?
Slandered. Everything the media can do to me.
Okay.
Just yesterday, I got an order from the Secretary of State that she was going to invade my elections department today. And guess what? When I was on a plane to come see you kind folks and to talk to you out there, guess what they did? They provided a search warrant and raided my office. We don't know what they were doing in there, because for several hours, they wouldn't even let my chief deputy clerk, who is the acting clerk for Mesa County when I'm absent, would not even let her observe what the Secretary of State and Dominion were doing in my office.
Alone for several hours in the voting room.
Alone with no one that knew anything
Which
about
they're
elections.
actually allowed to do as officers of the state and owners of the equipment.
Go, oh, look at this. Look, see, we found this. I don't know what they did. But I can tell you that I don't trust them. Because I don't trust them, we're going to find
Because they're
out
Democrats
what's going on.
and Dominion.
What was the thing on, I thought you said there's something about some passwords that's out in the news.
Oh, yeah.
We need to talk about that passwords. That's out in the news, all over the news now.
So I've been accused of passing down or allowing someone to expose our passwords in our elections office. And these just happen to be passwords that only the Secretary of State has. As a matter of fact, when they were in doing this trusted build in my office, they told me that I'm not allowed to have those passwords, that only they are. And so I question that, because we have passwords to get in our system. Why do they have passwords I can't have to get in the back door of my system? Why is that? What do you think? I don't know.
Because it's controls. Those are called good controls. That's what that's called.
I don't know if the Colorado
It's
Secretary of
important
State
for
knows
risk
anything about
mitigation.
elections at all.
I know the answer.
But if she does know anything, she ought to know her own passwords. So up until that point, my understanding is the social media post of the passwords wasn't associated with Mesa County. So the Secretary of State did two things. One, she told the world those are Mesa County administrative passwords or BIOS passwords.
He's blaming it on the
that the county
Secretary of State.
might have released them, and she let all the media run with that, but she knows those are her staff's passwords.
And if you think that the left doesn't love stirring the pot, wow. They have been harassed. They've been violently threatened. The Secretary of State of Colorado has opened up Mesa County to incredible reproach throughout the state.
Really? Because they broke the law?
Their own well-being now because of these radical actions that the Secretary
I'm telling you, this is why my mind is always blown, right?
done something beneath the radar, but that's not what
You
she
guys
chose
thought
to
I
do,
was
and
just
that's the
like
question is
stupid.
Why are they acting in
Well,
this manner
I
and
am,
drawing all
but
this attention and even
also
saying
this.
criminal charges. They're looking at criminal charges when nothing's been done, has been pointed
This is
out.
2021, remember. She hasn't been arrested yet.
They tried to intimidate.
She hasn't gone on the run yet.
I sent my staff home yesterday. I said, take your laptops and go home. And because the calls were coming in after General Griswold put out a press release. That was the first I'd heard of it. Nobody gave me any warning that there was something wrong.
That they were going to raid your office?
I sent my staff home because of the hateful.
No, it's not. Sean Smith hangs out with Joe Altman.
They did a press release.
Who did that? Secretary
of State.
Secretary of State's office did a press release. Are you
Sean Smith.
The media would go along with this?
He works with all. They're all.
That's what's up
It's
with that,
the
The news. Remember what we're fighting for here? We're fighting to get past the fake news.
Oh,
and the news
there is
that
no
they're
fake
using.
news in the back of his room, by the way.
raided her office
This
on
is
the
literally his fucking camera.
And the news, you know what it'll be? We'll wait and see, because we're going to call them out like we've been doing all day. This is the hill to stand on. Is our First Amendment right of free speech.
This was when he still had a lot of like. Yes, he is mean, isn't he? Yes. Well, I imagine Sean Smith might be mean too.
Cover up better than the media.
Yeah.
That's right.
I know there are decent reporters. I know there are. I've heard some of them. If you're a journalist, I beg you, stop doing your job for a minute and do your duty.
Yeah.
Huh?
It is an alternate reality. This is why you kind of want normies to know about this, but at the same time, you know this is fucking insane.
Get on your knees and pray about it. You owe your duty to our country.
Ask Clerk Peters. Ask Clerk Peters if the allegations are true before you publish them, and put her staff in jeopardy. And the Secretary of State knew she was doing that and did it anyway. She could have called. She didn't.
She could have called her and told her her office was going to be raided so she could destroy evidence. Wait a minute. Damn it.
If they're the Secretary of State, then ask her, did your staff release the passwords?
Damn.
Or are the systems insecure? Which is it?
Colorado claims to be the gold standard for voting and for voter integrity and voter outcomes. I think this is an incredible example of the opposite. How did her passwords get out to the public? She can't even answer that.
What's up, everybody?
What's interesting about Colorado
yeah,
is the
that's
same
the wrong
thing
one.
that's interesting to me for one reason, to get to the truth about what's happened here in America. Because under this communist regime,
Sorry.
we're all suffering.
Damn, wrong one.
In Colorado,
There
we
we
are
go.
a red state. We know we are.
Oh, really?
Amazing people who are out
How do you
there,
know that?
They are verifying this. They're
You
going
have a
door to door. They're
Democratic
doing the
governor,
work
you
to
stupid
prove
cow.
That our elections were stolen. Yes, that our elections were
I know.
stolen. and we're
My
not
family
letting
thinks
these
I'm crazy,
politicians
which
dictate
I
our lives
get.
Anymore. They've taken everything from us.
Every time they hear something, though, that someone does, it's been kind of like, oh, I guess you were right.
Remember I said when I came out here, we have the red team we happen to have here. Okay? So
Okay.
we'll come back on Thursday. This is just a side thing. Maybe we'll find out why they raid your office.
Yeah, maybe.
Stay tuned for Thursday, because I asked them if they wanted a day, they want to make it.
Okay, I'm going to just skip ahead here. Because he
cheating,
does
by
this
hacks,
shit a
by
lot.
cyber. George Soros, we got that move.
George Soros.
By 3 Republicans.
Oh, wait, who's this bitch? I can't remember. I think this is, oh, wait, I can't remember what her name is.
It's amazing.
Yeah, isn't that something?
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing. Whatever it was.
Just a minute. Oh, they already got the narrative wrote up.
That's right.
Oh, seriously.
I know. I have him at 1 1/4 speed, so he's a little, I turned him up a little bit. This is what this entire event was like.
I mean, my stuff that I have, as you can see, those packets going by, it's all about the cyber attack, capturing all that data on the election.
Right.
These guys brought me this on January 9th.
Right.
All the other stuff, there's so
Mary
many other
Fanning
things
and
that went
Brandon
on,
House.
But I have stayed hyper-focused on it because we already have the evidence. This is what you need to know, everybody.
We already have the evidence.
already have the evidence.
Where is it?
November, December,
Where is it?
But we didn't have the evidence we needed. We
Where
needed
is
to get
it?
rid of the machine evidence. We need to know this cyber attack.
Where is
Because
it?
We had evidence for other stuff, and it flipped states.
Okay, listen, I'll tell you what evidence he was talking about. It's the stuff I just told you about, the PCAPs, which his red team had told him are useless. They don't have any data. That's why he's depressed, because his data didn't show anything. Because nothing happened.
Election, it didn't matter. We went where we're at right now. Remember, we got to get rid of the machines, melt them down, make prison bars out of them.
Yeah, that's what he wants to do. Except for then he found out they were plastic. I mean, I know too much about this man.
Yes, I remember you.
I remember you.
Come on up.
Yeah, come on up, whoever you are. This is literally what this entire fucking event was like. And it was like you were in a meth rage the whole time. Literally.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'm Virginia State Senator Amanda Chase.
Oh, that's Amanda Chase. She's a fucking idiot. Bigot.
I am the only legislator from Virginia here.
That's right. And probably most states.
Legislators here as well. And I'd ask you to stand at this time.
Yeah. Let's see how many there are. That's a great idea, Amanda. You bigot. Bigot bitch.
It's 1:14 p.m. That's
Oops.
on time for
Okay, hold on.
Hold
on.
Had a good lunch. We're going to continue on.
We're
with
going
the
back
people's
to
case.
the
So,
courtroom
Ms.
and back
Drake, you're next
into the
witness.
courtroom.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people call Sandy Brown.
Good
Okay.
job, everybody. You learned a lot at lunch. Good job. Hi, Scott. How are you? I didn't even say hello to you. I'm sorry. Yeah, I think my brothers and sisters are starting to say I'm not that crazy. They still think I'm crazy. The minute Roger Stone comes up, they all glaze over and just go, oh, God, here we go. I got to dose it out. Please share the broadcast. It's really, really great. Yeah.
Or I'll swear you in.
Lovely. Dramatic for daytime, but still
Raise your right
lovely.
hand for me. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of law that the statements and testimony you'll give to the court today be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please take a seat over
Oh,
here in
this
the
is
black
also a
chair.
fashion read channel. We do reads here, so
And once
sorry
you're
about
seated,
that.
if you could state
But usually
your
they're
full
nice.
name, and because I have some reason to believe you may spell your first name a bit differently, if you could spell both your first and last, please.
My name is Sandra Michelle Brown, Sandra, and then the last name is just Brown.
Oh, well, I guess it's not that different.
She's your witness, Ms. Drake.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Brown. How are you today?
Member of the
How are you?
elections office.
Well, thank you. I'm going to ask you to talk to the jury a little bit about yourself. Can you start by telling them about your educational background?
My educational background. I mean, I don't have a whole lot. I graduated high school. I started and stopped college like 4 or 5 times because I couldn't decide what I wanted to be when I grew up. That's everything else is just life learned.
Okay. Are you currently employed?
I am.
How are you employed now?
I am employed as a warranty administrator at Modern Classic Motors.
Were you employed in April of 2021?
I was.
What was your position then?
I was the back office manager at Mesa County Elections.
Would you please give the jury an overview of your work experience in elections?
My work experience in elections, it starts clear back in, I want to say it was 2007 when I started at Mesa County. I don't remember what month, like early April, May maybe. And I worked at Mesa County Motor Vehicle from then until March of 2011. And at that point in time, I was under Janice Rich, and we, with the elections department, motor vehicle subbed in as the site supervisors for the vote centers. We helped with all of the machine
Beautiful,
programming.
Jim. I gotta find those.
We did a lot of data entry. So every election, it was
Hers is
all
pretty
hands on deck
specific.
with motor vehicle staff as well. And then when I left motor vehicle, I went to the Front Range for a few years, and I came back and then started working at Mesa County again in January
What's the
of
Front
2020.
Range?
I think you said you had the Mesa County Department of Motor Vehicle job until 2011. Is that when
I took a
you
bite of my
moved
breakfast
to the Front
burrito.
Range?
Yes.
And where
Naughty.
did you move, and what was your job?
When I moved there, I just moved to
I have
Colorado
a dumb
Springs,
question.
and I was with El Paso County Motor Vehicle for about a year.
I have a dumb question.
job
Would
similar
you
to the
guys
one you were
want
doing in
to,
Mesa
if I did some live
Yes and
streaming
no.
from the gym
On the motor vehicle side,
in Hollywood,
yes,
would
but
you
in
want
El
to
Paso
watch
County,
gym workouts, or
elections
is
and
that
motor vehicle
super
don't
dumb?
Really, they're the same.
I need to go to the
department, but they don't
gym,
really work together.
and I need motivation.
And
But
do you
I'm just
remember how
wondering,
long
is
you
that
worked in
super
Colorado
boring? Because I don't
Springs?
want it to be super boring and
I said I was
cringe.
with motor vehicle for
I'm
like
not
a
going to look
year.
good.
I
It's
was
not
in
going to be a
Colorado
beauty
Springs total for about 5
pageant, that's for
years.
sure.
And so roughly when
Anyway,
was it
just
when
wanted
you
to know if
moved
that would
back
be
to
interesting,
Grand
because I'm
Junction?
feeling like that might make me go more.
It'd be November.
But it's probably
of
pretty boring.
2015, I think.
Okay. And did you come right back to Mesa County Elections?
No.
What was
No.
your position in 2015?
In 2015,
It
I
is indeed
didn't go
necessary
back
for
to
good
work
health.
until
And
March.
I
Sorry,
belong to
think about this a
the
long
Gold's
time
Gym
ago.
in Hollywood.
March
So
of
it's pretty cool and really
2016.
I don't know if it'll
I
be
worked
educational.
at the treasurer's office for about 3 or 4 months, and then I had some family stuff.
It might be some good Schadenfreude.
And ended up leaving that
You
position.
might make yourself feel better
and
about
then I didn't
yourself.
go back to work for
in comparison.
I did insurance off and on. I worked for.
They're trying to spread the word about juror qualification, nullification, a process by which a juror can theoretically refuse to issue a guilty verdict if they think the law itself is unjust. Yeah, well, they can try.
Fairly short.
We have some experience with watching that in action, don't we, Jim? It doesn't really work out that well.
Let's focus in now on your return to
Usually the
Mesa
dumb
County
shits are the ones who think that's going to work. But
when was that?
January.
I mean, sometimes it does, but not
the
very
end
often.
of January. I want to say the day I actually started was like the 30th or 31st. It was the very end.
It'll make us feel like we should be
What
at the
was your
gym
job
too.
title
Well, that's
hired in
probably not a
January
good thing. I'll just go to the gym.
I was hired as
It's
a temporary
fine.
floater.
I didn't need to.
Which basically worked with
It's
motor
not that
vehicle
interesting. I'm
elections
sorry.
and
I know.
recording
And
wherever
especially
were
me.
needed.
Other people might be more interesting, but not me.
I was hired on.
I was just gonna sweat and like
the temporary floater.
vomit
For a sec.
My Pillowhead is pushing it on the podcast, and so is
It did.
Peter's.
It did about 6.
Yeah,
8
they've
weeks
been pushing
later,
that for a while.
I was put
Act local.
full-time
Local action
permanent.
is national impact. I'm sorry, I'm talking over here. I'm going
And
to stop
roughly
right.
when were you
I'm going to stop
promoted
right
to
now.
back
I'm going to
office
stop
manager?
right this second.
August of 2020.
Shut up, Lolo.
Great.
Shut up.
Would you describe
Lolo.
for the
I will,
jury
I
what
will.
sort of job obligations and duties you had as back office
All right,
manager?
Oomph, I will. God.
That is a big bucket.
And when he's not here, he's
so
here.
I was in charge of keeping track of all of the voting equipment. Basically, like all of the machines that you vote on at the vote
See how
centers.
handy that comes in? It really comes in
all
handy.
of the machines that you use to tabulate the ballots, all of the server and all of the equipment used to build and operate the elections. I like her nails. I even did some work with the Agilis. I hadn't really gotten real heavy into that before I left. But that's the machine that sorts and checks the ballots in.
Great. Who was
I
your
hope they're
boss
nice to her
in
on cross.
April to August of 2021?
Are there hot women at the gym? Ducks
my
and runs away.
direct
There
boss
probably
was
are.
Brandy
It's
Vance.
Hollywood. There's some.
and then above her
Everybody's
was
good
Belinda
looking there,
Nicely,
frankly.
And then Tina Peters.
And then there's me. I'm the old
How long
lady.
did you work with Tina Peters?
Hi, everybody. Can I use this weight, son? Can you help me lift this weight, please? I just don't know how these contraptions work. Could you help me, young man? I don't think I can film the hot women at the gym, though. I think that actually would probably be a bad idea and probably pretty mean. So I'm going to just kibosh the whole gym routine thing. I'll go to the gym on my own time. Thank you very much.
She was the elections director,
And what was Belinda Nicely's title?
the chief deputy county clerk.
Did you also work with somebody named Stephanie Winholtz?
I did. She was the front office manager, essentially my equal on the I guess you would call it the list of.
Yeah, never mind the gym idea.
The org chart?
I don't want to be creepy.
That's the words I was looking for.
I don't want to be creepy. This lady reminds me of so many people that I worked with in the county that I am starting to feel nostalgic. I know. These county workers are like fucking amazing.
Yes.
Would you describe those to the jury, please?
I mean, there's a lot of security protocols in the tabulation room. The
Can you give us
doors
the
are
highlights?
secure. Only badge staff can open them. Anybody who goes back there has to be accompanied by staff if they are not staff.
I know, Neil. I'm sorry. Neil and I are joking. Neil and I are joking
you're
and
not
teasing each
supposed
other.
to use
Neil, everyone knows.
like take
That's my
pictures.
fault.
You're not supposed to do.
I'm a
anything.
evil little
those
teaser
those
too.
rooms are very secure. They're on camera 24/7. That's like that's the hub of the elections department.
You mentioned if somebody was wanting to go into the tabulation room, but they weren't staff and didn't have a badge, they had to be accompanied by someone?
Correct.
Was there any other process that they had to do to record?
She is a
their
prosecution
entry or
witness.
exit?
There's a sign-in sheet.
The defense hasn't put on their case yet.
To sign in. Yes.
Are you familiar with?
So she's
just
one of the
generally speaking, familiar with a process?
election workers that was kind of used
Yes.
by Tina
And
in this
layman's
process.
terms, Can you describe what that is?
The trusted build it's essentially an update. It's where the Secretary of State and whichever company you have with your elections equipment, I'm sure it goes on with all of them. But with us, it was Dominion, where Dominion and the Secretary of State come in and they re-image all of the equipment with all of the programming updates. Most of those are security related, or we were having this issue with this error, like a regular
bug fixes,
update.
The usual that software updates do.
In the trusted build?
Yes.
How many times?
Just once.
When was that?
In May of 2021.
I'm going to ask you about that with some level of detail, but I'd like to try to keep your testimony somewhat chronological. So before I get to that, I'd like to talk with you about security cameras. You mentioned that there were security cameras 24/7.
This prosecution team is pretty good.
It's not relevant. This court has already determined that the security cameras being turned off are not a violation of law, and therefore it is not relevant.
Mens rea.
The objection's overruled. Go ahead.
So
That's right, bitch.
at the time that, around the time of the trusted build in 2021, were the security cameras running 24/7?
They were, yes.
Your Honor, I would like to have permission to approach the clerk to get Exhibit 41, and also permission to approach the witness with Exhibit 41.
Did she say the cameras were on during the 2021 trusted build? Because they weren't.
Yes. We'll get those for you and you can approach.
Oh, so nice. Oh, I so appreciate the 5/8 and all of you who are fans of the 5/8. I love Greg and Stephanie so very much. And I just adore their show. And so I'm always grateful for their folks,
Brown, exhibit number
all the friends that
41
we've
was
made from
admitted through
their
another
show.
witness,
So
and
thanks
it's
for
being
coming over,
published
Grace.
on
I
the
really
screen
appreciate
behind
that.
you,
Neil's
but
a
you have it
wonderful
in front of
friend.
you. Do you
and
recognize
a
that?
great
Yes.
lounge.
Would you describe what you're seeing in that picture for the jury?
That is the tabulation room. I guess, can you clarify what I'm looking for?
Sure, yeah, I'll ask a few other questions. There seem to be two people there. Can you tell us who those people are?
That is me and Tina Peters.
And do you know why you were in the tabulation room on May 17th, 2021?
I know that at that point in time, we were working on doing a reorganization. We had just moved everything, all of the staff desks and everything up front to make more room in the back. We were looking at the possibility of switching around the equipment, getting new equipment. We were measuring, we were doing diagrams and all sorts of stuff in order to assist with moving all of the stuff in those rooms around to make it more streamlined.
Is that generally what the tabulation room looked like when the trusted build occurred in May of 2021?
During the trusted build, no.
It had changed a bit?
There was equipment everywhere.
Okay. There were a lot of people who participated in that.
In the trusted build?
And she had to clean it up.
I wouldn't say a lot.
I know, and they're great. I don't mind watching, but some people are bothered. Like, it's so boring for some people, so that's the only reason.
State and the same for
Oh,
Dominion.
my pleasure.
So maybe like 12 people.
I mean it.
We'll drill down on that.
I so appreciate the support from everyone. It's just really
exhibit number 64,
so grateful for it.
And do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what it is?
It's a
Jim,
picture
you know
of
you have to
Tina
drop the actual
standing
link.
in
Come
the-
on now, or
the,
actual
tabulation
periodical.
room, looking up at the
You do
camera.
this all the time. I love
Other
you
than
so
the
much,
red
but you
circle
are
on the
known
top
for
of
dropping
the
like
picture,
bombshells
is that a
with
true
no
and accurate
actual
depiction
source.
of what you've just described?
So as someone that cares
Yes.
about media literacy, I
Your
have
Honor, at
to
this time, the
ask
people
you if
offering
you
to
know
evidence
what
exhibit
periodical it was. That's fantastic. I haven't heard that.
Yes.
I've heard that the FDA just approved a drug that treats Alzheimer's. Right? I think there's some promising drugs
You
that
made a
just got
statement that
FDA
it is
approval,
Tina
or
looking at the camera.
It's what it looks like to me. Yes.
Is that the reason that this is being offered?
This is cross.
Objection. This witness doesn't know why I'm offering him to say that.
It's improper voir dire, so yes, sustained.
Can you see her eyes in the picture?
No.
So her body is faced in the direction of a camera, correct?
Yes.
What in this picture or your memory leads you to conclude she's looking at the camera?
Well, one, the way her head's tilted and where it's going, and two, I was in the room, and she was looking at the camera.
When this photo was taken, where were you at?
Sitting at the desk right outside of camera range.
So you're sitting at the desk, and you're suggesting that she is looking at the camera during this time?
Yes.
Okay. I have no objections to the photo.
This was 61? 64, thank you. It is so admitted.
Permission to publish.
Yes, you may publish.
Ms. Brown, the jury can now see the photo. You testified under examination by defense counsel that you were also in the room. Why were you in the room with Ms. Peters at this time?
This is along the same lines of the first picture. We were in there going through trying to figure out how we were going to arrange everything and make sure that everything was visible from the cameras. It's very important in the tabulation and in the intake rooms and stuff for every aspect of that room to be seen by the cameras. So when we were going through figuring out how we were going to arrange things and streamline it, we also have to take into account heavily where the cameras are at.
Why would it be important for the cameras to be able to see everything?
For security purposes. I mean, we need to be able to see what's going on with the ballots and the machines and so on.
Very interesting. Thank you, Jim. I appreciate that.
Your Honor, may I please...
For more information, Google what Jim put regarding the potential Alzheimer's treatment. So take a look at that. Sounds promising. How long does it take for medical studies to make to popular
Ms. Brown,
news?
Do you recognize Exhibit 23?
Yes.
Describe what that is for the jury, please.
That is a sign, one of many actually, of the same sign that are posted throughout the entire back end of the elections department, stating that no cameras or cell phones are supposed to be used back there.
Oh, Parkinson, sorry.
I can take that down.
Oops. Parkinson and drug
Do you know
addiction.
whether you
Interesting.
were working on April 23rd, 2021?
I was.
Were you present for a meeting that occurred in the defendant's office?
I was.
Who else do you recall being present for that meeting?
I was there, Stephanie Winholtz, Brandy Bantz, Tina Peters, Belinda Nisley, Sharona Bishop, Dr. Frank, somebody who was introduced to me as Maurice, and there might have been another person in there.
Who the fuck is Maurice?
I don't recall who it was.
Who brought Maurice to this party?
Were you there for the entire meeting or
No.
just a part?
What?
No, I was only in there for part of it.
Do you know why you were brought in?
My guess, by the questions and whatnot, was to go.
I'm sorry. Ms. Drake?
I asked if she knew why.
All
If
right.
she doesn't, we can
So
move on.
I'm going to just ask you not to speculate. If you know from your own information, then that's fine. If you don't, it's okay to say, I don't know.
Okay.
So let's
Do you-
re-ask the question.
Do you know why you were brought into that meeting?
I guess no. Not specifically, no.
What was being discussed in the meeting?
There were so many discussions going on, but what I got out of it
Hashtag
was,
who the fuck is Maurice?
they were discussing different things that could be done to verify the validity of votes, to check machines for wireless cards, for
Oh, I hadn't even think of that.
security questions. There it was a lot. They also discussed a Excel, I think it was, PowerPoint presentation from Dr. Frank, who was, he put on a small presentation explaining how his numbers showed that there were odd trends in the voting results.
Fun fact, they didn't.
Do you recall there being any discussion, specifically the defendant making statements about opening the tabulation machines?
Yes.
And can you recall and tell the jury?
Objection to relevance.
Overruled?
Would you tell the jury what the
I know they
defendant
should
said
reopen
about
that.
So she asked if any of them
A to the men,
had
Grace.
ever opened up the machines to look and see if there were wireless cards or connective devices or anything like that inside them. And I think it was Dr. Frank. Anyways, somebody else had said, no, we haven't done that thus far. And she said, well, can we? Or why don't we do that? Something along those lines. And it was about that time that myself and Stephanie and Brandy all left.
Why did you leave?
Brandy was very, very uncomfortable. So was Stephanie. And so when Tina noticed that Brandy was very uncomfortable, she said that.
Objection is to speculation.
That's the best reaction of the court.
Determination of what Mr.
Love this woman.
She was
Sandra,
there, she was
I love you.
the defendant, so she can draw conclusions based on that. She is a recipient witness to what occurred. It is
Sandra, hang in there.
testimony. You can answer the question if you
McDreamy's talking.
Tina stated that she noticed that Brandy was getting uncomfortable and that it was probably about time for Brandy and Stephanie to leave. And then I left. I headed out the door with them.
Why did you leave when they left?
Tina waved to me and told me to go ahead and go with them.
At some point before you left that meeting, was there any discussion
It's all Maurice's
by the
fault.
defendant about bringing outside people into the trusted build?
There was discussion about it, yes. There was a question.
She crimed.
Or it was a statement made.
She
by,
documented all her
Dr.
crimes,
Frank
everyone,
and
so don't
Sharona,
worry
that
about
they
it.
had a team that could come in. She was discussing how she had been looking into possibilities of having somebody come in and do an audit, and they were going back and forth with all sorts of ideas like that, yes.
And just to be clear, Ms. Brown, when you said she was talking about bringing in someone to do an audit, was that the defendant or Ms. Bishop?
It was Tina.
Okay.
It might be. I don't know. I don't think it's as actually as rare as you think it might be.
Any of the people that
I think
were
it's
in the
more
room
common
into
down
the
here
trusted build.
than
She had
imaginable.
asked
Than imagined.
if it was something that they could do, and they said no, that's not what they do. That they had a team that would come and do it.
Oh, they suggested they had a team who they could
Yes.
facilitate that. Okay.
Oh, did they?
Did you have awareness at the time that people participating in the Mesa County trusted build needed to be vetted?
Badger, I
There were
love
some
you.
security procedures that were supposed to be followed?
Yes.
What were those?
Anybody who touches the elections equipment, including all of the volunteers that work as election judges, they have to go through background checks and go through the safety checks and everything required by the state.
A lot
They
of
have to be
people
put
with the
on
nickname Mo,
election
you know,
plan.
from
The
Maurice.
state has
So
to be
I actually know
notified
quite.
who's
I don't
going
know
to
like
be in there
two
and
or three.
provided with a copy
Weird.
of their background check in order for them to be cleared.
In 2021, who was responsible for doing the background checks?
Stephanie Winholtz.
Do you know approximately how long you stayed in that meeting on April 23rd?
I don't recall.
Around that same time frame in April, did you have any conversations with the defendant about security protocols regarding the election equipment?
We had a lot of conversations at that. There were a lot of conversations at that point in time about security protocols and what we can do to strengthen things and to make things more open to the public, verifiable. There were a lot.
Oh boy.
Did the defendant talk with you about bringing in a third party?
She had talked to all of us about that. Yes, she had mentioned in several of the meetings between me, Brandy, Stephanie, her, and Belinda, our little.
She didn't think there was
management
anything
staff
wrong with
meetings,
it.
About wanting to find out if it was something that could be done. I had seen a couple of email chains where it was asked and answered by the state that no, it was not okay.
What was the defendant's response to the Secretary of State saying that third parties couldn't be involved?
She wasn't happy about it because she wanted somebody to come in.
Did anything else notable happen on April 23rd following the meeting that you've described?
We were told to keep our schedules available, that we were under mandatory to go to this presentation.
She didn't just
that Dr.
imply
Frank
it.
was
She
putting
fucking
on at
said
one of
it.
the hotels on
It's
Horizon
mandatory for
Drive.
you to listen to Doug Frank.
And that we had to go. It was not negotiable.
Who told you it was mandatory?
Tina.
And did you in fact go?
Yes.
Who else attended from Mesa County Clerk's office?
Brandy Bance, Stephanie Winholtz, Belinda Nisley. There were some other people from the county that were there, but not with us.
Where was the event?
I believe it was it the Doubletree? I think it was the Doubletree.
Do you recall how long you were at the event?
Probably an hour and a half, maybe.
What was the nature of the presentation?
It was basically an expanded version of the presentation that Dr. Frank gave us in Tina's office earlier that day, going through a lot more data, explaining how his numbers and whatnot showed widespread fraud.
Fun fact, they didn't.
Throughout the 2020 election. And going
no, they
on
didn't.
To
they were
explain
algorithms and extrapolations.
that they're seeing that
using
people
census
are
data.
registered to vote that don't exist, and just a bunch of numbers, bunch of speculation up on
a bunch of arcs
board.
on a bunch of Excel sheets. That's literally what he
Now,
had.
At this time, you were the back office manager for the Mesa County Clerk's office.
Correct.
What was
No
your response
election
to hearing
data
this
in his
presentation
work
that was speculating about voter
whatsoever.
fraud?
Well, I
asked not to
thought it
testify
was-
for John Eastman because his work had no
I'm not a big
data
fan
whatsoever.
of graphs and charts and stuff like that. Honestly, anybody
That's
can
my girl.
take a set of numbers and spread it out as far as they want to get whatever result they want to, without seeing actual election results and comparing them side by side.
I mean,
thought it
yes,
was a
and you
bunch of
can see
malarkey.
kind of the pain that they're feeling that they didn't do more, I think. I mean, I don't know, obviously. Some of them have been
I
indicted and then had to flip.
Have met him once, I think.
Were you introduced to him?
No.
How did you meet him once?
He was at a Stand for the Constitution meeting that I went to like a year or so ago.
What is Stand for the Constitution?
It's a group here in town. It's a political group. I'm not part of it, so I don't know exactly what all of their stuff is.
Probably Proud Boys.
But it's a conservative political group. That's all I know.
Did the defendant ever talk to you about bringing Wood on to be a Mesa County employee?
Yes.
What did she say?
I had stepped into her office and she told me that she was going to be hiring somebody into the...
So I'm just going to remind us again what she's talking about. Gerald Wood is a real person who testified last week and said, I was asked to consider doing a temporary job around the elections equipment by Tina Peters. She gave me a position. She got me a card, a key card access to the appropriate room where the equipment is. And then a couple of weeks later, after going back and forth, she said, we no longer need your services after the key card had been issued. So Gerald Wood, this old Walmart Kenny Rogers, who is a systems engineer kind of thing, and apparently a maggot because he's part of Stand for the Constitution, which is a maggot organization in Colorado. And so Gerald Wood, his identity, and because he went through the background check that is required of anyone who is issued a key card into the elections room, then he just dutifully gave his card back to Belinda Knisley as she testified earlier today. And nobody thought any of it Bob's your uncle. So then what happened is, all of a sudden, during the trusted build, at which Belinda, who is the only person who has physically seen, other than Tina, Gerald Wood, then Belinda Knisley, at the direction of Tina Peters, gets the card from Duty Wop and gives that card, someone does, I can't remember who, to a whole new character called Conan Hayes, who is a former surfer, because of course he is, who works for Mike Flynn and Patrick Byrne. Oh, and Patrick Byrne is funding Tina's defense. I know, it's insane. If it wasn't true, it'd be even more insane. So anyways, Conan gets the key card, and during, right before the trusted build, Tina asks Belinda, that woman from earlier, who has flipped because she was arrested. Tina asks Belinda, or excuse me, asked Belinda to, for the first time in the history of the Mesa County Clerk and Recorder's Office history, turn off the surveillance cameras across the office. These cameras have never been turned off in the history of the office. Okay? So then, it gets better. So then, that's like a Thursday or something, or a Friday. Then on that Sunday, the 23rd of May, 2021, Tina, Conan the surfer, with a mask on, in a place where there's no cameras, so it doesn't matter because he doesn't have to, you know what I mean? Because the cameras are conveniently turned off. Oh, that's very convenient. And Conan and Tina et al., I don't know who else, maybe Sharona Bishop, who I think is the one who is like the on-the-ground operative of Mike Flynn, Mike Lindell, Steve Bannon kind of thing, to get, you know, she's the one who kind of coached Tina Peters into these shenanigans. And she was also raided and arrested. So I don't know what's going on with her, but we're going to figure it out. Okay, sorry. Coming back. Cameras turned off. Sunday during the day with no cameras. Exactly. Conan the surfer and Tina, whoever else, goes into the ballot whatever room, the sensitive room, and copies the disk drive, I guess, or the heart of the machine, the Dominion machine, onto whatever portable drive. And then and he's used Gerald Wood's card. It's already on the record. Okay? But we don't have a picture of Conan, so we can't place him at the location because, again, the cameras have been turned off. So then Conan accompanies Tina et al. As Gerald Wood to the trusted build, which is basically the software update that is performed at the location by a member of the Secretary of State's office, a member of Dominion staff, etc. And there's a very formal process to do that, what they call a trusted build, which is basically a software update. And then, but apparently at this point, Conan / Gerald the surfer is just watching and taking pictures, which is not allowed in that room. Okay? Including, wait, it gets better. Including pictures of passwords to the system. So anyways, they are there. Trusted build happens. Whatever. Biddy bop, biddy boop. And then Tina Peters, a couple weeks or whenever afterwards, makes a same copy of a new system. I don't know who helped her then. Doesn't really matter, but somebody probably did. She gets all that figured out. And then she sends the two copy, basically the two versions of the voting machine to Conan. Because she used the fucking company credit card to send it to him. We haven't gotten there yet. Nobody's explained that one yet. Okay, so anyways, and then hilarity ensues, and she ends up with that same data on the stage of the Shamposium in August of 2021 as we started to watch this morning. So when I tell you, this is as crazy as any murder trial you're probably going to see, as crazy as any motherfucking murder trial you're ever going to see. I mean it. Okay, I'm going to go back to this. I'm not going to go to Kamala and Tim only because I really want us to get through this this court case today, and I don't want to lose track like we kind of did yesterday. But anyway, I am all in for Kamala and Tim.
The vacated administrative assistant position in motor vehicle, that he was tech savvy, and that she was going to hire him on and he would be training as my backup.
They had to decertify the machines.
Did she tell you how she knew about this techie guy she was bringing in?
I'm trying.
Yes,
Thank you, Oren. I hope it helps. God, I hope it helps. And there's more people involved. I'm just telling you about the names I know about.
Discussions with the defendant about the need for background checks.
Mike Flynn is in here somewhere.
If Mr. Wood was going to be brought into the trusted build.
Actually,
not really a conversation.
Patrick
No, she
Burns.
said that Belinda would be getting me the information
Burns.
so that
Pa-
those
partner.
background checks could be run.
Partner in crime, literally.
This was a person who was represented to you by the defendant that he was going to be your backup.
Correct.
Do you know whether that position was ever posted
Through
HR?
the right-wing extremist group
don't know,
Stand
but I
for the
never saw it.
Constitution.
Would you have interviewed a person who was being brought on as your administrative
See how
assistant?
that works.
No.
So there are
because
operatives.
It wouldn't have been my
I know people don't want to believe this,
This
but there are
person would have
people
been
who are
hired into
literally
motor
working
vehicle, which is a
to
completely
overturn
different
democracy,
department. I
like
didn't have
literally
anything
getting
to
a
do with
fucking
those
paycheck.
interviews.
Okay. But
Sharona
for
has
some
her own
reason, were
show
you advised this
on
person
Rumble.
was going to be brought into the trusted build?
Yes, because he was supposed to be training to be my backup.
Oh, and who
in
who
elections.
founded Rumble?
Motor vehicle people. Some of them trained to be our
Oh,
backups
Peter
in
Thiel
case we're
and
gone
J.D.
during
Vance.
the election.
That's
And
right.
who told you that this person, Mr. Wood, would be your
I
backup?
wish I was making it
Tina.
up, actually.
Were you involved at all in processing Jerry Wood's information?
I mean, yes and no, to the extent of I was given a sticky note by Belinda with his information, and I walked it over to Stephanie and said, here, they want background checks run.
I made a donation too. It was
that
small, but I made a
background check
donation.
Process, done in a similar way that it had been done with other employees? Or I still can't
get over that either.
I don't know, because I really didn't have anything to do with that process.
Was Jerry Wood ever hired to be your administrative backup?
Jim and Gal both have a
no.
lot of good work on that whole Peter Thiel and Rumble and shit like that. Jim has some great threads on Rumble.
Did the defendant follow up with you later on whether the background check had been done for Mr. Wood?
Yes, she had texted me and asked me if he was all clear to come in and be a part of the trusted build.
And did you take any steps following that request?
Yes, I texted Stephanie to find out if everything had been run, if he was all clear. She said, yep, all clear. So I let Tina.
And just so you know, no one except for the woman who was going to be out the week that he was coming into the office, Gerald Wood in person. And the HR lady testified on the first day we watched that she never had an interview with Gerald Wood. She never had any contact. It all went through Tina as advised by Sharona Bishop. Anyway, please continue, Madam Sandra. Same Lolo. I want to make. I know. Yeah, exactly. I wanted to help out.
And know that yes, he'd been cleared.
Great.
It's true. I hope this does. I hope they seem. The ladies who worked at the office seem pretty broken up about the whole situation. So
May 23rd.
I don't know. I kind of understand.
That was not a day that you would normally work, is it?
No.
Were you called into work on Sunday, May 23rd?
Yes.
Here we go.
By whom?
By Tina.
Why?
We were supposed to be having this new guy start. He was supposed to be busy doing onboarding on Monday.
So remember,
I was supposed to show him around the department, show him the equipment.
She didn't know who the real
Sunday
Gerald
so
would
he could
look
be a
like.
part of the trusted build on Tuesday.
Did you have a normal onboarding
Walmart
process?
Kenny Rogers.
As far as I knew, yes.
Had you ever had to come in on a Sunday to help onboard somebody?
No.
And what was your response to this request from the defendant?
Well, that weekend particularly, I was a little upset by it because my uncle had just died 2 days before. I was spending a lot of time with my family, but I went in to help Tina out. I was something I always did.
Approximately what
Tina
time you
fucked all these women over.
Was, I don't know, like 10:30, 10:45.
I hope you see why I cannot stand Tina so much, because she is truly an evil person.
Yes.
If you listen to her talk, she is fucking evil.
No.
Did anyone else show up later?
Yeah, about 5 minutes later, Tina and the new guy showed up.
Did they arrive together?
Yes.
Can you describe what the man looked like who was with the defendant?
Here we go.
Probably like 5'7", 5'8", maybe.
Your Honor, I'll stipulate that the man was Conan Hayes.
Okay. All right.
What?
Thank you.
You wait, what?
Were you introduced to the man?
Yes.
By who?
Tina.
Wait, what?
And how did she introduce him?
She said, "This is Gerald Wood. He's going to be
Oh my God.
coming on and training as your backup."
Did he also introduce himself to
I think I'm having a legal orgasm right now.
What name did he use?
Jerry.
Oh my God. I can't do this. This is too
Do you have any
much.
sense of who he was at that point?
This is like Christmas, my birthday,
No.
and Easter, and
Do you know how the man
and Arbor Day,
represented to be Mr.
all wrapped
Wood,
into one little package, and it has a big bow.
the security
It has a big bow,
He
and it
had a
has a
badge.
really big bow.
I'm so, I can't.
Describe what happened after he and the defendant arrived at the office together.
We went inside, went back. I showed him the equipment, showed him around the department.
What is happening right now?
And then he and Tina
Cuckoo
were
for Cocoa
talking.
Puffs. Someone
We
has
were
to
there
report
for
on this, okay? Can somebody
while.
call Rachel Maddow or the fuck someone?
She was
please?
asking him all
Please.
sorts
Hello,
of
Rachel?
technical questions.
Oh my God. Oh, it's real.
One of
fucking
them was
damaging.
if he knew how to do a forensic
Holy
image.
shit.
And he said yes, that he
God,
did.
this is must-see TV. I'm sorry.
She said,
I'm
well, what do you
sorry.
need to do that? And he said, I don't know what the little thing was. He called, there was one little piece of equipment I don't know the name of. The other, it was a external hard
Was
drive.
it called a
that he needed,
interlocutor or a what's that thing they had in
and she said,
Back to the
"Okay, well, we
Future?
can go get that stuff." He said, I have that stuff. I always have that stuff. So he went out. He went out to her truck, got in his bag, and got an external hard drive and some little gadget that attached it to the server.
Oh my fucking God.
Did an image.
Flux capacitor, that's
Did you
it.
observe all of what you just described?
Yeah.
It doesn't
Well,
sound like
you know, Conan the Surfer, he brought in this flux capacitor and then he just plugged it right into the machine.
observe him
I didn't even think it had a hole there.
Your Honor, was there a nonverbal response I did not catch?
It's a good, I didn't, was this a normal onboarding process? Did you answer that question?
Yeah, I said no.
You said no. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Harp.
Did you observe him plug the device into some of the equipment?
I think I'm so happy right now. I can't even tell you. And if this fucks up, I'm going to be real sad. But for right now, I'm like dancing.
A little leery.
Why?
Well, because I knew that by doing that, that he was breaking our contract with Dominion Voting Systems.
Yeah.
If everything's not followed to a T and you plug foreign stuff into the server, it voids the trusted
you decertify the fucking machine
on the equipment.
Yeah. Yeah, it's big. It's a big boo-boo.
At this point on May 23rd, which was a Sunday, the trusted build.
I mean, they must have a camera somewhere of this douchebag coming in. Although they have his address on the fucking package that was sent by the FedEx account.
You said there was discussion
I can't with this.
Forensic image. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that what he represented?
They really are the Keystone Cops.
That's what she asked
if you
for,
do this
was
kind
a
of diligent
forensic
work.
image.
Congratulations to the investigator Cannon.
Requirement that before
Here's a
trusted
hero.
build is done, a backup is made so that their records are preserved.
Yes.
Was that part of your job as a back office manager?
Yes.
Did you actually make a backup image of
Tina,
those
flip.
computers before the trusted build?
Flip, you stupid
really a
shit.
backup
Turn in
image.
Patrick Byrne.
It's a backup
Turn in
of the
Mike Flynn.
elections
Turn in Mike
themselves.
Lindell. Turn in
And
Doug
yes, I
Frank.
had like
Turn in
3
Conan
copies,
Hayes.
2 or 3.
Do it.
Redundancy. It's important.
Do
Did
it.
you have any trouble doing that?
No.
Would you describe for the jury how you made the backup?
It's been a long time since I've done this, but you go into log on to the server, onto the
I know, Lee. You're absolutely
client,
correct.
I think is what the PC is called.
I gotta find that
You log on
Mark
there,
Elias
you
article.
use password to get in. You get into the election software. You have to have a password to get in there. And then you tell it to make a backup. And it makes a backup, and then you can then copy that backup into other places, which we used brand new thumb drives to make.
Did you have
External
any
backups.
questions about how to make a backup?
No, it's something we do for every election.
So you'd done it previously and you did it this time?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's go back to the 23rd just for a few other questions. This was the Sunday. Were you wearing masks?
On Sunday, no.
Yes. How long roughly were you at the office on Sunday the 23rd?
I was there for a couple hours, maybe 2 or 3 hours. And then I left to go, I was supposed to go meet my mother. And then a little while later I came back because I forgot my phone, left it sitting on my desk, grabbed it, and then I left again.
When you left the first time, were the defendant and Mr. Hayes still in the office?
Yes.
Do you recall at this point whether the hard drive was plugged into the computer system when you left?
Yes.
Did you see them when you came back to get your phone?
Yes, they were still there.
And again, did you have occasion to see whether the device was still plugged into the equipment?
I didn't that time. No, I didn't look.
Did you have any other communications that would be pertinent to the work that you were being asked to accomplish on Sunday the 23rd?
I guess I don't understand the question.
Let's move on. I think we've covered that sufficiently for now. Now let's move forward to the trusted build. I think you've already testified that you were present for that trusted build.
Correct.
And do you recall the date?
May 26th.
Could that be May 25th?
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, you're right, because Sunday was the 23rd, so yes, it would have been Tuesday, the 25th and 26th.
Do you recall who was present
Okay,
from
sorry
the
about
Mesa
that.
County Clerk's office?
Mess.
Myself, the gentleman who was introduced to me as Gerald Wood, and Tina Peters.
And do you remember who was present from the Secretary of State?
Danny Casillas. And there might have been another guy with him that I didn't actually retain his name.
Was there anyone present from Dominion?
There were, I think, 3 guys that were working on the trusted build and 1 that was there in like a support manner.
And we heard from all of them.
How much interaction did you have with the other people who were there?
A lot.
What was your role in the trusted build?
Hands-on, helping them get the trusted build done. I was helping them log into each one of the machines so that they could re-image them, helping them test out the stuff after they got all of the imaging and whatnot done. There wasn't a whole lot of time we had a lot of equipment. But yeah, hands-on, working with them.
Do you recall before the trusted build having to exchange information with the Secretary of State about who was going to be authorized to be in the building?
Yes, it was required.
You know, I kind of hope these women are able to train other election workers on what to look for. You know what I mean? Like, wouldn't that be a great way to use the information that they've had to suffered from? They've all been really good, haven't they, Kathy?
18 from the clerk?
Yes.
I believe it's been previously.
But yeah, I think that they could really do a master class on like what some of the things that can happen and some of the vulnerabilities or whatever, you know? I don't know. I mean, I'm sure they're doing that, but I just don't know how that happens. I kind of feel like it's a really well prosecuted case so far, very methodical in stepping through and hopefully getting to the mens rea part, but I think we'll get there.
Can you describe what that is for the jury?
When the Secretary of State was setting up all of the trusted build appointments, they sent a mass email out to all the counties saying, these protocols we need you to follow for COVID. These are all the requirements. This is how many people you're allowed to have. You need to email us back and let us know who is going to be there. Let us know that everybody has been vetted and is part of your security plan, and that you're going to follow all of our guidelines.
Oh, I dig that shit. I dig forensic shit.
We were supposed to let them know no later than 7 days before our appointment.
So when did you send this email to the Secretary?
Oh, fantastic.
It's like on the 18th of May, so 7 days before the trusted build.
The defendant has just stipulated that it was actually Conan Hayes who was in the trusted build, not Jerry Wood. At the time you sent this email, did you know that it was Mr. Conan Hayes in the trusted build?
No.
It was your belief that it was Jerry Wood?
Yes.
And at the time you sent this email, did you believe that he was being brought on as an administrative assistant?
Yes.
Because there was an open rec at the time for an administrative assistant position. So she used that as shield to bring him on as a temp and a probationary, blah, blah, blah.
To be in the trusted build. Were there other requirements? Sorry, we can take that down. Were there other requirements regarding COVID protocols that were in effect?
Yeah, a lot.
Do you remember what some of those were?
Social distancing. We had to have hand sanitizer. Everybody needed to be wearing masks. I don't remember all of them, but that was, I mean, the largest majority of them.
Use every other stall, you know, the usual.
And all of the COVID protections.
So based on your email and your testimony, it sounds like the defendant was authorized to be in the trusted build. Did she participate?
Yes.
And approximately what time did she arrive for the trusted build?
I don't recall exactly what time. I got there a little bit early, and she probably showed up about an hour and a half later.
And did the man who was represented as Jerry Wood arrive separately or together?
With her.
Again, with the defendant.
I don't know if they rode in together, but they came into the office together, yes.
Once they arrived together late for the trusted bill, did the defendant introduce the man to anyone?
To everyone, yes.
How did she introduce him?
As Gerald Wood.
Did she say his title?
Administrative assistant.
And did Conan Wood introduce himself? Conan Hayes introduce himself?
Yes.
And how did he introduce himself?
As Jerry.
Were you aware that photos were being taken during the trusted build?
No.
So cold.
How did you learn about that?
Stone cold busted.
I did not know that there were pictures being taken during the trusted build until a while later. Specifically how long, I don't know. I want to say a few weeks, maybe a month. There was some, Tina was going through some pictures and stuff on her phone, looking for some stuff to show me for something else.
Time to
and I saw that
FO.
there were some pictures that were from the trusted
Time
build.
to FO, Tina.
Did you confront her about
Flip.
it?
No,
Flip,
not
stupid.
at that point in time, no.
Did you have any conversation
Hey,
with her
brainless.
at that time
It's time to
about the
flip.
pictures or images you saw?
Make like a pancake. Let's go. Get Mike Flynn.
At
Get Mike
some point
Lindell.
later,
Get Patrick
did the
Byrne.
defendant
Get him
show
out.
you images on her phone?
Yes.
Get Sharona.
Approximately how long after the trusted build?
That had to be
Get Conan.
Towards the end of July.
Conan O'Brien the
That's
surfer.
towards the end of July.
No, Conan the surfer.
I don't know the date specifically.
Do you recall, and can you describe for the jury why she was showing you these images?
Because she had called me, and when I picked up the phone, she said, I don't know what to do. Pardon my French. I'm fucked.
Uh-oh.
How did you
She said it to her,
It's okay.
too.
What are you talking about? And she said, well, there's some pictures and video that I took during the trusted build that just ended up online.
How did they get there, Tina? Tina.
I don't know these sites, so I'm sorry if the name is wrong. Telegraph or
Telegram. Yeah.
And then there
Ron
was a
Watkins,
big
you know, the
article that
guy
was written
who
about
is
it in Gateway
4chan and probably a purveyor
and
of
that was
CSAM, you know, just a wholesome Ron Watkins.
You said this was a phone call.
That's right. He put it on his.
How did you react?
Sorry. When she called me and said that, she said, let me explain. Come on over here. She was in her office. Then, sorry, I missed that part. I walked over to her office, which is like 200 yards away.
Okay.
And that's when she showed me the pictures, showed me what was online.
Yeah, because she
told me
knew.
where everything was at.
With Doug
where
Frank.
it was published and
Sharona Bishop.
And whatnot. And I'm sorry,
threw her
what
under
was
the biggest
last
bus.
question?
And now she's facing over a decade, I think, in fucking prison.
That you were just in the office and
On 4
Started out on
felony
the
counts
phone.
and 6 misdemeanors.
Then I
And
walked
they're
over
not
to
good
her
ones.
and describe for the jurors what sort
It's
of
not
images you were
good.
seeing on the defendant's
She is fucked. She's right.
None of them were very
she should
clear. I
flip.
had a really hard time seeing them.
She did not cook this
but
up.
what
I'm
it
telling you right
looked
now,
like
she
to
did not
me,
cook this up.
Were pictures of the screens of the computers and stuff while they were doing the settings. During
Maggots
the
are
trusted
dumb.
build. There was a video too of one little snippet.
Right? I mean, for
that I saw.
reals.
How did you react when you saw those?
I would make like Simone
mean,
Biles and flippity
I don't know
flip,
that I
flip,
really
flip my way through this.
Reacted.
I'd be like, here's this name and that name and this name and
I
that name
just
and here's
kinda
this
said,
email and that
well,
phone call and this phone call
how
and this
did those end
recorded
up on
thing.
the internet?
And I'll wear a wire.
That's when I started questioning, like, what? I don't understand how these ended up on the internet.
Did you ask her?
Yes.
And what'd she say?
She said that the team or the people that she had sent the pictures to must have posted them on the internet. That she had sent those pictures along with the image to some team. that was analyzing it.
The
and
red
one of their
team?
people
Would
must have
that be the
posted
red
it on
team we just heard about when we went in the Wayback Machine to August 2021? I'm going to tell you right now. Like, share, and subscribe, Lolo's Lounge, because God damn it, I'm bringing you the motherfucking context along with the news.
Because we jumped forward into July for that little segment, right?
Yeah.
So back to May 25th.
This is content, bitches.
In the trusted build.
All day.
I'm just kidding.
It started, like I said, I got there
But
probably
it's a good one.
7:30, got everything set up for all the COVID, the masks and the hand sanitizer, everything set up. And then the guys got there from the state and Dominion
Yes.
like 8:30,
Yes,
somewhere
Lee.
around in there. And we ran just past 5 doing the trusted build. We weren't done yet.
Wonder if Conan
We
the
had just
Surfer was
gotten all
around
of
for
the
that.
images done and still had the acceptance testing to do yet the next morning.
Was the defendant there for the entire day?
No.
Describe her involvement in the trusted build that you're aware of.
She came in, she watched what they were doing, she asked a lot of questions, she came and went a lot throughout the day. So did Conan. They were both kind of back and forth. I wasn't paying attention to how long they were there each time or anything like that. Like I said, I was kind of hands-on with helping the state do the images, but I don't know, like, total how long she was there, how many times she left, but she was in and out all day.
So you mentioned that most of the work was complete on the 25th regarding images, but there was still some acceptance testing that was
She
needed?
had them all doing the work.
On the morning of the 26th.
And
They
would you just
all
describe in
executed
layman's
for
terms
her.
the jury what acceptance testing is?
So basically what acceptance testing is we take the machines and we vote test ballots on them. And we run paper test ballots through all of the tabulators, and then we compare and make sure that they're working, they're functioning
Interesting,
properly,
though.
that they're marking the correct dots, that everything comes out.
That's
the way we
another
put
good
it in,
one. That's going to be a good
basically,
one.
to verify proper operation of the machines after the images are done.
That one could be Ginny Thomas and
At the
Clitta
office
Mitchell.
for that acceptance testing on May 26, 2021.
I was, Conan was there for a little while, Tina was there for a little while, and all of the same people from the Secretary of State and Dominion, with the exception of David Stahl was not in the back except for like the last few minutes. He was up front talking to the girls up there.
Approximately what time
Is he
did
being
you
a
arrive
flirty
at the
bird?
office on May 26th?
I usually got there between 7:30 and 8, unless there was a reason for me to be there earlier. So
Buck and
probably
Ginny.
about 7:30 or 8.
When did the defendant
Mark
arrive?
Meadows. Flippity flip flip plop.
I think we started the acceptance testing at 9, and she showed up in there a few minutes later, like maybe 15, 20, 30 minutes, something like that.
And did Conan Hayes, who was still being represented as Gerald Wood, come again?
Oh, thanks. That's nice of you to say, Scott. Everyone, that's the feedback that keeps me going, is what you guys say. So thank
On
you.
May 26th, more than anything, he was just watching and asking questions.
At
Yes.
some point on May 26th, was there
Yes.
another device
Flynn is involved in Arizona too.
In the afternoon, yes.
Who plugged it in?
I don't know. I was not there for that.
8 indictments, he said. Remember when he cried about getting 8 subpoenas or something, or
It
8
looked like
indictments,
the
or I
same
don't know.
device
Indicted
that
8
had
times,
been
yeah. So
plugged
he
in
was in 8
before. There's
indictments.
a little piece.
I don't know if they're
connected to an
Arizona,
external
but
hard drive.
that was the
What does the
speculation.
piece look like, if you remember?
I didn't see it up close, but what I could see
I gotta
is
get
it
caught up
just
on
a
Arizona,
little
to be honest.
piece, and it had buttons on it. I don't know what they said. It had a red light and a green light, and I don't know what it is. I've never seen one before.
Would you call it
Do you
a
know
flux
why that
capacitor?
device was plugged into the computers after the trusted build on May of 26th of 2021?
Because they were doing a second image.
Do you know whether the image they were taking was copying Dominion software?
I mean, if it's an image of the server, an actual image, then it's going to copy everything that's on that server. It's going to be a mirror copy.
And to your knowledge, that was completed
Including
on
program
both
files.
Sunday the 23rd and Wednesday the 26th.
Yes.
Yeah, Jenna already flippity flop
Who was
flops.
responsible for making those copies? Do you know?
I don't know if Mark's flipped,
As
but I
far
think
as
he.
I know, it was
I don't know.
Conan.
This is the thing I got.
I saw him start the first one, and then I was told that he had started the second one.
Do you know why he was making those images?
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the prosecution lay a foundation to make sure it's not hearsay. Who told her that he started?
Sustained.
Did the defendant give any direction to anyone, to your knowledge, to make those images?
I was not there when she requested the image, but she did tell me herself that she requested a second image, yes.
What was your response to that?
I wasn't exactly sure why, but if she was doing a forensic image of the beginning,
Yeah, but
and
is it
the
Pan
end,
Am, Jim? Is it going to come
stands to
back?
reason
No,
that it would
it's
be
not.
comparison, but
It served
I
its
didn't
purpose, Jim.
really
They're going to move
question it
on.
at that point. No, as far as I know, and as far as she told
Watch.
me, the reason that she
He's
was doing the images
very much outlasting his
was
usefulness.
to protect the election record,
Outliving
to
his
get
usefulness.
full electronic copies of everything that happened during the elections, and to protect those records.
It's a possibility. I wouldn't be too
that
comfortable.
she was afraid that the upgrade or the new images that they were doing were going to wipe out important files.
At some point, did the defendant ask you to do anything with the external hard drive
Bless
and the
you.
other device you described?
When the second image was done, she asked me to unplug it and bring it to her.
Approximately what time was that?
This was 3.5 years ago. I honestly don't remember.
Do you recall how you reacted?
I mean, I unplugged it and I took it to her. And we discussed when I dropped it off with her that, in order for any backups or any records to be deemed viable, usable, that there has to be a proper chain of custody, that it has to be stored according to protocol.
And what would that involve?
Making sure that data ports are sealed, making sure that the device that it's stored on itself is properly sealed, where it can't be accessed by other people without a whole lot of work.
Or sent to Conan the
in a
Surfer.
Locked box or something to the like.
Either one of those. That's option
Did you
D.
question the need for a second image that was being made immediately following a trusted build?
No, not really.
Did you know what the trusted build was going to do to the computer?
With my knowledge of computers, yes. I knew the basics of what was going to happen, yes.
So would there have been any election records on the computers when the second image was made?
Down to the letter of the law? I think that the regular backups are all that was required as far as what are considered election records. But at that point in time, I didn't know specifically what electronic or digital records were included in the laws.
So whether
to
or not
protect
existing
those.
records were
I
legacy
was not- I
records
didn't
were
have, like, a
moved from the
list.
old system to the
You
new
know what I mean?
system. She just plugged in the device that copied the new system.
Was there anyone present from the Secretary of State?
No,
When the second image was made, was there anyone present from Dominion?
no.
Do you know what happened to that hard drive and other external device?
I took it to Tina, and then months later, she told me that she had mailed it to somebody for analysis. I don't know who.
Was Conan there for the entire time?
No. We did the acceptance testing. We got done probably around lunchtime. I went to lunch, and when I came back, he was gone.
Do you know where he went?
I was told that he had to catch a flight.
Okay. All right. Sure, Conan.
I'm sorry, Tina told me that he had to catch a flight.
Thank you.
Yes.
Did you say anything to the defendant about what to do with the imaged hard drive, or how to keep it secure and protected?
This is like the perfect Rachel Maddow story.
I said, we went through the protocols, what was necessary to.
Good job there. Good job there, Margie.
Protected and even usable as an image. If it's not stored under the proper security protocols, then you can't really validate that it is the original image. There has to be a chain of custody. There has to be security measures. It can't just be grabbed and manipulated by anybody.
And she knew that.
I think that
and she mentioned it.
Testified that during this
and her boss said, "Never mind, I got this."
Testing, you believed that Jerry Wood, the person being represented to you as Jerry Wood, was actually Jerry Wood.
Correct.
At what point did you learn that Jerry Wood was not Jerry Wood?
There were some strange statements that were said in my vicinity a few times that made me question whether he was who they said he was, but I did not know for certain until August of 2021.
Were the statements that you found strange statements of the defendant?
It was conversation between the two of them, yes, the defendant and Conan.
So what was their conversation?
There were a couple of statements that I overheard talking about. There was one, did you guys do this in Arizona? What? Okay. I didn't know, what they were talking about images. And if they had were able to do forensic images on the systems in Arizona. And then they were talking about Antrim County. So it seemed a little...
Oh, my God.
Questionable.
Oh, my God.
But I didn't know also what kind of background he had either.
Please tell me this just isn't a fever dream.
Of the trusted bill, did you believe that
I know it's hearsay and shit, but there's something to investigate.
Yes.
And at what
There's a probable cause.
It was just after the second image was made. It was like a day or two later. I asked Tina where Jerry was, and she said he's not going to work out.
He's not going to work out. That's what she said after they got the card back so that Jerry didn't have to be in the picture anymore.
Overruled.
It's true.
Today in court, the defense has stipulated that the man represented as Jerry Wood
I love
was actually
this.
Conan Hayes.
I fucking love
but
that.
Did you take your own independent steps to figure out who was in the room?
Yes.
Ooh.
What caused you to do
All right, Murder, She Wrote. Let's go.
When things started getting...
Spicy?
A little weird.
Well.
When the whole conversation with Tina
Hello.
about when she said that she was effed because the picture's on the internet. And then like a week and a half maybe, I don't remember the dates, we got a notice down from the Secretary of State saying that all of us in the Elections Department were being sent home, that we were being put on notice and being investigated because of said pictures that ended up on the internet.
Weird has entered the chat.
And there were a lot of conversations during that point in time. I was with Belinda and Tina and Sharona and a whole group of Tina's friends.
Why? She didn't work there.
After I got put on administrative leave from the county, we were up there a lot. And I overheard a lot of conversations kind of referring to the person who came in and Conan, so I started investigating. And I started going through, I went back to onto Telegram or Telegraph.
Please tell me that you looked at Arizona.
This is narrative. I would ask for questions and answers.
Sustained.
So I'll just ask you.
Damn. I want this. No, Judge, don't you dare shut this down. I bet you. Well, no, Sharona actually is a. Sharona is a co-conspirator. I don't know if Sharona's flipped. I got to find out. I can't find anything online about Sharona's case. Okay, yeah, she is kind of going down a rabbit hole, and it's all hearsay and all that stuff, but it's fantastic, and I need more, and I am not letting go of Arizona. And Conan. I just haven't checked to see where Conan shows up in Arizona. I think Wood, he probably did. Here's the thing. Because all right, so what the big smoking gun with Wood, the actual Gerald Wood, who was recruited by Sharona from Stand for the Constitution to be the systems guy, at least the guy who could get a clean background check. And he admitted that he might have messaged with the both of them, but he can't.
You had the conversation with.
He can't recall if he was in that WhatsApp conversation.
The images being published. You did your own investigation.
Where his handle is.
Did you ultimately determine
Trebuchet.
that it was Conan James Hayes who was in the room with you during the trusted bill?
No, this is all before.
Let's talk more
all
about
of this
the
happened
Secretary of
before.
State's investigation.
If that makes sense.
When did you learn that there was an investigation?
I don't remember what day the thing came down from the state. I was at the doctor.
It was Monday, August 9th.
I want to say it was like August 8th, 9th, 10th, somewhere around in there. We got a notice down from Secretary of State, and they sent all of us home.
That was the day Tina went to South Dakota with Mike Lindell.
And do you know whether the district attorney's office was involved in the investigation?
Yes.
Did you have any additional communication with the defendant after that investigation was initiated?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
Was it the day of or the day? It might have been the day of that everything came down from the Secretary of State. We got the notice. She flew out to South Dakota. And it was a day or two later that she got a hold of Belinda and I, along with Sharona Bishop and
Stephanie,
one of Tina's attorneys.
Oh, no, Stephanie.
And told us to get, what do you call them, burner phones.
The defendant told you to get burner phones?
What?
There were three people on the phone. It was Sharona Bishop, Tina, and one of Tina's attorneys.
What?
And they recommended that you get a burner phone?
Yes, that Belinda and I both go get burner phones.
Because Tina was on the run after that.
What do you understand a burner phone to be?
A prepaid cell phone.
Tina was on the run after this date. She was being holed up by Mike Lindell, remember?
We were told that our calls and our texts and
she never went. She didn't go back to the office.
Are probably being monitored, and to use those phones to talk to our attorneys, to talk to Tina, to talk to anybody else in the group.
Oh my God! Isn't that obstruction of justice or something like that, or something like that? I don't know.
Her people.
A conspiracy or something?
So that we weren't being monitored.
Were you ever given any other direction about how to respond to the investigation by?
God, Tina, you're right. You are fucked. You're going to prison,
I was
girl.
Told for the longest time.
You better learn how to make toilet wine or toilet
take care of
margaritas.
Were you directed to do anything with?
I don't know what drink she drinks. Maybe
Yes.
Pink Ladies.
There
You better
was
learn how to
a
make toilet Pink
day-
Ladies or Cosmos.
Had to be the day before I was put on administrative leave, I think.
What do women like her drink?
Belinda and I were in the office
Malibu
working
rum
on,
and
budget
pineapple
stuff,
juice. I
and
used to
Belinda
love
had
that,
gotten
actually.
A call
So I don't want to hate on
from
that.
Sharona, and there was somebody else on the phone. I believe was also.
Who was it? Who was it? Who was it?
Let me think who it was. Yes, it was also one of Tina's attorneys.
Which one? Which one? Which one? Was it Kurt Olson? White wine spritzer. There you go.
Establish what?
She's making a representation that it was Tina's attorney.
Okay, understood. Thank
Okay. But was it Kurt Olson? Does that name ring a bell?
At this time.
Yes. Ms. Brown, why do you believe it was an attorney on the phone with the defendant?
Because she told me that she was Karen Cook, Tina's attorney.
Oh, Karen Cook. Okay.
What was conveyed to you in that conversation?
Holy shit.
What they
There's
wanted
some
us to do.
lawyers in town. I love her attitude. I fucking love these women. I gotta go meet these women. I'm gonna take these women out to lunch. I don't even know what their political affiliation is, but I want to take them out to lunch. Everybody, we're going to Applebee's. Let's go. Oh my fucking God. I know. I don't think you can do that. I think you're not supposed to send anybody gifts or anything. But literally, I just want to say thank you on behalf of a grateful nation for at least doing your part now very strongly to say and be very eloquent about your story. And Tina did split up the fuckery, right? She split the fuckery across 4 or, whatever different people. So she really was quite nefarious in her execution of this crime. So despite her protestations and her, I'm a Gold Star mom. I can't possibly have done anything wrong. Well, it turns out, sweetheart, you did things wrong, then you covered it up, and you took steps to make sure that there was as murky a trail as possible and that no one really... It was a shell game for you, bitch. And you know who you're doing it for? A couple of fucking addicts. Mike Lindell, carpet farmer extraordinaire, and fucking Patty McBurn after reading. The fucking loser who is literally slept with and recently had his former Red Sparrow convicted spy girlfriend, Marina Butina, had her write the intro to his latest novel, which is basically what he's been doing with his friends, Mike Flynn et al., and America's Project, which is their organization. Really, come on, people. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I cannot. Really. I'm telling you right now, I don't even know. I don't know. I am so grateful that this story is being told. And I can have issues with the ladies who didn't stand up and say, this is not right. Now stop it. I'm going to call somebody in the Secretary of State's office. This is bullshit. I would have loved for that to happen. And maybe actually by this case being out and being talked about, maybe that will happen more often, that people will feel brave and supported in actually blowing whistles on people. So maybe this is a great thing. And even though we had some terrible mishaps along the way and woulda, shoulda, couldas, that fine. Okay, great. We accept that. And then we look to tomorrow, because tomorrow is coming up our ass real fast. Because if you don't think this type of stuff is now going on in election offices across the counties, what is it, 3,000 counties or something like that? That's what that article is that I put up earlier, which I should probably pin to the thing, from Mark Elias, talking about what is actually happening now in order to challenge elections and not certify the state's votes. Because these folks, as dumb as they are and as Keystone Cop as this particular operation appears to be, there is literally... This was the rookies, and they learned so much from the mistakes of these types of situations and basically everything Lindell did. So Roger Stone et al., who are the brains of the operation, if you will, or who are like the political operatives who make fuckery on behalf of themselves and whoever else could benefit from it. so that he can protect his illegal pardon. Also Mike Flynn. See Mike Flynn. This is something that they have been very, very, very focused on over the last 3 years. Very focused on. Yeah, I'm going to put the democracy docket thing in the link again. Hold on, let me try this. Where is it? Where am I? What happened? Why aren't I? Oh, I really can't stand this.
Thanks.
Oh, Jesus.
The objections.
Scared me, Judge. You scared me, darling. Let me see if it's still pinned or still copied. Oh, yeah.
Brown,
That's
I'm
it
gonna
right
just
there.
Try to tighten up my question because I want to get to some specific information.
There's
On
the
that
link.
phone call that you were just describing, did Sharona Bishop give you
Support
any
your
direction?
local election workers.
Yes.
What was that?
To go and get
It's
the
right
server
there.
and get
Just
it
make
out of
sure
there.
you're on
Did she say why?
live chat.
No.
Did the defendant give you any direction?
No.
Okay. Did you go and get the server?
No.
Why not?
Because that would be stupid. I mean, the Secretary of State had already come in. They had already looked through the machines, and I was told that the district attorney was working on getting a search warrant. That they were coming in. If they hadn't already, I don't remember at this point in time, but I wasn't touching any of that stuff. It was part of an investigation.
When you had that conversation with Ms. Bishop and the defendant, were you in your office?
No, we were in Belinda's office, and then on speakerphone walking over to the back office, the tabulation room.
So Ms. Nicely was with you. Do you know whether she could hear the conversation?
Yes.
And did you give her any advice on how to respond to Ms. Bishop's direction to go and get the servers?
I muted the phone and I told her, you're not touching that stuff. If you do, you're
Okay,
gonna catch
I love
felony.
her. She is the smartest one in the so far. Yeah, for sure, Oren. Nice, Paul. Lovely. Oh, Sandy, girl, I need to send her a card or something. I could probably. Oh, actually, she doesn't work at the Mesa County Clerk's office anymore, right?
Just want to verify.
Anybody
with
catch
you
where she
that
worked?
Following the acceptance testing on May 26th, and after that second image was made, or between that time,
I could send a nice
there was
edible
no
arrangement.
election that happened.
No.
There was no election in May of 2021.
No.
Were you ultimately charged criminally?
Yes.
Do you recall what you were charged with?
I do not off the top of my
Look
head.
at how many
know
lives
all of
she's
the
ruined.
charges. I know that one of them was official misconduct, and I don't remember the list. No.
Did you end up going to jail?
Yes.
And did you have any visitors while you were at the jail?
Tina showed up the day I turned myself in.
Did she say anything to you?
She came in and she said, I love you and you have support and don't say anything.
Did she give you any information?
She gave me an attorney's phone number and assisted me with calling him so that he could help with my bail hearing the following day.
Eventually, did you enter into a plea agreement in this case?
I did.
Witness tampering.
Do you recall the date of the plea agreement?
Oops. There's a thing for that.
26th,
What's the name of the lawyer?
I think of 2023.
And just for the record, would it sound correct if you, if I said to you that you pled guilty in November of 2022, but the matter was set over for sentencing?
You're correct. Yes, I did. I pled guilty in November and I was sentenced in April. Yes.
Do you recall what you pled guilty to?
A misdemeanor of official misconduct and then also a deferred felony.
Ruined her career.
And what was
Ruined
your
her career.
sentence?
I got 30 days in jail, $2,000 in fines, and 100 hours of community service, and 2 years probation.
As a part of that plea agreement, did you also enter into a cooperation agreement?
I did.
What did that require of you?
Me to come in here and tell the truth.
I love this woman. She fucking took it.
That's all I have at this time, Your Honor.
She didn't.
Okay, thank
She
you,
shouldn't
Mr.
have
Hartman.
had
Would
to
you like
take
cross?
it, and she fucking took it like a boss, like a fucking boss.
Sure.
Oh my
so
God.
We'll take our break a bit early. It's 2:36, so
Oh
keep
my
in mind
God.
the admonishment I've given you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves with anyone else. Don't form or express any opinions.
Oh, that's right.
Don't
We're a
put
little
this case
behind
up
still.
Social media. Don't go to any media
Okay.
sites. Don't engage in any kind of research.
Yeah.
You know the
Admonitions.
drill. We'll come back. Since
And
I do
when?
think we'll go through the afternoon. We'll just come back in 15 minutes. So about
Okay.
2:55 or so is when
2:55.
we'll resume the
Okay.
presentation of the case.
All right.
All
So
rise
they've
for the
got
jury.
11 minutes, but this is they're in their break right now. Oops. Damn. Sorry. We missed shit.
Where we will be able to provide the law to the court, so the court is fully informed outside the presence of the jury, so we do not delay these proceedings, and that the court will then instruct the jury on the law and the election rules. And the court will then not include things that are guidances, requests, policies,
No.
procedures.
Sit
or
down,
things that
sir.
are law. And I would ask the court to be aware, that I have reviewed his expert report. I've looked at the law in context, and I believe this is a straight issue for the judge.
I missed who his expert was. Did we get a name on that? Probably not.
Expert would be prejudicial, and it would
At the
be-
break, we'll roll back. Don't worry. Okay?
Then say if the expert said something different.
When they get to the actual break, we'll roll back and watch this part
Since
again.
the prosecution has tendered the law, may I approach with our law?
Sure.
Thank you.
With our law.
I provided the prosecution a copy.
Uh-huh. Oh my God. Yeah, please
And
say
like I said,
something.
Your Honor, I believe that to go through cross-examination and discuss the law is going to add at least 3/4 of a day, if not at least a half day.
This is
Trying
a
to
treatise
delay
that you
until the
gave me on federal
election?
prosecution of election offenses from December 2017.
Your Honor, that would be if I was cross-examining. Obviously, I won't be introducing that if the court has given the instruction.
Oh, okay.
For the record, we're obviously, Your Honor, and we're all here in a state court. There's a second issue, Your Honor. Obviously,
this
the
isn't
court.
an election crime, so that's really where I get confused by the necessity of this information, but okay.
Title I, counts 9 and 10 are both charged under Title I, which
No,
is.
yes, that I'm not talking about your exhibit. I'm talking about what was just handed to me by the defense.
Oh my God.
I understand where you're coming from, Mr. Shapiro, that, and this has been brought up with, sometimes objected to and overruled by me, the issue of, authority and who could, what authority was there for the Secretary of State to limit it to 3 people, to exclude the public. Those were things that have been introduced to the jury in a number of different, through a number of different witnesses and mediums. I've said at times during the trial, I just don't know that matters too much, but the jury's heard it, probably to the benefit of the defendant, almost certainly. So these
That is true.
particular crimes, violation of a duty and the like, the lesser serious of the offenses, aren't typical charges that are filed. I don't think there's a colgy for them.
There isn't.
So it's a bit helpful to have this information for my benefit.
Birch gold.
But I also think that
Make sure you get it right.
CRS 11107, 1110, 15616, some of these statutes would be beneficial for the jury to have as part of their discussion of the charges in the instructions themselves, because it elucidates some of those issues that I just mentioned, that, well, how could the Secretary of State do this? Or how could she issue this order that
Yeah, under
the
what
defendant was
authority?
required
What
to
level of
follow,
authority?
And then she didn't follow, because if she didn't have the authority to
It's
issue
called
the order,
fact-finding,
then how could
you
she,
know.
the defendant have violated something? So to that extent, this makes some sense to me. But to have someone get on the stand and testify about those things
I want to know who
strikes
that
me
is.
as, at least at first blush, an expression of opinion on the applicable law or the legal standards, and usurps the function of the jury. That's my trouble with putting an expert in the law when I'm the one who's the expert in the law.
Hello.
Telling them what it is that they have to do. I just think this sounds quite close to that line, and the better practice would be to do what we do with every charge, and that is give them all the law they need, and then the attorneys can get up and talk about it.
That's right. That's
So
what we're
I
going to
understand,
do.
agree with the court. I'd ask the court to, at the
So everybody
appropriate time,
sit
to take
down.
judicial notice
We gotta
of
go
the
pee.
applicable statutes and the applicable election rules, including definitions. There is an area of inquiry besides Mr. Thornton being a fact pioneer, a witness, since he was on the ground in Mesa County on August 10th, 2021, and for the few days, for that day. There are things he observed, plus he was actively involved in drafting the election order 2021-01, which is what commanded Ms. Peters and her office to do or not do certain things. He is going to be required to testify as to things Ms. Peters did not do, which would be in violation of that election order, which then constitutes prima facie evidence of failure to comply with the requirements of the Secretary.
Right, as long as he's not saying that she violated something. He said, we draft this order, and I did this at the
And she did
direction.
not comply.
Right, I did this at the Secretary of State. Did she do X? Did she do Y? And if the answer, whatever the answer is it is. I mean, that's no different than, was he under the influence when he was operating the motor vehicle?
Understood.
So it's just different when you put the expert tag behind it, but I don't need to repeat that anymore. So let me, because what's going to happen now is I'm sure the defense is going to say, well, we need to get these particular rules in front of the jury too about retention of election records and things like that, which may be in here.
They are not.
Yes, Your Honor, may we submit to the court by tomorrow morning a list of the rules and laws that we want the court to instruct?
No.
Besides, Mr. Thornton is not going to be able to
no.
complete his testimony if he gets called today. So we could go into the two lines of inquiry that the Assistant Attorney General, Mr. Shapiro, has suggested. I don't object if he is competent and has fact knowledge as to compliance with an order. I agree he could testify to that, and he is also, like I mentioned, a res geste witness for August 10th. But after we're done with Brown, I don't think we need to get into this legal issue, and that we could then submit to the court overnight a clear list. The ones I provided the court, Your Honor, are from Lexis, and they are the laws in effect in 2021. I had to go into archived editions. I've given him the DA, so the DA...
Oh, no, 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 no. Nobody, nope a dope on a rope. Abso-fucking-lutely not, Mr. Shapiro. Sit the fuck down, because I know exactly who you're gonna bring, and I'm telling you right now,
I'm the one who has to sit here.
Ain't gonna
Pay
happen.
close attention to everything and deal with objection after
Grant
objection and
Thornton.
sidebar after sidebar. So
Assuring the integrity and security of elections.
take a break. Was there something else you wanted to add, Mr. Shapiro?
All right, we're going to get to that.
I
Hold on.
understand the court's orders, and we will surgically put Mr. Thornton's testimony into the record, and we understand the no-go areas at this time.
Right. So he's not going to be an expert in the law, unless I hear some real good reason why he needs to be.
Oh my
But
God! I
certainly
wish you could communicate with the
everyone's
fucking
been an expert
judge,
in
but
the
I
law
know
at some
you
point in time in
can't.
this case, everyone's been asked, what's the law on this and what's the law on that? But that's okay.
Is it proper for me to qualify him as an expert in Secretary of State procedures and rulemaking?
Probably. I don't know. We'll just, as long as he's been endorsed properly, and we'll take it up when it happens. So, thanks.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, let me go. I think we're live, huh? Oh yeah, we're live.
Before you go,
Okay.
just for witness scheduling, I saw there was stuff
Grant
4:15 on your calendar.
Erection integrity. It's not about elections. It's about erections. It's about the penises that we want to know about. Hold on. Scoobly-doo, where are you? Scoobly-doo, where are you? Oh, wait, maybe it's not him. No. I know it's the firm, but it's not the firm that I was referring to. But there is an election integrity. Might be that. No, it's not. What the hell? I can't figure out who that is, who their expert is. Shit. Dang it. You bought some you bought some zero sugar squirt today. I love squirt. Mixed opinion. I could see that because, sometimes the chemical taste, I actually have successfully given up soda, which I'm really, really happy about. Oh my God. It's just, I do have fizzy water because we have one of the Ninja Thirsty things where you can have fizzy water. But we get like 5-gallon water jugs and drink that. And I'm telling you, I'm drinking so much water now. It's crazy. It just tastes so delicious. But anyway, no flavors, just regular old water. It's starting to rain now and is not supposed to stop until Sunday. I would actually welcome a little bit of rain, but oh my God, this judge, he's a hero. I need a hero. Hey, there's one of the Tina Peters. Yeah, I could see where the chemical taste kind of comes through, Lee. And it's like disappointing. Remember the good old days when it was, like Fresca and Tab? Tab tasted so terrible, but it was so good, right? I know. I really am enjoying it. I'm very much enjoying it. It's not helping me not eat less Cheetos or Pirate Booty, which is my second favorite snack. Well, my third, because hot tamales candy is my second favorite snack. Anyway, that's not the point. Shut up, Lolo. The point is that I don't know what the point was. I'm so blown away by this case. I really can't even tell you. I really hope that this helps in the conspiracy part of this, because it truly was a conspiracy. It was really, really. I would like to just have I like a little real sugar soda once in a while. For our soda machine, you have a little syrup that is organic and like pure sugar or whatever, Coke syrup. So I can put just a few drops in if I want that little tiny cola taste. And it's not too much sugar, Anyway, I'm sorry. I know. I digress. I've been up all night, so I'm exhausted. But nonetheless, don't worry about it. It was a total plan. And it's a plan across these states. I know we don't hear a lot about Ken Cheesebro and Mike Roman. But I'm telling you, there are some dudes that are behind some of this coordination that are the through lines. And if they flip and do a good job, which I'm not convinced that they are, then maybe we would get somewhere. I know. Let's send rain everywhere, right? I agree. My in-laws owned a bunch of soft drink companies and bottling plants. I have the handwritten recipes on index cards for just about every bottled soft drink. Wow. Aren't some of them scary? I mean, secret. I mean, not scary. Mike Roman is all over too. Yes. I'm just telling you, there's so many little fuckers that really are the troublemakers. Garrett Ziegler, all these dumb shits. And then it leads to people like Steve Bannon, who, guess what, is in September, kids. We've got, a few hearings. So first of all, I am going to be live, obviously, next Friday in the morning. And that's the day that Judge Chutkin is beginning her hearing as required by the SCOTUS ruling. So we'll be busily tracking that. I really wish I could be there. I'm kind of heartbroken that I can't be in that room, but it's fine. I mean, I'll get over it. But yeah, August 16th, wake and bake. I'm sure if we get up early enough, we can catch any news coming through on the early end of the day or track the live feeds. And then it gets better. It gets better. In September, we have Steve Bannon's trial for Build the Wall fraud. And let me tell you, this story's getting spicy too, because Steve Bannon's partner, Miles Guo, is also just completing, and I don't know what the current up to date is, but I remember reading a very thorny and mixed up, muddled up bankruptcy hearing that he was going through. And he's in big trouble, as I understand it. So I think it's going to be a hot-fed late summer. And just you wait. It's coming for you. Oh, yeah. It's coming for you. Don't forget that song. That's one of my favorite songs that I did. I usually follow Katie Fang. I really like her. She's really like straight up. Like, this is what I think. I don't care who knows it. I don't really watch, though, her show on... I don't watch any MSNBC or CNN. Look at these fucking chuds, like, crawling around this courtroom like idiots. Fucking hate them. I usually follow Katie Fang when the public can't view the court proceedings in a federal setting. Yeah, absolutely. That's probably what we're going to be destined to. Although, you never know. Dreams can come true. On the shitter. Yeah, me too. Me too. Me too. But boy, this is a perfect Rachel Maddow case. I'm sorry. I really think it is. I think it's the perfect... It's got intrigue. It's got stolen identities. It's got cyber crimes. It's got a grieving mother. It's got everything. It's got the beautiful blonde America's mom, who's also just a little bit naughty, just when she has to be, be there for her man. Anyway, sorry. I'm sorry. But it's got everything. I mean, somebody had to have sex in that ballot room. I'll tell you that right now. Check the cameras. No. I mean, what do you think that paper was up on the windows? No, I'm just kidding. Don't touch anybody's camera, Chud. I know. This is all ridiculous. Do. What's that Judy Collins song? Round and round. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh my God, a telenovela, like a Coen Brothers epic Cecil B. DeMille level movie. I mean, really. It could be 6 movies. 6 or 7 movies. Real Housewives of the Insurrection. I coined that phrase in January of 2021. And damn it, I'm claiming it because I've been tweeting that. Hey, there's Tina Peters number 8. Oh, God, great. Welcome. Welcome, lady. Am I right? Happy Wednesday. Happy hump day. I don't like look at any of these guys. Stop whispering in front of the jury. You're going to get in trouble. Let's see. What else? Tonight at 7, I believe. I haven't checked Twitter lately, but I would think that Jim may have scheduled a space for 7 p.m., hopefully. So if he has, I will definitely be there to support and listen and learn. So that will be fun. And then tomorrow morning, we're going to be back here again. Yeah, I know. It's like a fucking Groundhog Day from hell. But if it's going forward, I mean, no, actually, the defense has to put on, the defense has to put on their witnesses. Oh, this should be entertaining. If you thought the first 4 days was entertaining, oh no, strap in, kids. Shit's about to get real. You might see Doug Frank on the fucking stand. You'll have names that we will be able to give you the full context of who are Idiots. Doug Frank was disinvited from testifying in John Eastman's disbarment hearing. Let me say that again. Doug Frank was disinvited from John Eastman's disbarment hearing as a witness for John Eastman. Because likely they realized that this was merely a curve of the population of each county, of each state, and the registration of voters or some nonsensical thing. But using the 2010 census as proof that they could use the dead people in the census if they needed more Biden votes. I'm not kidding you. That is actually his theory. He's not saying it happened because he can't prove that it happens, which is why he needed the Dominion machine. Fun fact, that didn't prove anything either because they fucked that up too, and they did look at it and there was nothing there. And Josh Merrick told us on a space that there was no data for that first symposium, and the red team, Phil Waldron et al., basically had to admit right before they all went live that the PCAPs didn't show anything. It was junk. So that's why we had depressed Mike Lindell. And then on Monday night, when he found out Tina Peters existed, and she was flying to his Shamposium the next day to present the data that she had stolen from the Mesa County Clerk and Recorder's Office earlier that year. This was August 2021. That was in May 2021 when she made those copies, which is what we're talking about. And she lied to her staff about who was accompanying her in a very sensitive systems operation. And who turns out to be Conan the Surfer. Oh no, I don't want to buffer. Oh, I don't want to buffer. Oh my God. I'm going to stop talking. Okay, well, I'll slowly kind of continue thoughtfully as to not disturb the server gods or whoever. So this scheme, and because Doug Frank's data had no actual election data, he had thoughts, and he put thoughts in charts. And now they're wiped from Rumble, oddly enough, because he used to have on his channel multiple videos going through every state showing multiple counties and how these anomalies would show up. Or his big anomaly was everything grew at the same rate. Anyway. Here's the point. Oh, no problem, Grace. Thank you for pointing it out. I really appreciate it because it's really hard to tell from here when things are happening. So it's very helpful. Whoa. Very helpful for you to do that. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We're all on the production team for Lolo's Lounge. Oh, okay. Are we ready to go? Patrick the lid. Patrick the lid. Patrick the lid. Is this the Krusty Krab? No, it's Patrick. Is this the Krusty Krab? Hello, is this the Krusty Krab? No, this is Patrick, I told you. Patrick, we're at the Krusty Krab. You're answering the Krusty Krab phones. He's asking if he's reached the Krusty Krab. Oh. Yeah, dozens of Oh, I'm telling you, it takes a village, and that's no lie. So Doug Frank, because again, he only had like spreadsheet, I don't even know, like, I don't know, vector graphs. I'm not even sure. because he had those. I'm sure that's why, because it really did seem that in real time, yeah, it is a SpongeBob reference. Patrick the Lid. And then Patrick's working the counter at Krusty Krab, and they call up, and he's like, hello? And they're like, is this the Krusty Krab? Or is this Krusty Krab? And he's like, no, this is Patrick. He does it like, I don't know, twice or something. I don't know. Anyway, I love that humor. That's really my humor. Wait, are you talking like oh no, the judge isn't even there. Okay. Anyway, here's my thing. So you have to watch it. It's a really good one. But I think you could probably Google Patrick the Lid and it would probably come up. I'll probably get that one. That's a good sound. Because I do have a SpongeBob, but it's kind of long. Oh no, that's not it.
All right, put the money in the bag. Put it in!
You're facing the wrong way, sir.
Give me the money! Give me the money!
That's the SpongeBob I have right now. I want to get a Sandy. And a Patrick. I love Patrick. I love Squidward. I love them all. Sleep deprived as a new, as a new mom. Oh, Oren. I answered my home with my work phone greetings. Hi, how are y'all doing? Oh, wait. Are we live? Okay, we're live and on record. Come on. Don't fuck up with the audio, please. Thank you. The last thing I'll say is that this is the problem. All their witnesses fall apart on the stand. They were picked apart in John Eastman and Jeffrey Clark's and Rudy Giuliani's and likely to be Sidney Powell's and Jenna Ellis's and everybody else's disbarment hearings. But they were really picked apart here in California by a brilliant judge, Judge Rowland, who is a gift to the California bar as an adjudicator of professional responsibility cases. And she is the one who very thoughtfully handled the adjudication of John Eastman's disbarment. And if you haven't read her disbarment issue, I think it's somewhere on my Twitter, but I'm sure you could find it really easily. But Rowland is her name, and she wrote a very eloquent decision. So enjoy that. But that's what's going to be the problem with these guys, too, is that they think they can call these guys thinking that they're normal because guess what? They've been on the war room. And so because they've been in the echo chamber and nobody challenged what they were saying, they all think it's true. And when they find out from a judge and in a court that the judges and the juries don't think it's true, and they kind of see through the lie and ask a few more questions than maybe the maggots do, then it all starts to fall apart. And just ask John Eastman, because he's lost everything. He lost his entire identity.
Go ahead and take a seat, everyone. We're back on the record.
Yeah,
Jury
she is a
present.
queen. I just
Parties present
adored
too. We
watching
just
her
concluded the
in
direct
action.
examination by the people of Miss Brown. Miss Brown, I'll remind you that you're still under oath. And then Mr. Hartman, you're welcome to begin your examination whenever you're ready.
Ms. Brown, I want to just kind of go through a few things briefly about.
And we're back.
If we could. You testified that you had worked in or around the government in various functions, both here and in El Paso County, correct?
Correct.
You also indicated that when you joined Mesa County in 2020, it was approximately January 30th
Lawyer spankings.
31 of 2020. Is that
Correct.
accurate? You said that after about 6 to 8 weeks that you were elevated to full-time from temporary.
Correct.
When you came as a temporary employee, did you go through the full process as a employee of signing up W-2 information and registering with the financial department?
Yes.
So you were actually a temporary employee, is that true?
Correct.
And at that time, who did you report to?
At that point in time, I reported to Tina.
Okay. And you were a temp employee that was working as an administrative assistant. Would that not have fallen under the motor vehicle?
No, I was a floater. And so,
Heard that somebody else was going to be a floater, they wouldn't necessarily be assigned a motor vehicle either, would they?
correct.
Okay. And so a floater, especially one that is not a temporary employee but is under consideration, wouldn't necessarily be assigned to report to Brandy Brantz. Brandy Vance. Sorry about that.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so I just wanted to clear up that inconsistency. Let's move to the next piece, and that is
I missed the
apparently got
inconsistency.
promoted.
Correct.
You were asked whether you had a lot of education, and you said just real-world experience. Is that accurate?
I have some education and I have a lot of real world experience, yes.
Can we agree you were qualified for your job?
Yes.
Can you agree that? Can we agree that you took it seriously?
Yes.
Can we agree that you went to the trainings?
Yes.
Can you agree that you did online trainings?
Yes.
And you talked about your zone of responsibility as being the back office manager.
Correct. Correct.
Who reported to you?
At
I can't wait for this mic drop.
I really didn't have anybody.
Let's just cut to the chase and go right to the relevant period of April to May. Who reported to you of 2021?
From April to May, well, Tiffany Seeley was working with me, but she didn't report to me. She was originally my backup until she left the county. I worked with Becky White, Dan Coulter, and Joe Gaizutis in the back office when it was during elections.
Okay.
Without election time, everybody was up front.
Let's be clear also that during elections, citizen act people would get involved as election judges, correct?
Correct.
Who would manage them?
Stephanie,
Stephanie would.
for the most part.
But would
Okay,
they
have you
also have
researched
access to the
anything?
area?
Do you have a
Yes.
narrative arc
Now,
here?
I know that we've depicted, I believe it was Exhibit 20, may I?
Ooh, no. Creep.
The picture of the
Holy
photo of
shit.
the,
Just go through my papers. No problem.
on the wall.
I don't even know
showed you
what's
some
happening
old
right
cameras.
now.
Do you remember that picture?
Yes.
Who put
God.
that picture up? Who put that sign up?
That sign's been up as long as I've ever known. It's always been up in elections as far as I know.
And you started in, was it there in elections before 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know
Does he have
if
a
it is
point?
anchored to a policy, a rule, or
She's
a
not
law?
the manager.
I know that there's
She's not
supposed to
HR.
be any pictures or like videos and stuff during an election,
During an election.
but off the top of my head, I don't know if the statute includes outside of election.
Because she's not part of HR
So the prohibition
or compliance.
was directed at the election judges, correct?
Mostly, yes.
No.
And the person who
No, let's
has
stop this.
established the
Where's the
process
objection?
And put that process and that notice up was in fact the clerk, recorder. True or false?
Thank you. Lack of foundation.
Sustained. There's a lack
All right,
of foundation.
we'll move on.
Okay.
Now I want
Because there's nowhere to go.
Computer skills.
Okay.
Do you have computer skills?
Yes.
And as far as computer skills, what kind of training have you had in computer skills?
Most of my computer skills training
Just
is
like an
on
old
the job.
friend there, Val.
I haven't really done like any schooling or anything for it. It's on the job and
He doesn't even
self-taught.
know what point he's trying to make.
Is it running applications?
I can run
He's
applications.
picking questions out of his asshole.
With elections, I got so far as to programming
got a
and
big
building
asshole.
elections in the system. I'm considered an expert with my Microsoft Excel. It just depends on what specific part of the computer you're talking about.
As a result of your training for being a backroom manager in elections, do you have to get certified in competencies through the Colorado Clerks Association or the Secretary of State or through online where you get certificates?
Oh my
Yes.
God, Val, I can't even.
Were your certificates current?
Yes.
There were dolphins
those
at one point. I don't even know what
training
happened.
Teach you how to make a forensic image.
No.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
Do you know what an MD5 hash is?
No.
I suggest
you were
watching it on
talking a little
2
while
times
ago
speed.
about the fact that
I'm not going to lie. It's really not to be missed.
verify the chain of custody of an image.
Of any election record.
This is one of my favorite shows of all time. In the 2+ years I've been doing this, this has to be my favorite show of all time. This right here, right now.
During your discussions with Conan Hayes, on the 3 days you interacted with him, the 2 or 3 days you interacted with him, whether
We
or not
admitted the fake
ever discussed
identity,
his qualifications?
Val. The
I asked
defense
him a few
attorney.
questions as far as, like what kind of background, tech background and whatnot he has. He was pretty vague. And we were busy doing the upgrade, so I didn't have a whole lot of time to
This
confer
Mensa
with him on
lawyer
that, no.
asked the witness if she, or stipulated rather, to the court
Forensic image
that
of the election management server.
Gerald Wood
No,
on the
forensic
day
image
was
is way above
actually
my knowledge level.
Conan the Surfer with a mask on. He stipulated to it. Nobody had actually, they were trying to establish that piece by
On May
piece,
25th,
but he just went ahead and
Conan
stipulated to it.
interfere
And I mean, maybe there was more context.
obstruct anything that you,
I don't think he's implying anything. That's the point.
is doing with the computers.
Objection, lack of foundation.
Overruled.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Would you agree he was an observer?
Mostly, yeah. He asked questions, so we interacted a little bit, but he wasn't hands-on, that's for sure.
Okay. On the 25th, during the trusted bill, were you there with the Secretary of State and Dominion the entire time they were on premises?
I mean, other than when I went to the bathroom and stuff, yeah, pretty much.
When you went to the bathroom, were they left alone with the equipment?
I don't recall.
And she wouldn't know if she's
I
not in
would
the room.
imagine
She
that
wouldn't
they
know if somebody else
probably
walked in.
would have
Okay.
been. They're
Hello.
vetted just like we are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tina.
So,
Background check for fake Gerald.
election rules,
I can't do it with this show. I love this show. I might watch this show again.
county procedures, the different security features.
I might do a rewatch party.
I did.
Are you familiar with Rule 20.5.5?
Could you be more specific?
Let me approach. If I were to show you a document, would that refresh your memory as to whether or not you're familiar with this rule?
I'm sure that it probably would.
I don't know what's happening right now. I know. I don't know. I don't even. I mean,
Okay,
yes,
so
he's gone
what we
6
wanna
different
talk about
directions.
there, we'll circle back to in a minute. But in general, are you aware that a person who has access to the election management system must
to
be
fill the memory
an election
gaps.
official as defined by law?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
This is the annoyed judge. No, because Tina's the fucking clerk. So her boss was in the room with the fake guy. So technically Tina was the one responsible. Oh my God. This is so
let's move
crazy.
So you indicated that
And
when
we
you were
have the
asked
key card
what
log.
your responsibilities were, that it was a big bucket. Do you remember saying that phrase?
Yes.
The big bucket was that you were supposed to keep track of voting equipment.
Correct.
Your responsibility and one of your key
I think I'm gonna
responsibilities
lose
was
my
to
shit.
protect the chain of custody of the election management server. True or false?
Along with all the rest of the equipment, yes.
Particularly the election management server, which is the device that receives
Oh, they're better.
all
Thank
of the
you,
reports
Jared.
from the
It's
different
good to see you.
tabulators and voting devices, and has a results tabulator and reporting feature.
Objection.
True or false?
From the direct examination, there was very general discussion of this topic, so it's within the scope and the general sense overruled.
I'll read the question back to you. Particularly, the election management server, which is the device that receives all of the reports from different tabulators and voting devices and has a results tabulator and reporting feature.
Correct.
Do you know if that had a heightened level of security under the Rule 20 county procedures?
She is not part of
device?
IT
The server
or part
itself?
of Dominion.
Yes.
I mean, it had passwords and it was locked in a secure room.
Okay. That secure room.
Actually, that's a
Did
better
it
answer.
have
Oh, she brought her
rules
pillow.
for security?
Oh, there's Tina number 18 with
Is
her
that
goddamn
room the
pillow
room
again.
in which
Because she's got a
trusted bill
pointy
took place?
coccyx.
Yes.
Is that room
Couple of French fries and she'd be better off. You know what I'm
pictures,
saying? I tell her every
included the sign
time, but
about
no, she's not going to listen to
Yes.
me. No.
Is that the room in which the judges would come into?
Sorry, I like to
during
just pretend what
time?
people might be thinking.
Sustained.
Is that the room in which Mr. Hayes, Ms. Peters, and yourself were on May 25th of 21?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned the other equipment that you were responsible for, and I believe that you guys during the trusted build updated the systems in the precinct voting machines and the tabulators too, correct?
Everything. All of the equipment was updated.
And the precinct voting machines and the tabulators, or the devices that they vote on, those actually get deployed out to the public during election, true?
Correct.
Objection, relevant.
Sustained.
So,
my boyfriend is getting very upset right now.
just to make sure that we understand.
My fake boyfriend.
You and Stephanie Wendholtz were, in your words, equal in authority, different
Correct.
zone of responsibility.
Yes.
You both reported to Brandy Vance, correct?
Correct.
And she reported to Belinda, who was the chief deputy to Tina.
Correct.
You have, throughout this, referred to Clerk Recorder Peters as Tina. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You were on a first-name basis with your boss's boss's boss, correct?
Correct.
Because she worked for Tina
Peters
directly
was very
first.
hands-on with all of her departments, including you. True or false?
Yes.
The prosecution asked you about security protocols, and you mentioned the doors are secured. Is that accurate, what you said?
Yes.
And if you could look over to that black box on the wall in the corner of the courtroom where the jury enters and exits, do you see that black box with the red light?
Yes.
Is that the key card reader?
Yes.
That is similar to the key card reader that allows you and anybody with access on their badge to
I love it,
enter
Judge Chill as
the
fuck.
room we talked about where the election management server is kept, correct?
Correct.
Do you know
It's in Colorado, Rocky Mountain
responsible for the
High.
security of this?
Yeah.
who all had access to that room?
Objection, mischaracterizes testimony.
Oh, the jury knows what the testimony is, so overruled.
Do you know who all had in 2021?
Enjoy
on
that
May
pool.
25th, 23rd through 26th, who all had access to that room?
I don't have a list. No, I imagine that it was IT, everybody
Don't
in the
imagine.
elections department,
Don't
and a few
imagine.
others.
So you don't know is the answer, correct?
No.
She's not in charge of
Who
that.
would assign the privilege and the right to have access?
It's usually requested by the department head to the facilities operator.
Who would be the department head?
Tina.
So Clerk Recorder Peters was the one with the authority to determine who had access to a badge that would open that room. True or false?
True.
You mentioned that a
Aha!
person who was not
There's
an
no
employee
crime.
could enter this area if they were accompanied by staff.
Correct.
You've also testified clearly that neither Gerald Wood nor Conan Hayes were employees. Correct?
Yes. Correct.
Aha!
Do you have knowledge
This is the Columbo
Specifically of
moment.
Conan
Get
Hayes.
ready.
on the 23rd
Because there was nothing illegal that Tina did.
25th and the 26th, if he was ever in the election management server room unsupervised by either you or Clerk Recorder Peters?
I do not know.
Because he's got to get his Matlock moment.
You mentioned,
and it's making him
that
feel kind of tickly inside, I think,
area
probably.
is under cameras 24/7. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the requirements for when the cameras are supposed to be on under Rule 20 county procedures?
Yes.
Would you agree that the
You
law
should turn it in.
2021 was 60 days before the election and 30 days after?
Although it's probably just like
Would you agree that we were more than 30 days
deactivated.
after, on May 17, when the cameras were shut off, we were more than 30 days after the April 6th
he's trying to establish that nothing Tina did was, it might have been out of
Why
the
would you make
ordinary,
the statement
kids,
to the jury that
but
the
it
cameras are
certainly
required
wasn't
to be on
illegal.
24/7 if they're not?
Objection, misstates the testimony.
Yeah.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, you know what the testimony is. You know what the evidence is. So, Ms. Brown, I'm going to overrule the objection, and then you can now answer the question.
Okay. I did not say required. I said they were on 24/7.
By policy, correct?
I don't know if it was policy or if it was just the way it was always done. As far as I've worked at the county, they have always had those cameras on 24/7.
And to refresh our memory, at this point, it had been about a year in the elections department.
About a year and a half at that point in time, yes.
So from January to...
Stay strong, Sandra.
About a year and 3 months, correct? 3 or 4 months?
Chill as fuck.
Sure.
Judge, chill as fuck.
You also mentioned there is a
Oh, sips a
sign-in
martini.
sheet.
Can you see it? Yeah.
Correct.
I need to give him a shoulder
The
rub. I
sign-in sheet
think
is
he
for
really
people
needs
who
one.
enter the room. True or false?
It was voluntary.
Yes.
And by
There
room,
can't
I
be
mean the
anything wrong
election
with that,
management
right?
server room.
Right?
Correct.
That's a large room, isn't it?
Yes.
That sign-in sheet, do you know if that is a law or a policy?
Oh my God, here we go again. We started here, by the way.
I believe it's
like last
statute
week.
under election rule.
Okay, well, election rule or statute are different things. Do you know what rule?
Not off the top of my
No,
head.
she's not a compliance expert. So there. Try again.
Okay.
Try again, Captain Cornflake. Let's go.
So you're not certain whether it's a rule, law, or policy, are you?
I don't. It's that there has
she
to
said
be
it was
some
a
kind
rule
of
or a statute.
record, like a log of people entering and exiting that room. Our badges were our log.
Okay.
For people who don't have
And
a
they're
badge, they sign
they're
it.
arguing that
Do you know
she
if the
has
rule
total
actually
control
allows
over that
the
office.
Clerk recorder to set the policy as to how the access and security of that room is set?
I mean, as far as long as
Jared,
it's within
we're just like a bunch of little Jiminy Crickets,
the election
aren't we?
rules,
Sitting on your
if it
shoulder,
falls within
telling you
those
the right thing to
parameters, yes.
do.
All right. So you've worked for the county twice, correct?
Correct. Well, 3 times. Sorry.
3 times.
3 times.
And during that time, did you have key badges all the
Yes.
times?
Yes.
Are you aware of what happens if somebody uses somebody else's key badge?
No.
Are you aware of what happens if somebody opens the door and I walk through with them without swiping my own badge?
Well, it's naughty.
It's a no-no. But
Yeah,
I don't know what
hello.
happens.
It's a no-no.
We're like sisters. Like we're mental sisters right now. That's right. It's a no-no.
Have you
I
ever
said a
entered through
no-no.
a doorway without swiping your badge?
No.
Yes. I'm sure
Oh.
that I have.
Oops.
Were you
Now we're
prosecuted
admitting
for it?
failure.
No.
Did you make a copy of
I
the
wanna turn our
the hard
attention
drive
to
when you were
your
in there?
Statement that
No.
the trusted build is a software update. Is that what you said?
I said essentially. It's
You
a
gotta go get
software
a
update.
go
Well, let's
get a
accept
membership,
that and move
or
on.
just
Do you
work
know
out
if during
outside
that
the
update
gym.
process,
Work out
that
outside, and you know,
the
like you
concern
just like
of
fresh air. That's all.
Clerk Recorder Peters was that it would erase.
Women want to work out at
records
the
that were
gym.
not
They don't want to
part
be
of
picked
the
up. That's like the last
backup
place you want to
process
be
you
picked
went
up.
through.
Correct.
You want to get in there, get your
yes,
fucking
that's what I
shit
said.
done, and get the fuck out of there,
The
and go home and
prosecution
eat some
briefly asked
Oreos.
you about what
So
process you
I
went
wouldn't
through
necessarily pick
to
up women
back
at the
up.
gym anyway. It
And I
would show a
believe you
lot
said
of
you
class
did
to
it
not do
3
that.
times
Women would appreciate it.
prior to the trusted bill.
Because
to
we
make
just want
sure
to get
you
our
had
shit done
copies
and
of
get
the
that out there.
election
And put on
I
our
made the
pajamas.
backup once and copied it to where I had 3 redundant copies.
Okay. You're
Uh-oh.
familiar with
Are we
that
talking
process
about her
'cause you did it,
mistakes?
correct?
Yes.
How many times during your tenure of 14, 15 months did you make backups of election projects?
Did it several times throughout each election.
Okay.
So I don't know how many times, but a lot.
Now they're claiming that really all she did
Does
was
that
make,
require
she
you-
would just,
that process
she just made a copy, you
backing
guys.
up
She wasn't,
access logs.
she doesn't know what money is. She's just a baby.
No.
Does the rule
I didn't know it was, oops, uh-oh.
19.2
I didn't know it was a rule. I didn't know I had to do, like, not do that.
Sustained.
Because there was like a policy, but not like a fucking rule. Okay.
Okay. Oh, buffering,
As you're
damn it.
going through your process, does it back up security?
We get to 8 hours and we start buffering. Damn.
Sustained.
She is also just really still. No. Yeah, refresh and see. Oh, man. I can't check the analytics because you know what's going to happen
The
then.
election management server, correct?
Correct.
And on the day of the trusted build, when the Secretary of State showed up with their technical team,
I know,
they could not
boo-boo.
access those computers
Boobity
without your
boo-boo.
password, correct?
Correct.
So, to be clear here, the BIOS password that was put on the internet would be invalid to access the system without your password. True or false?
Objection, relevance, lack of foundation, beyond the scope.
Sustained is to relevance.
Okay.
Uh-oh. What happened?
I guess for what purpose?
Well, I'll just ask the question.
Okay.
Are you